Hurly dooley.
What up, Pittsburgh Steelers fans? It is Matty P, Marky D. We're over the tech issues. We've had hour 45 sleep, but we are live. Steelers touchdown under Steelers Nation Australia. Mark, have you hit the push button? Are we on Steelers Nation Australia already?
I will shortly. Just gonna warm up. Just gonna warm up to it, gonna let the audience hang around for a bit.
Let's see. How's it going?
I'm doing okay actually, compared to I think last year I was pretty tired. But I had about 3 hours sleep, and I think I was in the good REM cycle or whatever. Oh my goodness!
REM.
3 minutes in, they've already said REM cycle. This still podcast sucks. No, I think I've had a good point where I woke up. Not too bad, to be honest.
I love it. Time for a sherbet, right? We should be still having the sherbets. Hola, amigos. Hello, Steeler Wade. Yeah, man. It's good stuff. It's good stuff.
JW, we just talked about that. The Melbourne bloke. He put that accent on. You don't need to.
That was bad, man. We had to watch that embarrassing stuff. So it's funny. My mouse isn't awake. My usual mic's not awake. But you know what?
I'm not awake.
We're talking Steelers. We're talking draft. I freaking love it, man.
I'm awake.
Oh, I do have for everyone. Mark, you let me know when we're on Steelers Nation Australia. I'll pull it up then. But I have done the big board for today. We are ready to go on the big board. I haven't done the full order of players in the exact order, but I've got my best players on day 3 on offense and defense. So we can start there if you like. But I do want to kick off the video with saying, and I'll say it throughout the day because we'll keep the calculations going. If you compare where the Steelers pick players versus Daniel Jeremiah's top 150 players, the Steelers right now are plus 106, mate. 106 spots. That is insane. That's basically, they're getting a player on average almost a round later than what that guy's ranking is. It's absolutely insane, this draft. Absolutely insane.
Do you remember what they were last year, or you have no idea?
Oh, I didn't do the final calculation on that, but it was nowhere near this high at the start. Absolutely nowhere near this high.
Right.
So, pretty insane. Even the first 3 picks were like double where we were last year. So, Steel Aid Show cracked his first sherbet. I like it. It was hard choice to go with the coffee. I almost did the sherbets.
Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Hang on, and I'm mid. I can't even get there. I can't save myself. Hang on.
I can mute you.
Oh, okay, sweet. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Wait, are you muted? You're muted.
Oh, I muted me, not muted you. Oh wow, this is some good content out there. You can mute yourself. You should be able to mute yourself.
No, I'm trying to stream to the audience with a title and description.
Yes.
So now I forgot what I was going to say.
I can't believe my microphone's not working. The most important part of the stream so far.
It's good now.
Yeah, but it's not my usual mic, but that's all right.
Oh.
We'll get over it. Do you know the funny feeling? I wake up and my wife's watching TV in bed. That's how early it is still.
It is.
But I'm good. I'm feeling pumped. I'm excited.
It is done early.
I might bring up the big board while we're talking.
Do we have so last year we had picks that were pretty far away, right?
Yes, until the Steelers traded back into the 4th.
Right.
Remember they never fought.
Big gap.
Traded down the 3rd. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we are pick. I'll bring up my draft tracker. So this is kind of crazy, guys. We log on. My usual mouse isn't working. My usual microphone isn't working. So Mark, the link stream wasn't working.
I'm not working.
Man, I'm fucking working. Mark.
Man, I'm working.
I'm working.
So so they're going pretty fast though.
They are going pretty quick. I think we'll see a pick pretty quickly. I'm just gonna bring up my draft tracker. And then we'll be good to go. Shannon White will be joining us at some point.
Good old Shannon.
This will be good. So excited about that.
He is fantastic. Okay. So that
was a great video that you put out in Steelers.
Did he say piss or beers?
I swear he said piss, man.
That's what I thought. That's why I laughed. I thought it was hilarious.
The funniest one also was the Yellowstone. I know you don't watch it, but I was saying to my wife, I was like,
he compared me to a woman.
No, I said, "Oh, if you were to pick Mark, what character?" She goes, "Oh, Tita for sure." And I was like, "That's what Shannon said."
You both said a woman.
Yeah, but she's really cool, dude. She does her own thing. You don't watch the show, you don't know. She's good value, bro.
So okay, we talk about these ratings, 106 points and whatnot. So we'll call them guests. Not saying your wife's a guest, but we'll say guests, right? 2 people have said that I'm 2-0 for being a woman on Yellowstone. That's not that quite.
It's about personality traits, though, mate.
Yeah, but it doesn't help my ego that much. Wait, would that be her response on the show? Would she be pissed off about
that? She'd be pissed off because she'd be like, "I'm doing my own." She's like, "I'm my own person. I don't get compared to anyone."
Kind of yeah, I'm my own person too. A bloke in his room.
See, you said the same thing as each other.
JJ526 thought he was saying beers. I thought he was saying piss. You know that thing with the
Australian for beers. I don't care. It's piss. It's legendary now.
I thought what's like that thing where you hear like Yannel channel, whatever it is, or you hear like
Yannel and Laurel or something.
The thing you look at, yeah, it was.
And then there was the dress. There was the dress that was either black and white or purple and gold.
Yeah, that's what I think.
It was clearly blue and gold, man. It was blue and gold.
I thought it was blue and gold too, but then apparently you go crazy.
What do you go crazy?
Well, because it's meant to be a different thing, but I think the sound of the Laurel Yanni, that's what Laurel Yanni. It's like I swear when he said it, I was like, that's the best thing I've ever heard.
So do you know the irony, right? I threw my mouse 2 or 3 weeks ago when it wasn't working and I had to record. And then it's been working for 2 weeks whilst it makes a rattling sound. It's more rattly than saying the word Spencer Rattler, who's still on the board. And it's decided to keep working for 3 weeks. And now it's decided to stop working. It's quite funny, actually. Oh, Theo Johnson just went to the Giants. Wait, that sucks.
Am I live? I am live, aren't I? On the other one. Cool.
Yeah, you're live on Sunday. Welcome to Steelers Nation Australia, people.
Wait. Yeah. It doesn't even
welcome anyone, man.
It doesn't even give you a notification. You just do it and then that's it.
That's what I was saying. Yesterday was quite weird when it was the reverse.
It doesn't tell you much. No. Is anyone in there?
Yeah.
Oh,
JJ's
in there.
JJ's link. Anyone in the chat that's got the little link for us is linked. So we've got 13 subs right now. We're going good. It's good. It's good times. So we will bring up the big board as well in just a moment. So we'll bring up that. That'll be good stuff. Excited. Oh, Curry Jackson, he was on the big board, so he's off. There's guys flying off the board. I'm probably going to be struggling to keep this updated as we go. But that's all right. Everyone in the live chat, what position do you want the Steelers to take next? How are we feeling about the strength of the draft? Well, everyone loves the draft so far. I mean, you got to be off the planet not to like the draft, but the draft picks. But it's in terms of what position do you want next? That'd be. I'm interested to see what everyone wants to do.
I reckon D-line.
Dawless, man. Dawless.
I think they have
Dustin
to.
Obogbe just went as well a couple of picks back. So that's
I think they have to do a D-line, to be honest. I really do. To be frank with you.
To be frank?
Yeah.
I've been frank.
Well, I think so because cornerback's probably. Well, I don't know. They've hit most of the things too. Who's this bloke?
They've hit. They've done well. Yeah.
Another Australian. Oh no, he's from Germany. I ain't saying nothing.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I'm sorry. If you and I were International Fan of the Year, would you get a jersey that said International Fan of the Year? Absolutely not, man.
Can I get a close up? No. Do you think I'll do that?
No. You're a loser. You wear a great. You wear like a Joe Green or something. Like
you do not bring more attention to yourself. Your accent's enough. You do not need to tell the world that you're an international football fan. We didn't know, mate, when he came out.
His own acronym, FOTY. Like that's not a thing.
You had to pre-make that.
That's not a thing. How cool? I got a cool new white mouse that I'm saying.
I would probably just wear like my favorite jersey or a really dope shirt, a really cool shirt. You know what I mean?
How cool is this mouse? This mouse is hectic. I popped a new one out of the packet.
How many mouses do you have?
Oh, I've had this spare one for a while because I wanted to get a separate gaming and work one. So What?
His arms are too small for his jersey, and JJ52 said, yeah, on the back. No, you just don't do stuff like that.
Nah.
That's dumb.
Nah.
Yeah, good call, Yuli. I probably would wear that 46. I forgot about 46. Yeah, and do like, KUNTZ on the back.
That's
What's
too
up?
good.
What's up, 46ers? I do too many jokes on the YouTube platform that nobody would get it, so nobody would laugh.
Get like
They'd all
banned.
They don't hate.
Bring
They
you
don't
back
hate
to
me.
Australia, and then we give you the butt kicking because you've embarrassed us. America doesn't give us the nuclear subs anymore.
I'd walk out.
This guy's a tool.
I'd walk out next year, and I'd say, I'd walk out with a wish kid next year. I'd say, see everyone next year, or maybe not little Joe here though, but everyone will be back next year.
That's a bit much.
Too early.
Yeah.
We're not
technically in the delirium stage of the live stream yet. So that's a little tad early.
He's jumped the gun.
Yeah, exactly. That's too good. Man, I can't get a mouse to work to save its life on this.
What do you even need a mouse? What do you need a mouse for?
Yeah, because I've got all the screens. So I need it for the big board.
Must be doing all fourth round international. That makes sense.
What's up, J Quest? I love it. I wonder why it takes so long. Yeah, it can be interesting. Like, from my perspective, yeah, well, it is what it is. Steeler Wade, we got to get you on sometime. I want to watch you. Oh, I have a question for you, Steeler Wade. You know when you have the smoke, have you got like a fire going, or is that like a diffuser? What's going on there? I like that. What's
going on?
He's got the steam that comes up when he does the stream. It's like
isn't it from his like the vape or something like that?
Oh, is that what it is? Vape. I thought it was like
is it vape?
I don't know.
What are you doing back there?
I'm trying to set up new different. Oh, that's all right. I'll just go with the crappy mouse. I'll go with the crappy mouse. All right. Let's bring up the big board. Let's try and give you guys a quality stream. Sorry about this. What do you mean?
It already is quality. I enjoy it.
That. Right. So we have got the first. I'll take off Steel Weight. First 30 players on defense. Now, some of these guys have just come off the board. We've got James Williams, the safety linebacker out of Miami, 6'5", 226 to 335 pounds. This guy is a box player. This guy is a box safety. Did project as potentially a linebacker in the NFL. I think is a 3-4 safety. He's going to be destroy tight ends up front, so he'd be awesome for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Josh Newton out of TCU. He hasn't gone yet, I don't think. Was just trying to catch up on the picks as we set up live. He's a really underrated cornerback out of TCU. Fast, good length, good tackler. Really good player. Any other draft, he would have been a late day 2 pick, but the depth in cornerback means that like he's fallen late. Brandon Dawes just went before we were talking to the Atlanta Falcons. Very good pick for them. Very good in a 4-3. Very versatile. Shame that we miss out on him. Then you got a guy. These guys aren't ranked either. These guys are basically set up as just my general 30. But Evan Anderson is a guy that will probably go in the 7th round, maybe even go undrafted. He's a kid out of FAU. Really versatile for a 3-4. Otherwise, he's a interior defensive lineman on a 4-3. Really good stats. He's actually quite surprising where he falls in the mix. I did preview him about a week or so ago on the channel. But he's a really good player. Had a really good East-West Shrine Bowl. Really quick guy. He's out of FAU, so he's fallen a little bit down the stock. D-line's been a bit more of a deep, particularly deep in terms of the amount of prospects that are going to be available on day 3 that can provide you with either decent depth or possible starting potential. Jeremiah Trotter, I believe, is still on the board. So this is a really interesting player, obviously, out of Clemson. Father played in the NFL. If we hadn't got Peyton Wilson, he's probably a guy that we could have brought in. Shannon White sitting in the green room too. We'll bring him in just a moment. But Trey Taylor, the safety out of Air Force, he's someone you won't necessarily hear a lot about. He'll be probably a round 6 kind of guy. But is that Army or Air Force? I think it's Air Force. But really a long guy. He's kind of a bit of a James Williams light. He's basically a tight end defender, and that's the same thing as Keaton Oladapo as well. Out of, I think Keaton's out of Troy. Jalen Ford's a good linebacker out of Texas. He's still available. So is Trice Knight. He's from the University of Texas, El Paso. Really fast, really good hitter, bunch of tackles, 4 or 5 year starter. So he's a really good player when you come to Trice Knight. So if you can get him late, he'll do a lot on special teams. He'll be a real gun for you, and you can look to develop him. He'd be better than Mark Robinson if you picked him up today. Then you got Mekhi Wingo, a D lineman out of LSU. You right there, Marky D?
Sorry. I just read a comment. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Bring it up. Bring out the comment.
Yuli said, has anyone done a follow-up on the Jets kid? I'm sorry.
That's good. Mekhi Wingo, D lineman out of LSU. Don't be surprised to see him go to the Steelers. He was mentioned on the Steelers website, I think, about a week ago. As a pretty interesting prospect. And then you got Austin Booker, the 1 year wonder out of Kansas State. He's basically played less than, I think it's 20 games in college. He had 8 sacks last year, super productive, ideal length. Surprising to see him still on the board. He could go at any time. Then you got a guy called Grayson or Gabriel Murphy. Half the NFL sites out there have Grayson. Half the NFL sites have Gabriel. Let's just call him G Murphy out of UCLA. This guy is like an absolute sack and tackle for a loss king. You get him late. You get him in the 6th round or beyond, and that is absolutely huge value from the kid out of UCLA, Murphy there. MJ Devonshire is a cornerback out of Pittsburgh. He's an interesting player. You've got Benny Bishop, who was brought in for a visit out of WVU. We'll get Shannon's take on him, Shannon being a deep WVU supporter. Leonard Taylor III still on the board. Interesting that he was going after McKinley Jackson out of Texas A&M, who went yesterday at the end there. But Leonard Taylor III has some really good athletic and measurables. Less production on the tape, though, so that's kind of hurt him in the draft stock. And there being a lot of guys, that are projected as mid-round defensive tackles. You then have TJ Tampa, cornerback out of Iowa State. Probably one of the best corners on the board. Surprised he's here. I thought he would go definitely early in the 3rd round, so there might be a medical mark on him. The Green Bay Packers might well pick him here as well. He could go at any time. He's probably one of the top guys to go at any time. You got Kalen King, a cornerback out of Penn State. Kalen King partnered up with Joey Porter Jr. when Joey Porter Jr. was still in college. Very familiar to the Steelers. People kind of considered him somewhere on a day 2, early day 3 pick going into the draft process. He's kind of fallen back from that as other corners from more obscure schools have sort of come up in the process. We then have DJ James out of Auburn. He's another player that anywhere between sort of the end of the 4th and the late of the end of the 2nd, depending on what you like, depending on the scheme fit. Very capable corner, kind of impacted by a deep corner class. Then you got Naramiah Pritchett, cornerback out of Auburn. Very fast, more like a Nate Wiggins the Light sort of style cornerback. But he could go anywhere. I've seen him mocked anywhere from 4th to 7th. Kyrie Jackson's gone. He just got taken. Gabe Hall is worthy of an early day 3 pick. He's one of the best pure 3-4 defensive tackles in this draft class out of Baylor. 6'6", over 310 pounds. This guy would be perfect in the middle of the Steelers defense. So let's just hope that he's sitting there when the Steelers come to pick at any stage here on day 3. Then you got Chow Smith-Wade. I don't think he's gone. He's another cornerback. We talked all about cornerbacks. Same as Kalen Carson out of Wake Forest. He had a round 3 grade on him, so to see him here is pretty interesting. Then you got Ryan Watts out of Texas. I'm a Longhorns fan, so I do know Ryan Watts. He came in for a Steelers visit, I'm pretty sure. Well, there was definitely a meeting between him and the Steelers. I didn't have him in the top 6 rounds, so I was interested the Steelers met with him. He could still go undrafted. Their corners haven't done that well in terms of draft positioning over the last few years, but he's a good player, pretty decent tackler when he needs to be. Keith Randolph Jr., defensive tackle out of Illinois. He played next to Johnny Newton, who you saw go early on day 2. So he's an interesting player. Then you got Javon Solomon, an edge rusher, linebacker, outside linebacker in a 3-4 out of Troy. This guy's a sack machine. Think about Quincy Roche from a few years back. This guy's done more in college. I think last year he had 18 tackles for loss. It was 16 sacks. Then you got Zion Tapua Fetawai. He's an interesting edge guy too, probably around 7 or undrafted. Cedric Gray's off the board. I saw that before. You got Miles Murphy, a big defensive lineman out of North Carolina, who was projected to be a day 1 or day 2 pick really in this year's draft. Didn't have the best college season. North Carolina didn't have the best year, so that kind of affected him. And then you got Daquan Hardy, and then the cornerback out of Penn State as well. who has sort of fluctuated in and around draft boards, but he is there on day 3. He's familiar with Joey Porter Jr., so you never know. With that, I'm going to bring in Shannon White and Marky D.
Let's make one comment. I don't know what the fuck you said, but it was pretty good.
I went on a bit of a roll then.
I'm honestly, I could listen to that for hours. I don't know what you're talking about, but I like it.
What about you, Shannon? Know what I'm talking about, or am I just rabbiting hell?
I knew what you was talking about with most of them.
No, I didn't. I had no clue.
Hello, fellas.
Fan to fan says, "How the hell are you guys such smart, sweaty NFL nerds?" Yeah,
only Maddie's a smart one. I'm just here to drink beer and watch.
I do have a life outside of football, believe it or not, but it's
Foster's.
Football.
Okay, let's settle the debate. Did you say beers yesterday or Pierce?
Beers.
Oh.
I know it. You got it under it. It sounds like I say piss.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
But see, the funny thing is, Shannon, when we're in Australia, if people want to we say get on the beers. Sometimes you're like, I want to get on the piss. So when you said, you said piss, we were like, oh my god, it's the most Australian thing we've ever heard.
I lost it.
What about
wait. So you just went with it. You didn't stop me. You just went with it. You just went,
yeah, because it was hilarious.
Okay, all right. Fair enough.
JJ Cam Hart. It's funny. I wanted to get these lists down to 30. I would have easily had Cam Hart in terms of my rankings. These guys aren't ranked. They're the guys I see as Steeler fits and some of the best on the board. But I could have easily put Cam Hart there for Ryan Watts. I think he's a much better prospect than Ryan Watts. And we'll do offense. This is only defense, so we can do offense shortly. So we'll go there. Anything else that anyone saw in the live chat that we should bring up?
Fan to fan, Shane, he's Bubba's mate on the Steelers Dynasty podcast. He's a what do you call him? Western Virginia fan, the Mountaineers.
Yep. Oh, we should right up to get him on with Shannon.
Yeah, he's a fan of that program too, or that college.
Yeah,
big fan.
Well, I'll bring up this stat for those out there, and you let me know, fan to fan, what you think about this in the comments. We'll bring it up. Beanie Bishop last year faced the second most amount of targets in all of draft-eligible cornerbacks in this draft. He faced 88 targets and only allowed a completion percentage of 54.5%. Absolutely insane. That's a lot of targets thrown his way. Most of the top corners that have performed well and that are high on the boards, now obviously people don't throw their way as much, but they're facing 20, 40 targets. Beanie Bishop, 88 targets, and he's still having that kind of effect with only almost a 50% completion rate allowed. That's incredible.
And he done it in a Power 5 conference against a lot of these receivers that have been drafted.
That's it.
What's the Steelers' next pick?
We pick at 119.
Tomorrow.
So, tomorrow. We got 5 picks.
Okay.
So the Bengals are on the board. Then we've got Jaguars, Colts, Seahawks, and we're on the Steelers.
I seen the Ravens got Walker out of North Carolina.
Yeah, I know. I'm the Walker train, so I'm not disappointed about that. But let's go to the offensive side of the football, and I will quickly run through those prospects. You guys, I'll stop at the bottom of each list because we've got 30 again. I'll stop at the end of 15. We'll comment on some blokes, and we'll talk about the next 15. All right. So we've got Christian Jones, tackle out of Texas. Anyone that watches the channel or a sub of the channel will know I love this guy. If you're not a sub, consider subbing to both Steeler Nation Australia and Steelers Touchdown Under. We're doing a dual stream. Cedric Van Granger's still out there as a center, I believe. I don't think I've seen anyone draft him yet. Length there. There may be an injury issue we don't know about. There's Michael Pratt, a quarterback out of Tulane, considered a mid-round guy. Probably goes after Spencer Rattler, so he's probably waiting for Rattler to get off the board. Sanders is gone. The tight end that's on the board right there, he's gone out of Texas. He's more of a receiving guy, doesn't really block. Jared Wiley is a really good dual-use tight end out of TCU. 6'6", I think it is. He's about 250 pound, can block, can catch the football, had an awesome diving catch. We used that in a thumbnail for one of the videos a few weeks back on the channel. Really, really all-round tight end guy. And I know the Steelers have got Darnell. I know we've got Haywood. I know we've got Freemuth, but Freemuth's coming off contract. Darnell hasn't proved he can catch the football, and Haywood is not your stereotypical prototype of tight end. Jared Wiley could be a really, really smart pick here if he's available beyond the 4th round. Then you got Theo Johnson. He's gone already. He went pretty early on in the 4th round as we were logging on. You got Jordan Travis, the quarterback out of Florida State. He could be an interesting guy if he falls, but someone will probably pick him up in the 5th round. I don't think he's really necessary for the Steelers before the 6th. Sam Hartman is a guy that could go undrafted. I thought he'd come out last year, played one of the most experienced college quarterbacks to ever play the game in college, played multi-years at Wake Forest, then transferred last year to Notre Dame. Notre Dame didn't have the season that a lot of people thought they were going to have last year, so that hurt him a bit. Then you got Joe Milton out of Tennessee, the rocket arm. If you remember back to the combine, there was a guy in the orange. Oh, well, I didn't wear orange, but they would have come up with orange. This guy can throw that ball like 80, 90 yards. This guy is incredible. You get him to develop behind Russ and Justin Fields. You could have someone here, but it's hard with Tennessee because the offense that they play at Tennessee is probably one of the furthest of the top schools from a pro-style offense. So it's kind of interesting how he projects to the NFL. And you got Johnny Wilson, a wide receiver out of Florida State. He is 6'7", about 230, 240 pounds. In a lot of people's draft analysis, he'll be listed as a tight end. That is where he will ultimately be. But he did enter the process as a wide receiver. Then you got Hunter Nazard, who is the center out of Penn State. He's a good player. He could have gone anywhere from the 4th to the 6th round, so we'll see where he goes. I think he's still on the board. Then you got Braylon Allen, who's 20 right now, turning 21 during the season. He's out of Wisconsin. He's a big bruising running back. He could be, if they're not serious about extending Najee Harris or doing the 5th-year option, he could be an interesting guy you bring in. But even you bring him in anyway, if he falls to the 6th round, that's going to be insane. You got Jacob Cowing, who's a bit of a Calvin Austin type out of Arizona. Probably got a better future in the pros than Calvin Austin, but he's a fast, small, 170, late 170s, early 180 pound guy. And then you got Christian Mahogany. I'm shocked he's still here. He's one of the probably better in top 5 interior linemen going into the draft. Maybe there's an injury issue. He is out of not UConn. I have a mental blank on where he's from. But the fact he's still there is pretty surprising. I will pause there though, because it's a bit hard to go through them that quickly. Shannon, Marky D, any names or positions that stand out to you on offense that we?
I just wonder if you could do that for 7 hours in a row.
Probably not. My voice might.
Like, it's quite impressive. Like I said, no idea what you're saying, but I like it. Shannon, yours?
It's kind of soothing. It's
like, it really is. I'm not lying.
To something at college on tape. Yeah.
Oh, I'll go through the next one since we like it so much. I can't sing, but I can talk. Remember that time, Mark, when we were off air after one of our Eric Allsgorn, one of my favorite tight ends. We're just about to talk about Eric All. They took him off the board. The Bengals. That's a good tight end for the Bengals. That's a bit like when they had Hayden the Bengals. All right, let's go. Ray Davis, a running back. He's a pretty good guy. A bit more of like a cross between the speed and the bruiser. You got Layden Robinson, who's a decent interior offensive lineman. Will take a bit of work, but he'd be a really good depth piece on any roster. Then you got Matt Lee, who had a visit with the Steelers really early in the draft process. Not a top 30 visit, but he had a visit before that. Matt Lee is probably the most experienced center in college football, particularly that projects for the Steelers. He had an extra 300 snaps than anyone else of the centers that we profiled. That's more. He had more than Frazier overall offensive line. Frazier had 2,600, I think it was 67 snaps at center. Then he had about 500 and something. I think it was 70 at left guard. But Matt Lee has played all of them pretty much at center. Really experienced guy. And when you actually look at the stats about penalties and sacks given away and all that sort of stuff, he's done pretty good. Then you got Bud Means, a wide receiver out of Pittsburgh. Now, there will be people tuning into this that live in and around Pittsburgh that know him better than I do. I don't get to watch a lot of Pittsburgh football. It doesn't come up on the TV in Australia. But Bud Means had a really good combine. He's a guy that's probably a 7th rounder really in this draft. But if you go get him late or you got him as a UDFA, that'd be excellent. Eric All, the tight end, just went off the board. He's a guy out of Iowa. He's pretty good. Can kind of do it all, but can definitely catch the ball, a longer style tight end. He will be a bit of a headache. We just talked about safeties in James Worm and Keaton Old-Pato, and Jaden Hicks is still on the board, I think, as well. Those guys are kind of needed to stop an Eric All. He'll reach over the head of Deshaun Elliott, who we picked up in free agency. Then you got Matt Goncalves, the offensive tackle out of Pittsburgh as well. You'll probably see him go in this 4th round at some stage if he hasn't gone already. I've been reading this list, so it's hard to stay across all the picks. But yeah, he's a guy that's going to offer tremendous value. But with Christian Jones on the board, he's a better prospect than Goncalves. So Christian Jones, 55 ranked player, and Daniel Jeremiah's top 150. One of my best pure right tackle projections in the NFL, ready to go, even if you had to day one. So, but Matt Goncalves will go pretty early. I'd be shocked to see if he's there past mid-fifth round. Then you got Sadowala Amia. I hope I've spelled his name right on this board, but he's out of Utah. He's an interior offensive lineman projection. Could go anywhere between the 6th to undrafted. Kamani Vidal is a nice, little explosive little running back out of Troy. He's got some interesting stats on the page. I put in Audric Estime rather than Jalen. I think it's White because out of Tennessee, because he projects more what the Steelers want to do with a bigger running back. I don't really like this projection to the pros. He played behind a really good line in Alt and Blake Fisher with Estime, but I don't really love him to the pros. But if you picked him up late, he's a big bruising running back. You can't argue with that if you have to. Then there's Dalen Holker, a tight end out of it's one of the Dakotas. I think it's South Dakota. I might have stumped the truck here with me on that one. That he had a really good combine, really athletic guy, good size. Hasn't had a lot of production, but hasn't had as many opportunities to do that. So he's a guy that you'd be floating on to challenge like a Rodney Williams in camp. Then you've got Jordan Whittington, the wide receiver out of Texas. He's probably got a 6th-round grade, is probably a fair grade on him. But Jordan Whittington, I believe, had some level of a meeting with the Steelers. I know a lot of prospects do at the Senior Bowl and the Combine stuff, but he had more of a formalized meeting, even if it wasn't a visit. I remember seeing that. This guy's a really sure-handed wide receiver. He's not necessarily the quickest guy. He's not going to run a 4.3. I think he ran the 4.5s at the pro day. But really short hands. He's a guy that you could have as your 5th or 6th guy, and he's probably going to be able to do more with the ball than like a Boykin. Then you got Brennan Rice on the list as well, wide receiver out of USC, the son of Jerry Rice. You watch him, I doubt he makes it out of the 4th with the projection, but there are a few wide receivers still on the board, so you never know. Then you've got Tua's younger brother out of Maryland, who, he's talked about he's had to sort of change his game with the stuff his brother's done. Maryland haven't done that well the last few years. But he's a real team guy. He's a leadership guy. He can make a lot of the short throws. He probably could work quite well in an Arthur Smith offense, which is why I put him on this list. I have a 7th-round grade on him, though. And then I'm going to finish my offensive, these 30 guys. Remember, this is not ranked for anyone that's joined in. Brian Dooley out of Eastern Michigan is an offensive tackle that could well be the best character prospect in this draft. This guy gave up his scholarship for a teammate. This guy is a legend over at Eastern Michigan. He's a wonderful kid. Shannon's massive on character. Marky D, I'm going to throw it to you, though. Brian Dooley. Imagine we got Brian Dooley for the Holy Dooley University. I mean, it'd be insane.
Well, he'd automatically become president, I think. Like, I'm president now. But he would, I think, if we had a vote, I think everybody would vote for Brian Dooley as Hooley Dooley's president. So, but no, his story is pretty cool. I reached out to him on Instagram. I'm trying to get him on the show, but I know he's busy on the draft weekend and stuff like that. He said to me he's not expected to go in the draft, but he said maybe in the undrafted section. So, yeah. And then I saw your take on him. The video was awesome about how he gave away his scholarship to a selfless act to give to his teammate, and seems like a good dude, good bloke. You know what I mean? Not rated one of the best ones, but there's a story behind his name too. I think his name's fantastic. I use it in my daily speech all the time. I created a whole university after it, which is really cool. But not a legit one. So, no players coming out of Hooley Dooley University just yet. But no, here's a good story, man. I think he's awesome. Like I've sent 2 texts to him. He's been really busy, but if we get him on the show, I'll try and get him on with you too, and we can because you obviously you're the drafter that knows everything. All I would do is talk about his last name. So I need to have like some kind of football talk. But no, I think the selfless act that he did was awesome. You know what I mean? Gave away his scholarship, and then he had, I guess, paid for his own, and then the other bloke didn't have it. And that's football. That to me is like taking care of your teammates. And that's sometimes better than skill. You know what I mean? The passion behind that. I thought it was cool.
Yeah, man. And Trice Knight just got taken by the Seattle Seahawks. Right now, that means that the Steelers are on the clock.
Ooh.
Could be Troy Jr. is still there. I don't think they need to double up on linebacker, but if they are worried about Holcomb, that could happen. I do want to bring up some live chats though as we go into the Steelers draft pick. What Vinny's there was a good one here we're going to start off with. Stink Bomb, I think, said welcome to day 3. So that was kind of cool. We're going to bring it up. There we go. Remember legend. Where are we? I lost it. Oh, good. And while I pull up those live chats, what do you think about any of those names stand out to you? Any guys that came across your sort of analysis?
There's a few of them. You was talking about Bud Memes. It depends on who you talk to.
Yeah.
Some people see him as, a guy that, could actually be part of a rotation. And then other guys just don't think he's NFL quality at all.
Yeah.
He's got size, length, speed. You get him in the right system. But there's a lot of guys left on the list here on both offense and defense. Steelers have some good options here in the 4th round.
That's it. Here we go. I found it. I found the live chat. Here we go. Stink Bomb says, happy draft day 3, guys. The pick is in for the Pittsburgh Steelers. We will break that. Fan to fan says your wife must love when you talk dirty NFL draft shit. That's a good one. Trotter Jr. is still out there, Mark. Mark says, glad we got Shannon's guy Frazier. You are not daft Stink Bomb at all. Milton III could be awesome. Goncalves. Oh, did he, Jer? Yeah, so I was trying to update this all as we were creating the live stream. JJ likes Whittington too. Yeah, TJ Tampa. I mean, do not be surprised to see the Steelers go TJ Tampa here. This will make a lot of sense. I will miss Boykin too, Wade. Boykin was a good gunner.
100%.
Lancaster talked about Peyton Wilson. He's a tackling machine. It'd be interesting to see whether they actually even try Wilson at special teams. I believe we have the Steelers selection about to happen. They're reading it out.
Like on TV reading it out? Or am I behind?
Oh, I didn't like this guy. Shannon, you know about this. Mason McCormick.
Yeah.
What do you think about this?
Well, I was not familiar with him. And then I seen a couple of people start talking about him. And then the Steelers had him in for an official visit. So I said, I better check. I mean, he's very versatile. South Dakota State. And, he's going to be another versatile offensive lineman who is immediately a really good depth option, right out of the gate. I think he makes the roster, no doubt. And, because he can back up anything on the interior.
So he'd be probably a good competition for Spencer Anderson. He has played 3,411 snaps in college football, according to PFF. He has played 3,375 of those at left guard. So he's pretty much it's 98%. His PFF grades were an 87.6 offensive, a 90.8 run blocking, 85.4 pass blocking. He's allowed 3 sacks in his college career. He was a 6-year starter, so the COVID year came into play. But he has 4 years where out of the 6 where he didn't allow a sack. He's only allowed 4 quarterback hits, 20 hurries, which is insane compared to some of the other guys. Really, maybe the only thing that's been marked down on him is he hasn't played in a top college, but on paper, he's a pretty good lineman.
The level of competition, is the only thing you're really concerned about. But, I mean, his RAS score was 9.7 or 9.8. I mean, he's very athletic.
Yeah, it's he's going to be. Look at that. It makes a lot of sense. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Mahogany went. But if Mahogany didn't go, that's really, really interesting because for him to get drafted over there. Donald Nolan brings up Cade Stover. I almost put Cade Stover there, but Cade Stover to me doesn't have the length that some of the other tight ends do. I also figured he'd be taken by the time the Steelers want to pick a tight end, but definitely an option. Definitely an option. I like that shout out.
he said that McCormick, when they invited him in, a lot of people were speculating that he could be a sleeper center prospect for they didn't get one of the top 3 guys. So, you can never have too many guys capable.
Totally. And particularly when you got Daniels off contract, which again, we're going to shout out Steal a Wade Show. We're out there as well. After finish our live stream, go check out Steal a Wade Show. He's got a great channel. But Steal a Wade talked about that about a week ago in the process about James Daniels coming off contract. And that's an interesting prospect for the Steelers. And Siamalu is not getting any younger. He's got 2 more years on the deal, but he's 31, I think, this year. So that'll be interesting there.
Did y'all see the rumors this morning about that the Steelers have talked to Cam Sutton?
Yeah, I saw
haven't seen that. I heard the rumors that they tried to put a bid in yesterday for Debo.
No, I don't know about that, but what I'm reading, they were really just checking on Sutton, a friend and a former teammate. And Tomlin was checking on him. And I think people are reading into it that they're going to try to get him back in Pittsburgh. But I think it was initially just checking on him. Supposedly, he didn't know that there was a warrant out for his arrest.
Yeah, I heard something at the time about that where he, that wouldn't surprise me.
But I mean, at least you don't have a cell phone, how is it? He wasn't around anybody. People were saying, somebody was saying, hey, there's a warrant out for your arrest. That's like saying, I can't listen to you, coach, because I got diabetes.
Steve Tanner says McCormick is a good selection. Value is high. Yeah, definitely. That's it. There's some great comments in this chat. People talk about TJ Tampa or Kyrie Jackson. Kyrie Jackson went a little bit earlier in round 1, but I was kind of disappointed to see that one as well. But we're now at the point of the draft as well, where we can all have our different grades, but people are now, obviously, you always think about scheme fit. You think about what you got on the roster. You think about where guys are dropping. You think about also, like, the Steelers want McCormick there. They might not like any other interior offensive lineman for the next 4 or 5 rounds. So, not 4 or 5, the next 2 or 3 rounds. So that's why it makes sense for them to go and get McCormick now. So you've now got to look at your board. You're looking at best player available. You'll be looking at depth at different positions and where you can get guys. And then we said this going into the draft. We wanted the Steelers to stick to their board. So it's definitely an interesting situation in terms of the picks, but you can't knock that. The Steelers are building. We said this on the channel going into the draft. The theme for this year, just like last year, was trenchy, in the trenches, not trendy. And that's what the Steelers are doing. And this is why we're going to have a good run game again this year. We're going to have a better run game. And Shannon, you talked about this the most all basically since January onwards, since the 2025 or 2024 season started, the off season, is Russell Wilson and Justin Fields were the most sacked quarterbacks last year in the NFL. Steelers have to make sure they've got blokes ready to go, ready to step in if there's injuries, next man up, to make sure those guys get clean pockets so they can go throw the football and we don't derail and become a one-dimensional offense like we were last year. So,
if you're going to have Arthur Smith's offense and you're going to run a lot of play action, quarterbacks don't like to turn their back and carry through with the fake and then turn around and be hit in the mouth because you allow pressure right up the middle. The Steelers have not run much play action for years now because their offensive line's been anemic. So they've really committed to building the foundations. We're just seeing it. Now, a defensive lineman, needs to be coming off the board soon. Or they could, try to sign somebody. But I'm impressed with their commitment to sticking to their guns and sticking to the board.
This is interesting. Jalen Wright just went to Miami. They've got the other really, really quick running back as well. Devin Arcane. Archane. That's going to be a nightmare to have to defend against. I think Yuli brought it up that McCormick tested really well on the combine drills. I just put in the comments as well, Yuli. I think that was the 3-cone. You just reminded me. I think it was the 3-cone, but not too sure. You might have been right there. Yeah, Ben didn't like play action. He did not like play action. Did anyone see the picture with Ben and Devlin Duck Hodges playing golf together?
No, I didn't see it.
Yeah, it came up overnight. I saw it just as I was going to bed. They were both in the golf cart together.
I saw that. What were they doing? Golfing?
Go golfing, yeah.
Are they mates? Those two?
Yeah, they're friends, yeah.
Well, because the other thing too is, remember, Ben likes his country music, right? And Devlin Duck Hodges is with Lainey Wilson.
Yeah, but see, Ben likes to hunt, and Ben likes to fish, and
True.
He's country, and that's what Duck is. So
GB.
Those guys they're very similar.
Welcome, GB. GB, if I know you're busy all weekend, but if you want to jump on at any time, I will send you the link, brother. I will absolutely send you the link.
You can have my spot if you want. Change.
Nah, you're an essential.
Oh, thanks, mate. Appreciate that. That sounds like that was a few years ago, wasn't it? I'm an essential worker.
Oh, Lord, don't remind us. Hey, everybody's saying, why is TJ Tampa dropping?
Must be a medical, or there's something. There's not college. There's some issue on left field issue.
Because I've heard that his main drawback is he's not really fast, but he's very fundamentally sound all around. I am shocked he's still on there.
I like Josh Newton though. Like, I had them very comparable. I just had Tampa as sort of a bigger body guy, but the funny one for me though, Shannon, you and I talked about James Williams all draft and people sleeping on that kid. Like, I think it's because they can't figure out where they're going to play him. But surely,
he's a hybrid. Yeah.
Surely someone's going to take a fifth on, like, considering how high Mate Mapu went last year to the Patriots. Surely this guy can get a bit of love from some team. I bet maybe the Bears pick him here or something. And GB, if you're still listening, we do just want to say as well, thank you very much for coming on the channel the other day. That was awesome to have you on. That was so good. We don't get enough GB in the Steelers community, but I thought
there was two Aussies there, and Shannon, he's the honorary Aussie. But now I think Shannon might have taken the place with the Pears comment or Beers. I can't
Steve
tell.
Tanner, I like Pratt as well. I'm a big Pratt dude. JB, you can come whenever you like. You let us know you're on the channel. That's done. That was awesome. Torrey Taylor, punter out of Iowa, the best punter in the class. Ray Guy Award winner. Yeah, isn't
he Aussie, that bloke?
Yeah.
They're all Aussie. I think it's a progressive. I can't say it. I think you have to be Australian to be an NFL punter anymore.
It's a bit like that, isn't it? There's a few out there.
It's because they're
took his title away. No way, dude. Nah, it was good. Some good fun slang segments back in the day.
Oh, they were good back in the stars. Steel Chick 46 says her alma mater plays against South Dakota State. They have a great program, tough O-lines. Well, that's good to hear. You gotta like that. Is McCormick Simone? I'm not sure.
So will we see a trade up like these other teams are doing to get some better picks?
So Steelers are picking, is it 178? Is 178 the next pick? I think so. I think it's 178 is the next pick. That's a long gap. Yeah,
you're right. Yep. And then 195. Only two left.
I can't imagine they're going to not pick a guy in the 5th round. This might be like a Loudermilk. This might be like a Loudermilk situation.
Yeah, that didn't work out too well.
No, it didn't. That was a bit of a Colbert.
That's what you really knew Colbert was starting to lose it some.
Yeah.
I think people took me to task for saying that Loudermilk was a huge reach, and they could have got him as an undrafted free agent. And people got so mad at me. But what has he done?
Who took you to task?
Huh?
Who took you to task?
Everybody. See, I did the grading the pick article, and I said I think I give him like a C- or a D grade, and everybody's like, "Oh, Colbert knows a lot more about the prospects than you do." And I said, nobody. I mean, about everybody had Loudermilk undrafted.
Yeah.
And we took him
Yeah,
in the fifth and traded up to get him.
Insane. There's Cade Stover exercising the bull. I remember that from the combine. JJ, I had a big chat with Shannon about Yoo-Hoo. Mark, do you know about Yoo-Hoo?
Isn't that a drink? I know it
Yeah.
from a film. I think I know it from like an Adam Sandler movie.
Well, Shannon's the Yoo-Hoo master.
Billy Madison, I think it was, or something like that. Yoo-Hoo. Is it milk or not?
It's chocolate water.
Chocolate. No, so it's just water.
It's
What do you
not
mean?
carbonated. It's just like chocolate water.
Is there any milk involved at all?
No.
Why would you have chocolate water?
It says it's good source of vitamins.
Oh,
and
it's like an iced chocolate, Mark. Remember the classic iced chocolate?
It's gluten free.
Yeah, but it's gonna have milk in it. Surely, it can't just be water.
No, it's pretty much milk free.
That's weird.
But it tastes good.
There's a little bit of milk.
That stumped me. Yoo-Hoo. Okay. No, I heard it in Adam Sandler movie. I think was Billy Madison or something like that, or one of those ones back in the 90s. 90s reference again.
Yeah, have you ever made hot chocolate out of water?
No.
Yeah.
Milk.
Really? When you've been camping? You haven't done it when you went camping?
You look like a camping. Be honest.
I don't know.
What does my persona from Yellowstone go camping? Hey, Shannon, what do you reckon about that?
She would love you.
Hey, does she go camping? Hey, does she like?
Yes, she does a lot of camping.
Oh, I bet she does. She does. Did you know that Maddie's wife also compared me to her too, 2-0?
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that's great.
So we're walking the dog yesterday afternoon, and I after the stream, and I played the clip. But before I did, I said, I was saying that Shannon, you compare to Rip and all that sort of stuff, and I said, I asked a question, you got to get validated by someone else, and I said, and then we talked about Mark, and then I said to my wife, I'm like, what do you think he is before I tell you what Shannon is? And she goes, oh, Tita with a streak of who's the bloke that I said? Jimmy. She was like, definitely Tita with a stroke of Jimmy. I was like, that's what I said.
Good.
And it's only the personality.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. But when two people do that, like you start to question things, don't you? You know what I mean? Like you start thinking about certain things, and then because it was because you brought up myself with the lonely flint. Oh, maybe that's why, because I did say I put myself out to like 7-Eleven, so that was up there. I would do that probably. I wouldn't leave the room.
Fans, that was great.
I wouldn't leave the room. Dead set. I'd be making so much.
Jesus. Jesus.
What the hell? That's cool as. Yeah, I wouldn't leave the room, bro. I'd be making bank. Making 100K a week. Wouldn't even wear clothes.
I do have the OnlyFans clip while we're waiting. I do have the OnlyFans clip. Do you want to see that one?
Yeah,
Jesus.
Sorry.
A bit of a sidetrack, and we might, because I'm doing a live stream later, and you guys are welcome to come up if you want to. But like, if I was the other gender, right, I'd be so rich. I have no self worth at all, so I'd be so rich. I'll be 24/7. It'd be 7-Eleven, but OnlyFans. I'll be open all day.
You never worked in your life.
Never. I wouldn't even leave my room. I just get DoorDashes and just have all kinds of camera angles going on and different things happening. It's true.
My wife got to laugh out of that one too.
Hey. It's the new age of the internet, man. 2024, you can make bank at home.
I don't know if no one keen-eyed out there would have seen it apart from I'm a nerd about our streams. When I played that clip, it was 53 minutes of recording, right? It is 53 minutes right now.
Oh,
that is scary, man.
Oh.
Wait, do we need to like some kind of hang on. Okay, I won't say that.
That's parallel universe, man.
Yeah,
as it came off, I'm like, the clock hasn't changed. That's weird.
That is odd. So we're scripted to do that every time then.
Yeah, pretty much. Every time at 53 minutes from now on.
What is happening? What is happening to these channels?
Oh, that's good arm length from McCormick. There you go, Shannon. 33 7/8.
Yep. No, it's not bad. I mean, Especially, I think he's a guard, so that'll be really good.
Well, but I saw his PFF numbers are 6'5", 315. I think when they pulled him up, they had 6'4" 3/4 and 309 pounds. I think when they pulled up the prospect on the the little window that they put on the television. That's good for them, Donald. That's good for them. That's really good for them.
Who's Sam Hartman? Because I keep thinking of the other bloke, Jeff Hartman from Stillcoat Network. That's all I think of.
Sam Hartman is the quarterback out of Wake Forest. He's got the luscious hair. Remember him at the combine?
He went to Notre Dame last year.
Yeah, played Notre Dame last year.
You think Steelers are quarterback? Could they? Maybe.
Well, I'm more on Sam Hartman. If he somehow goes undrafted, he'd be really good. I can't believe someone's picked Malik Mustafa out of Wake Forest before they've picked freaking James Williams. That's insane, man.
Is Tampa going to choose Tampa? They have to, right?
They've waited this long.
That would only make sense.
That's my GM talk. I'd do that. From Buccaneers in Germany. Unreal. We got Steeler fans in Germany. I've talked to a few of those blokes.
Yeah, I want to bring them on.
Back.
I watched their channel after you brought them in there. They were good.
I love when the fans get excited and they have no idea who the player is.
That's so good.
You can tell they have no clue. You could have said they picked Santa Claus and they'd be jumping up and down.
Oh, that's a good one.
So what? Running
Bernie
back
would say they picked you, Shannon, if we did Santa Claus.
Yeah. You're the country Santa Claus.
On here a couple times.
Sean, yeah, I know. Mel Kiper always does that when there's someone of a different position.
But Mel's got to talk about everybody. Like
I wish I could mimic his voice. I just can't. I was gonna pull myself off screen, boys. I'm just gonna take the seated position now, the standing position.
All right, we're taking over. Shannon, it's our channel now. All right.
Well,
you're all for rails if that happens.
Lonely fans are us.
Between me and Marky, we'll get in trouble.
Whatever we want. What do you want to talk about? It is my 3:23 a.m. So
yes.
I should be sleeping right now, technically.
Yeah, I think both of y'all need a little more rest.
Yeah, no, we did last year, and then it's just one of those things where you just have to do it. You know what I mean? You gotta watch it. I got to work today too, but I'm not doing strenuous work. But no, I'll probably sleep when it's over, and then we're all good. See, we ain't saying anything wrong at all.
After this?
Oh, I'm only teaching pickleball. It's only like 12 to 3 or something.
You're teaching pickleball?
Yeah, I'm a coach.
I didn't. Yeah, pickleball.
Does Miss Tito, whatever her name is from Yellow Park, say that? Does she?
Tito.
Yeah, does she coach pickleball? Probably not.
Man, that would have been hilarious, but I don't think she don't have time to play pickleball because she's working the ranch.
Oh, okay.
She's breaking horses.
Oh, that's so good. That is so good.
My favorite. You know what? I like the center. The more I look into it, I think. I saw that footage where he broke his leg, and the guy had he jumped off the field, dude. That was nuts. I couldn't believe that.
He's a warrior.
Did they win that game?
Yes.
There you go.
That was on the final drive.
Yeah.
And they scored on a touchdown throw to the running back with no time left.
Yeah. So if he doesn't do that, they don't win that game?
Oh, no. They would not have won that game.
So isn't it
They would have had to use their last time out.
We have players like that who join the team, and we have ex-players like Claypool who do this.
Yes, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like didn't he break, like his whole leg was done. I saw him was like jumping off. And I thought that was awesome. So I'm warming up to him. And actually the whole O-line stuff I like what they're doing now. I think the team does well, of course they got to go and play and get better and work and go to the gym and stuff like that. But I think it's all coming together where we can have a bit of confidence in our offense, compared to a few years ago.
Why are they line dancing in Detroit?
Lion dancing? Did you say?
Oh, I didn't.
Lion
dancing.
Is that what you said?
That would make sense. Lion dancing.
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah.
You know?
Donald said that I had for Tiny listed. Yeah, I mean he's a guy that projects inside. It's not like completely crazy, but the Steelers pretty firm. They want to try him at tackle, but
Didn't Mike Tomlin just say he said dead set he's a tackle?
Yeah.
Don't sometimes we have to listen to the coaches and organization?
No,
I know
everyone else knows better.
Sometimes you have to, though. I think
Some people are worried about the height, but then people forget that I always pronounce his name wrong. Awenhu, or the guy over at the
Awenhu.
Patriots that can play guard and tackle. He's only 6'3" and a little bit, and he's fine. Shannon, would you? According Eric says, "Hi Eric, shout out. Always support us on Twitter." Eric sent me a really lovely message too in the related draft process about both channels. So good to have you on, Eric, live. Eric
man.
said, "Shannon, would you be upset if the Steelers got Devonshire?"
No, absolutely not. I want them to get a slot corner, another. So I would be really happy with him or Beanie Bishop.
I can't be happy at this point if they got Beanie undrafted. How good would that be? That would be good.
Well, that'd be great, but I think he has to at least go in the 6th.
Oh yeah, he'll go. I reckon he'll go.
Well, I think both of them was going to be around the 5th or 6th round.
53. Oh, no. Is that what it is? Are they line dancing for the Lions? I feel like that's what's happening.
Did they pick yet? No, they didn't pick yet.
They've only picked 2 cornerbacks so far in the draft. That's
Is
interesting.
it? They've only had 2 picks so far.
I think
Maybe 3.
3. Yeah, I think 3.
Yeah,
But they
boy,
moved
had
up
a
last
strong
year.
draft, though.
Maybe no. They might have only picked the 2. I'll pull up their draft pick. I'll pull up their draft dudes.
They've had a strong draft.
They're a good team now.
Oh,
they're-
Rakestraw
they're getting
and
up there.
Arnold. Rakestraw and Arnold is like insane.
They can win the North again this year, I reckon, to be honest.
Yeah, they've only had 2 picks. I was right. Yeah, good work, brain. They'd used the 3rd round last year to go get Campbell.
Oh, Lord, they brought their governor out.
Is she wearing the Axel Foley Detroit Lion?
That's what it looks like.
I love that Billy was copping in his get up.
You know,
At
they're
least
coming out
she's
with
not wearing an FOTY jersey. God.
they're coming out with another Beverly Hills Cop movie on Netflix.
I still think number 2 is the best one.
This is number 4.
Yeah, I like number 2.
Which DL do we want? I want Gabe Hall. One the Steelers' next pick would be a great spot for Gabe Hall. I really want Gabe Hall.
What is their next pick again?
178, I think off the top of my head.
Holy crap, that's gonna be forever.
That's why I'm saying I don't.
Should have been
I'd
here
be
last
shocked
year,
to see
Shannon.
them
It's a long haul, mate. It's a long haul.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you
There's
got to
we're
warm
not
into it,
soft
mate.
here.
Nah.
It's not even as bad as last year. It's only like 70 picks. Mark and I did 120, 130.
Yeah, dude. It was a long
190.
time.
No, it's 190. Yeah, 178, and then they're 195 because we got the two in the 6th.
All
Man,
from
I
BC.
want. We
I've
brought up
been to
James
BC.
Williams. Gracie, I want James Williams. I really want James Williams.
Have you guys been to Canada in British Columbia? BC is awesome.
I have not.
Are you allowed to draft outside the America? America?
Remember when Moritz Boehringer went from Germany a few years back? That was insane.
You can do that from so your college needs to what?
No. You have to be affiliated.
Okay.
I think if Canada is different to everyone else, I think you can be drafted out of Canada, but I think everyone else has to have it. You have to be a college affiliated to be drafted.
Right.
But Canada gets a dispensation.
And you need to be eligible and stuff like that. So he's from B. Oh, Bernie's in BC. BC is amazing. I lived there
Bernie,
for like 6 months.
what's the college like that he's from? Any good in Canadian football?
So he plays Canadian football, but wouldn't play American football. You know what I mean? He wouldn't play our rule. They
play slightly different rules, yeah.
But do you think the college would play American football rules? Do you know what I'm saying? Or not?
Oh, It depends if
I
the
don't know.
conference. Depends what conference. Yeah. Oh, that's a good pick. That's a really good pick for Philadelphia. Will Shipley. They'll like that late. He's a good player. Hidden Shadow. I wanted Dante Jackson in 2022. So Dante will play well. He'll be a good player for the Steelers. But the Steelers still need a third corner. So, but remember Trice. We haven't seen anything from Trice yet, so you never know.
What do you mean?
We haven't seen anything. He doesn't play in the NFL yet because of the injury. So we don't.
Oh, yeah. I'm saying he was back at voluntary workouts.
Yeah.
So that's a good sign.
Well, the thing is, at least he's got 2 fake legs effectively. So at least,
Hey, I'm telling you, a lot of times guys are born and their ligaments and their tendons are not strong enough.
Yeah.
To keep up with as they get stronger and taller and bigger, and they suffer these injuries. And after they get them repaired and they actually are stronger and they actually are more prepared for the physicality and the wear and tear of playing in the NFL. I mean, you look at Frank Gore, he destroyed his knees and ended up, one of the he's top 10 most yards. It played forever.
He's third, isn't he? Oh, you mean the dad or the son?
No, the dad.
Yeah, he's I think he's third overall in the because he played that long. I've always been a huge fan of Frank Gore.
Yeah.
I love the way he ran the ball. He was fun to watch.
But it's interesting too because like a lot of times when you have one injury like that and then your body can't keep up when you come back, like, and that's kind of where Trice sort of falls into that mix. I remember back in high school, we had a guy in first year in high school where he was a state level sprinter and he did his ankle and they had to have surgery on his ankle. He came back, he was even faster. But then he got injured all the time because the other leg couldn't keep up with the leg that they'd had repaired. So it didn't work out for him too well. But yeah, this kind of happens. So at least
usually
he'll bounce back.
Usually, if that's the case, you end up having both knees repaired because you injure them.
But the thing is, sometimes it's nice to let people marinate. Like he's had a year to watch tape. He's had a year to watch all the adjustments. He's had a year to learn that defense, and he's had a year where he hasn't been able to play football. He should come out hungry. It should be good times. Daredevil, I'm injury prone too, dude.
Can I bring something up that I saw a tweet here? Vince Williams said, "Amazing pick. This is full. The draft class is full of Steelers. You guys agree?"
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yep.
Yeah.
He was fun to watch too, man. I love Vince Williams.
I miss Vince. Remember when he wanted to be
was
Vince
good.
to be part of the Killer?
Was he the one that laid down and did the snow angel?
Yeah.
In Houston or something?
Yeah, I think it was in Houston.
And then the other bloke picked him up. I don't know. I thought it was funny. He's good.
Vincey.
He was a classic Steeler. Pretty
He's
underrated.
really active on Twitter.
Yeah.
What's up, Ali? What's up, man? What's up? What's up? I missed that ad. I love that ad. What's up? But yeah, everyone, if you're watching on Steeler Touchdown Under, go give a like and a sub if you're not already to Steeler Nation Australia. Everyone else do the reverse. It's good time.
I've got a huge announcement in about 6 hours' time, but I can't say it yet. So you have to watch the whole program and be liked and subbed and notify everyone that you know.
Hey, why is Jeremiah Trotter not even showing up on Mel's top 10 available?
There must be something off field that we don't know about, or maybe it's injury related. I feel like it could be characters that we know there's something out on him that we all don't know about. But remember I said this earlier on in the process, Shannon, like he's considered a little bit on the small side. And that's going to limit some of his value, but there must be something off the field. This is getting pretty late at this point.
Yeah, I don't get it. And I haven't heard anything.
Jeffrey Benedict.
Wow. Nah, well, I've got nothing to say to that.
Mark's doing it 24 hours
Oh,
sleep.
mates. Dude, if I was the other gender too, my sleep stream would be awesome. It'd be the best. There would be no covers. There'd be no pants at all. Just right off.
It was as it was 1:45 a.m. and I was like, oh, Shannon and Mark are both awake. I said to my wife, I'm like, I could just lie here and do the stream. And I was like, I'll just do it like really slow, like ASMR. She's like, people love that stuff. I'm like, I'm not live streaming from my bed.
I don't think it would really work for us, but it would work
No.
for the other kind. You know. And if I was Tito's from Parks and Rec, where are you from? Yellowstone?
Tito from Yellowstone. Tito's from
Teeter.
I love Tito's. Give me some Tito's. That's the best vodka out, man. I love that stuff.
We do.
Eric says, I'm loving the live streams. Awesome.
So are we. It's good fun. It's great.
Oh, it's great fun. It's
really
like,
enjoyable.
Okay, no need to get sarcastic. I'm enjoying it.
No, I was being serious. I was being 100% serious. I'm not always taking the piss like Shannon here yesterday.
Like Tita here.
Taking the piss.
Donald says Steel's got JBJ Jackson, Josiah Scott, Darius Rush, Corey Trice, Luke Picaro, Kalen Barnes, Thomas Graham Jr. at center. You know your blokes, Donald. Plenty of options to find that. Yeah, that's true.
Can I bring something else up here on Twitter? Joel Warren apparently said that on Cam's podcast, live from the draft party, it's night and day difference from last year in leadership in terms of the quarterbacks. Having Fields and Wilson. And they've only been there a few days. So
yeah, man, they've not even properly worked. Like, it's not even properly worked out.
So maybe things are turning around. Maybe
I
Kenny wasn't.
I agree with Wise Guys Outdoors. I reckon TJ Tampa's got something going on we don't know about. There's got to be something.
Yet, Russell Wilson is an established star. He has been a franchise quarterback for Seattle. And so he's going to obviously have a different demeanor, around these younger players. So if they can get even competent quarterback play this year, they should see some real improvement on offense. Oh, the Ravens got TJ Tampa.
Oh, really?
Yep, they just took TJ Tampa.
I've got the tracker on round 6. Sorry, I'm gonna move back to round 4.
Hey, Shannon,
he is a bit of a Raven type, actually.
Shannon, what's a jackrabbit? Shannon, you're a country man of the old country. What's a jackrabbit? What is that?
It is an actual rabbit, more from the West Coast. They are like our rabbits are smaller, and jackrabbit is taller, bigger.
They're like a Mark. You know how we have rabbits and hares here? They're more like a hare,
like a big rabbit.
Yeah. They're tall, long. They've got really good measurements. I mean, they'd be sought after.
Are they size of a dog, like a dog, or what?
No, they're like a hare. They're what we call a hare.
Oh, yeah, I see them down the beach.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got rabbits.
Jackrabbits are actually there. You go. Official
Beach.
National Geographic. National Geographic. Jackrabbits are actually hares, not.
Oh, maybe not the beach. I see rabbits at the beach though.
See, that's some American slang. We call it a jackrabbit. Oh, Jared Wiley. Goes to Kansas City. That's bad. That's not good news.
It's got big ears. Why is ears so big?
The hare's ears are that big.
Their ears stand up more.
Looks like a little wallaby.
Yeah,
It looks like a
really
hare.
does. Yes.
It's a fucking that's really,
like small
really bad
dogs.
that's really bad for the rest of the AFC. That's not good. I don't like that. Damn.
Oh, they stand up straight. Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
and they got their ears stick up and
Cool.
RAS off the charts. I really don't like that they just. Oh, Detroit just traded. There's someone they like. Who did they trade with? Philly. There must be someone. So interesting. Detroit have traded in with, I think, must be Philly, based on what's on NFL.com. But the Chiefs are, and then the Chiefs pick again. So the Chiefs almost were going to go back to back there. There must be someone that Detroit liked with Wiley off the board. Maybe it's a tight end. Who we got on my board? Theo's gone. Wiley's gone. Eric's gone. Dalen Holker is still there. But they have a lot of tight ends over at Detroit. They don't need a tight end. Interesting. I mean, I could see them going and get Braylon Allen to back up Gibbs. That is an interesting situation. They might want Rice. They don't really need him.
No, I don't think they need him.
Oh, you know what I would do if I was Detroit? If I was Detroit and I saw him mocked to the Chiefs at one point, James Williams. If you are Detroit and you get James Williams, that good luck. No one's scoring on that defense.
I've got breaking news.
Yeah.
Shannon's going to be happy, but I'll tell you guys at the end of the podcast before you hit the like and subscribe and share to everyone else.
I love it.
Do you want to hear it?
Happy?
Yeah.
I like to be happy.
Oh, actually, no. This is from a site. Oh, I don't know if maybe. Hang on. It's from a different site, though. Maybe it's not right.
OnlyFans.
No, not that one. No, it's from like jersey numbers on update. Zach Frazier's got his. Oh, no, he is. Oh, wait.
Do we know his number? I was looking for his number before.
It says 54, but it's from a.
Yeah, he's always number 54.
Yeah, but NFL jersey numbers, I don't know if I trust them or not. I tweeted it out. So
yeah, I think he'll be 54.
Well, yeah, I don't know if I trust the source though. So my bad. Bad news.
But you can trust me.
Hey.
54. It's going to be 54.
But that's Quan's number for when he comes back.
He ain't coming back.
Yeah, he was good. He was good before the injury. Let me check their website. Oh, not yet. Man, they add their names pretty fast to the roster.
They put in Mason McCormick. It's amazing what they can do when it's not the depth chart.
Yeah.
Hey, GB asked the question.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just putting a tweet out.
Only Roost.
Would we rather have a cornerback or a defensive tackle?
Oh, that one.
Sorry, Shannon. This is what the day 3 stream's like for us.
Football. Okay.
I want the highest rated guy on their board at either position.
That's the political answer. I want Gabe Hall if Gabe Hall's there.
What's the
if he's the highest rated guy on their board?
He will be. He's higher rated than Beanie Bishop, hopefully.
I'm telling you, I like Bishop and Devonshire.
If we go and get Bishop, does that mean we start like we have to go and get it? Like this nice. I give up. Don't worry about it.
No, go.
I'm folding in. It's a really bad joke.
Yeah, go for it.
I was thinking about it. No, it sucks. I was gonna say we have a bishop and a queen, right? Then all we need is a rook.
Ooh.
A couple of pawns and a king. Whole chessboard back there. Then I realized how terrible it was, so I'll put myself out in a minute. I'll see you later.
I love it.
Well, they had a king last year and he didn't work out.
Who was that?
Kalen King's still on the board. That corner's still on the board. We can go king.
Yeah, they could get a king. Yeah.
Who was king? Who was king?
Kalen King is available. He's a cornerback.
Oh, I thought he went on the Steelers.
No, last year it was Desmond King, and they never played him.
Yeah. Thanks, Don. No, I really butchered it though, big time.
I want to bring up Yuli, because Yuli's not getting any love. Yuli brought up the fact of Johnny Wilson 6'7". Russell Wilson might actually be able to see him.
True. Throw into his hands up here.
Who's this lady? She looks famous. Is that Carrie Underwood? Was that Carrie Underwood that announced that pick?
What are you talking about?
Is she a
The
singer?
lady that announced the pick. Sione Barkey's a good safety, but he's more of a he's not. He wasn't a good fit for the Steelers.
Two front, Matty.
No, I'm not.
Ooh, I just saw Kenny McCormick getting drafted right now. He's pretty happy.
He's a
Russell
good player.
Wilson's
I
still-
almost put him on the
he's-
list. I didn't want to put more than 30 on the list for each offense and defense.
Wilson's reaching out to all these guys, saying hello. He's on his phone. He looks like a big guy, 6'4". Look like a wall.
Oh, the Jets have picked. I like the Chiefs pick too. The Chiefs pick's a good player. He was on my board for day 2. That's a good pick for them, Jaden Hicks, 211 pounds out of Washington State, one of the best strong safeties. This guy is a gun. That is very bad for the rest of the AFC. That's not good. Chiefs picking some good players late, but the New York Jets, they just picked a very good player for what they need to do. Damn.
Oh, yeah, we had Desmond King. That was right. I forgot about him.
Yeah, you put out a really good. The video did really well on Desmond King. I remember.
Didn't I bag him out because he gave away the one? Oh, that's right. Everyone was so upset about it.
The signing one. No, when the signing one, that one went nuts. I felt like you broke the news.
Can't remember. All I know is was he the bloke that gave the touchdown versus the Ravens?
Yeah.
Everyone, some Steel Nation was really annoyed about we got rid of him. And I was like, there's other blokes there. It's fine.
All right, we'll take bets. Which week will Aaron Rodgers get injured this year?
If he's going to, maybe 7. You know, that was pretty unfortunate last year, though. What, 2 snaps in?
Do you know what's interesting that I think? People aren't talking about this. Rodgers did his Achilles. Kirk Cousins did his Achilles. These are older quarterbacks doing their Achilles. It's interesting, like how the game's changed. This is the injury that's popping up, not necessarily a knee
And now,
or Tommy John. It seems to be Achilles. It's kind of interesting.
now Goodell wants another game for 18 games. Wants to play longer for safety, apparently.
That also just got tweeted out about the Sutton thing as well. I just saw that when I opened up Twitter. So this is definitely a developing story.
I don't think so either.
Take.
No, he doesn't want to play. You can tell.
He's got his money.
He's
So
there for the
Braylon
money.
Allen.
It's guaranteed, baby.
Yeah, would you turn to work? Like, you know, if I was doing OnlyFans, I'd only show half a. You know, what I'm saying, to get that much money easily. No, he doesn't want to play. That's such a bad thing. He did what, $230 million? How much guarantee did he get, Shannon?
Say what?
How much guaranteed money did he get?
It was 200 something guaranteed, I think.
That's right. He's going to retire and
Yeah,
start a podcast.
It's all guaranteed. Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be there. I think the Browns will beat them again next year.
That's the worst contract ever that I've ever seen in any sport.
Watson contract.
Oh,
4 years?
there've been some bad ones in some
But
other
you can't
sports,
get out
let me
from
tell
under
you.
that.
5-year contract, and how much guaranteed? $230. Fully guaranteed. Oh, wow. Yeah,
That's
right.
how desperate they were to get a quarterback. Nobody wants to go there. And they had Baker Mayfield if they'd have just stuck with him.
So he dead set could just I want to retire, see you later, and then to get all the money back. Could the
He don't get the money if he retires, though.
okay.
They could pay him to leave. They could work out a settlement. You can pay someone out the contract. Braylon Allen, though, I will just say that to the Jets. That's a really good pick for them behind Breece Hall. That's with Malachi Corley. They are ready to run. You know, I know they got Rodgers. They're going to run that rock. That is going to be dangerous, man.
Could I just get a shout out there to anyone listening from Steelers TDU? If you are not subscribed yet and you're part of the 14 members here, then let's get Matty to 450.
Thanks, man.
You're on 447. We need 3
I have
more.
a surprise for you both, boys.
What's that?
Welcome to the stage, Jeffrey.
Ah, yeah, this bloke. What's going on, mate? How are ya?
Hi guys, how you doing?
I haven't seen you in yonks.
It's been a long time, Marky.
Hey,
I had to reclaim my title after you threatened to give it to Shannon there, so I put it in my name.
Did you hear what he said yesterday?
What did he say yesterday?
He said, I thought Foster's was called Pierce. That's what he said.
I said Foster's is the king of beers.
It sounds like you're saying piss, though.
I know, but I try to say beers. It sounds like piss.
I cannot tell. Jan or Shannon, I cannot tell what you're saying.
No, I believe you're confusing. That's old style in Chicago, Shannon. That is the king of.
Oh.
Or is it? Or what was it? It was Foster's is Australian for beers.
See, are you saying beers or piss? I can't tell.
He's got to be.
Yeah, no, you're tricking us. It was so good though. Like when you said it, my eyes lit up. I was like, "This is amazing."
Oh my goodness!
Oh, I love it. It's so good.
I'm gonna get it ready, Matty. I'll show the original one to everyone else. If you want to bring it up in a minute.
I don't think you can show it though. Does it let you?
Yeah. I did it. Oh, by the way, sorry, Shannon. I made a video about you today, so that's cool. Thanks.
Going on the only ruse
without your permission. Hang on. Only ruse. That's you better take that.
You know what though, like GB, if you want to make like side money, you create that platform, people will be on there. Like you just give them a higher cut than what they get now. Like only ruse, like it's smart. Like
no, seriously, if it was just like kangaroos doing things, Americans would eat that up.
Oh yeah, man. Do you know what's funny? So because I think I've told you guys before, but like we do a lot of like nature photography and stuff, and whatever. But when we go to the zoos and we go to America, the special section is always Australian, and it's like we got no interest in that. Like we went to, so for instance, last time we were in the States, we went to San Diego Zoo, and they are the only zoo in the world that has a platypus in the zoo, right? Like no other world, we're not allowed to export them, right? And the lady comes up to her, she's like, "Oh my god, we've got this like platypus," and I'm literally turned to her, I'm like, "Don't care." Like, seen one platypus, seen them all.
When you hear this video, it's Matty, it's on the spot where it needs to be.
Oh yeah,
right?
Okay, yeah, I'll pull it up.
We need to vote after. Everyone in the chat needs to say, is it beers, BEERS, or Pierce, PISS? Because when I heard Pierce, it made the joke so much more funnier. This is yesterday.
All right, are you ready?
Recap. Do I got to play it? I do.
Yeah.
Wait, do I? Okay. Nah,
yeah,
I think there's always divide there. Always going to be. And that was, you know what, too? I think that the stereotype is that we drink Fosters. And then the first Foster I saw was in Pittsburgh. It's a true story.
Yeah.
The first ever Foster I saw was in America. I've never seen one.
I thought that was like Australia for beers.
For what?
I thought Foster's was Australia for beers.
That's so funny. The way you're saying peace is amazing right now. Sign him up as an Australian right now. Tick that box.
When he said Barbie earlier as well, he said Barbie really naturally too. I'm like,
that was Australia for piss. Shannon, you're too much, mate. I can't handle you. Piss. Yeah, it is. But the first one I saw.
Oh, bring up J-Devil, Will Levis, the coffee and the mayo. What the heck is going on?
Oh, yeah, dude. What a loser.
Oh, that was
By the way, I found the definition of a crayfish, and yes, a yabby is a.
Oh my gosh.
I'm telling you.
I bring up this Steelers chick because I was literally going to say this. Jake Cowing's a really good player for them. That's a good thing. But back to the Steelers. Is it chicken or it's like the Jessica Simpson. Is it chicken or fish? Is it beers or piss?
I agree with Jenna. It's clearly piss. It just caught me off guard. I thought it was so great.
Yep. I agree with that. That's what it sounds like to me, Shannon.
It does. It does sound like it.
But it wasn't. That's the best part. It's so good.
Because that was the old Foster's commercial. You know, it was Australian for beers. But when I was trying to say it, it's not Australian. It sounds like piss.
And that's what we call it too. That's why it's amazing. It's a 5-star joke. You're in it. You know what I mean? It's so good because we call that we call piss beer.
Hey,
other way around beer. Yeah.
everybody use that in marketing, and I'll sue it because I said it.
Yeah.
That's right. We got proof.
Yes.
We got proof.
Oh, classic.
I love that word, Eric. It's a great word. He was so nonchalant about it. Good word.
Oh.
I always think of enchiladas when I say that word. I don't know why.
So I got a question for you guys. Where do you think Fautano, however you say his name, where do you think he ends up this season? Him and Broderick Jones. Who do you think our left tackle is this season?
I saw your tweet
I've been
about
leaning.
This is a loaded question.
I've been leaning towards Fautano just because, like, he is, in my opinion, the much more technically sound pass blocker. And people are like, no, he can't be a left tackle. He's a right tackle. Like Broderick Jones is your stereotype left tackle. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't see it. I look at him and I see a left tackle with Fautano. And I would love to see Broderick Jones be that backside mauler right tackle, just bullying people. I don't know if you guys even have thoughts on that.
I would love to see them do something they haven't really done, is let them play both sides at training camp and at preseason and see what the better fit is.
Oh, yeah.
Because they always say, oh, Dan Moore can't play right. But I never
we saw that.
Good. Yeah.
We saw that. He just was trash at right tackle, which I understood. And people were like, Broderick Jones should have been left tackle. Well, we know why he wasn't left tackle last year. Is because Dan Moore can't do anything. Period.
I'm gonna be
Okay.
Oh, so I'm just gonna be honest. I've been stealing a lot of Jeffrey's takes. So a lot of things that Jeffrey says, my channel's based around that. I did see that as well. I think I'm talking. I want to talk about that too because I was like, I didn't know about that. So
I have stolen it, but I haven't even put the stolen.
But I will. Yeah, because like if I was going to say it, I'd probably say this. I'm going to jump out early and say it. That's me right there. Oh, I can't bring it up. But no, I read all your stuff, Jeffrey, and I'm like, they're pretty good. That's not bad. And you're not doing podcasts anymore, so really, I can just take it.
Yeah, you can just have it. Like, oh, that's fine.
About early and so I think
I'm fine with it.
that's what Jeffrey said there. It makes a lot of sense, though. Like it does.
Yeah.
Look, the thing that Chris Carter's like, I feel like the only one that said this. Like, remember, Penix throws with the other hand, so like a left tackle in the Washington scheme is more projects like a right tackle. I said it earlier. You'll know how to say his name. I just haven't had to say it verbally before, so I know I'm going to get it wrong. But you know the guy that the right tackle at the Patriots who can also play guard, Owenhu or whatever his name is.
Okay.
He's 6'3.5", so he's about half an inch shorter than Fautanu, and they're very similar. Like you look at the way, the explosivity, the low center of gravity, the knee bend, and he is a lot better on the right and never projected on the left. I see a lot of similarities there, except Fautanu being a better, more agile version of him. But I don't. The thing that if you Broderick and Fautanu are in the same draft. Putting aside the versatility, if you specifically going tackle, is it Broderick or Fautanu? To me, it's Broderick, and therefore he's got to play left tackle. But maybe I'm oversimplifying it, though.
See, I think Broderick Jones offers you so much more people mover, right? You know, like he is a guy, he's going to put people and displace them. Whereas Fautanu is more of a positional guy. Like he takes fantastic angles. And like even in quick plays, you see how he shifts angles and shifts the play direction with how he approaches blocking somebody. I'm a big fan of that. I really see in my head to me, Seumalo Fautano on the left gives you a people mover and a technician, and a guy who in Fautano is fantastic in space, fantastic game the second level, and on the other side you have it. But it's reversed, where Broderick Jones is more your people mover, and you have a James Daniel who's better on the move in space, better moving to the second level, and isn't really himself a people mover, right? And so I think you just kind of get those complementary pairings. This is my thing to watch. Is I'm already hyped myself up to see how this works out. So now I'm already like thinking about it and analyzing it and overthinking it.
Well, another thing I can think of though on that is like, which side does Russ roll out to more? Doesn't he roll out right more?
He's right-handed.
They might want the more agile there to roll out with him. Otherwise, it matters what you said. Yeah,
I think Jones and him are like athleticism. They're practically equal. Jones is a freakish athlete too.
Mm-hmm.
Is he more? Yeah, we have to watch it. Let's just watch it. But the other thing I could see is they want Faatanu at right, and then on a counter play pull him left, particularly with the way that Warren likes to rush. That's why I said to you in your tweet, like that's why I wonder whether they'll be enamored with bringing him in over time at guard if they don't want to pay Daniels or whatever. Because I just think they look at him and they're like, "Can we pull this guy?" Right? Like, that's the.
I think that's one of the great benefits of him is if you're like, well, maybe not tackle, which I think the odds of him not working out a tackle are incredibly low. He is a guy that would immediately be able to play guard.
But it's also like you were just making the Pro Bowl tackle versus like an All Pro potential at guard. Like, it's like that Dotson piece where how often did you say like if Dotson if they can play him on the right? I mean, everyone on this channel right now, we all went playing on that perimeter. But you talked about it from the tape perspective. Shannon talked about it with the fit with the center at the time of Pouncey. It's like just play him on the freaking right side. Like, can we just play someone in their position?
I agree. Can I add something to that, guys?
Sure.
I think for Tano is the benefit of having an extremely high level of execution of technique and fundamentals. Broderick Jones, on the other hand, is a physical freak that needs to be played more soundly so he can have better hardness and harness his freakness. What do you think, Jeff? What do you think, Jeff?
Marky, you make some good points there. That is good stuff, man. That is really insightful.
Did he say harness is
freakness?
Oh, I couldn't even
love
finish
that
it.
phrase. That's beautiful, Marky.
That's
harness
all your stuff. That's not mine.
So
harness the freakness.
This is why I come on here. It's for Marky's incredible takes.
Get down with the sickness.
There's a question. I'm going to throw this one to Shannon first. Real question. Can we do the tush push now that we have a real center?
Yeah, we can do it. Wills can do it, surely.
Man, I mean, he's small enough. He could fit through any hole. Like,
they want to ban that. They should never ban that. That's dumb.
If you watch the tush push from before Seumalu left Philly, he was a huge part of it. He was a beast on those. They need to bring in a rugby coach, teach him how to scrum it up. That's what Philly did. I mean, they straight up brought in a rugby coach.
Literally.
Because the guy literally watched football and was like, if short yardage, like you with the rules in this game, you should never lose a short yard play.
Well,
you should never lose it.
So Jeffrey, it's interesting you talk about this. So Shannon said to me back on early Feb Steelers loyal perspective, the center is like one of the most important offensive positions, but because they can't score, everyone dumbs it down, right? And if you think about like what they do with a tush push, that is a classic from out of the nose rugby. It's effectively a rugby. You could make it like a rugby maul, right? And in a rugby maul, the player with the ball, you turn your back to the defense, and everyone sort of builds that like scrum around you. And as long as you keep the ball in play and that it's moving, they basically do a 3-second count, and as long as it's keeps moving, you can continue as far down the field as you want. Now, the last 2 or 3 Rugby World Cups, very, very, very good. There are a couple of teams like South Africa have done it very, very well. That's how they won World Cups. The US, you guys got killed. I remember this back in 2003 against France because France did this thing. They did like a 60-meter one of these, and the US just didn't have the technique. They just went backwards. But it would be very easy, right, for the center to like spike the ball to the quarterback. The quarterback, because you can throw it forward, could hand it to him again, and then everyone rushes like in to form that more and go straight over. Because the ball only obviously in the NFL, you don't have to put it down. In rugby, you've got to find a way to put the ball down. In the NFL, the ball's just got to cross the freaking line. Like you can just hold it there. Be very, very easy. That would be easier to coach than a tush push, and it would be more effective.
Yeah. Well,
because in a maul, in the way the maul works, the only challenge is, and in the way the maul works in rugby, you feed the ball back, right? But obviously, once the ball's gone forward in the NFL, it can't go back. So that's the only technicality. But you think about the Steelers with the size of Najee Harris, the size of Darnell Washington, and even what Connor Haywood does in that interior, like that, that could happen. Like
Mhm.
that's just a bit of creativity right there.
One of the things I think was a scrum is you think when like I can't say but when you get a scrum and they twist it, like they get that twist over the side and then come through the gap there,
Yeah.
is really kind of how Philly does it. Philly collapses the middle, and then he just comes off a little bit off to the side. And this is the one thing I'd love to see with Broderick Jones is if you had that going. The one reason I'd put Broderick Jones on the left is if you're doing a like tush push kind of play, Seumalo launching into people, driving them center, and then Broderick Jones just coming and just mauling people in. Like your entire job is just to take that line and collapse it inside and let him come. It'd be fun.
Mark's announcement is he's doing the tush push. Just so we can settle it once and for all. Jeff, do you watch Yellowstone?
I haven't watched like television much at all, man. I
Good.
just watch.
So you don't deserve it. You can't vote then.
We'll
You
save
know,
Mark
compared to a woman. Because it was 3 and I'm walking out. She got purple hair.
She's the most opposite idea of what you think a woman with purple hair. Trust me.
Oh. What am I thinking about there?
I don't know.
It's too early to think about that kind of stuff.
Michael Parks says Blake Fisher will be better than Patano. Is it Patano that he's talking about there?
Nope. No.
I saw half of this comment of Mark copying Jeff again. I was like, whoever, I didn't see their name. It was like half on the screen. I'm like, this comment looks really intelligent. Who wrote this?
That's my comment. What do you mean?
Jed,
We're on the same page, man, Jeff.
Nothing usually happens. Have the Steelers traded or what's going on? Is it prospect off the board?
I don't know. What other takes you got on your Twitter, Jeff, that I can read out? What do you reckon? What should be
I can come up with some for you here soon. Oh, what I was gonna do is I came on and fired it off with on here talk about Deshaun Watson, but one of my things I want to talk about is the dude he looks like a guy who's just like understands all he has to do is not retire.
Yeah.
Like all I have to do is manage to not retire or violate the contract in some way.
Go to work,
and I'm getting paid. And the guy, and dude, like one of my favorite things about him is he has not yet beaten the Steelers, but every single substitute quarterback, every backup quarterback that has come in for him has beaten the Steelers. Yep. We've lost into like it's insane. Like just him being off the field, we have a lower chance of winning. Which I hope they make him play, man. Make him play.
Yeah, he was talking smack, said that they're so predictable and they're limited to what they can do out of the base defense. And I'm thinking, you ain't never beat them.
Yeah, predictable in terms of we're going to hit you.
Yeah.
And then we're going to win the game. Like, that's predictable. That's how predictable we are.
You're like, I knew that first pass of that game last year that I was going to throw it right to Alex Highsmith, and he's going to run it in for a touchdown.
No, okay, my whole thing with Deshaun Watson is if you look at when Ben Roethlisberger was approaching 30, and they were like, oh, look at how many sacks he has. He has to change his game. He's not going to last long. He's going to be like 32 and washed up because he takes too many hits. And the Steelers went through all that work to change the offense, make Ben be a quicker release guy, change his game, all that stuff so he takes fewer hits, right? Deshaun Watson has taken more hits than Ben Roethlisberger at the same age. Ben Roethlisberger was massive, tough guy. Yeah. Deshaun Watson is significantly smaller. And you can see he's not changing his style. He's out there. He's trying to move around. He's doing stuff. He's taking a lot of hits, and he's getting hurt. He's not going to make it. Like, he is not going to last in this play style, and they are going to have this massive contract on him and not be...
It's a good comment.
I love Mark. That's another like brilliant comment. Man, Mark, you are turning him out.
Mark, sorry, you're making a really good point, GB. I didn't want to lose it, but yeah, you're making a really good point.
I like that comment. That's a good one.
Hey, you guys are like twins.
Both Aussies.
Great minds think alike, Shannon.
Yes, twins.
No, sorry, GB. You were making a really good point, but it shows what a basket case the Browns are, man. Like it's
Yeah.
The Browns
No,
are awful.
he has to change his style. Deshaun Watson has to change how he plays
Do you
to
think he
be
can
the
at this
same thing
point,
Ben
though?
had to do. You cannot be that player at this age with that many hits. You are not going to last. And look what happens when Joe Flacco came in. And what did Joe Flacco bring? But a veteran presence who would get rid of the ball quick. That's it. That's what he brought. And
I was shocked they never
people.
What? Why did they not try and make Brissett be their quarterback on a 3-year basis?
Right?
How did they not get the best out of Mayfield? Like, it's insane.
Oh, Matty, there was a time I've said this to people that were Cleveland fans. I'm like, there is a path there where they were like, you know what? Baker wants to go, whatever. We're not going to overpay for Deshaun Watson. We tried our move, it backfired. We bring in Jacoby Brissett. He plays there for a year. And after that year, you had a poor year. You use some of those draft picks. You trade up, and C.J. Stroud is your quarterback in Cleveland. Like,
but that wouldn't have worked out either. But that wouldn't have worked out.
No, they would have had to trade. But they could have. They could have traded the resources they traded to get Deshaun Watson. They could have gotten. You trade 3 first-round picks, you're going to get there. You know, especially if you're at like 10. If they're sitting at 10 and you trade 3 years of first-round picks, you're going to get up there.
Totally.
They could have gotten it.
They probably would have picked Byron Young.
But they lack self-awareness.
Oh, they do.
I mean, they had Baker Mayfield, who was the first quarterback that led them to the playoffs in forever. They beat the Steelers. Well, the Steelers beat themselves, but you know what I mean. And you had a guy that wanted to be in Cleveland, played the year with a dislocated shoulder, and everybody act like they didn't realize how that's going to affect your throwing motion and your accuracy. And then they betrayed him. They literally betrayed him and give Watson everything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if they had just kept Mayfield, they'd be way ahead.
Oh, they misunderstand how tough Cleveland is. They misunderstand that baggage that is on that franchise. And they were like, let's ditch Mayfield and get someone with like pedigree. Not realizing what he brought. I lost his name. Baker Mayfield. What Baker Mayfield brought was the ability to stare that baggage in the face and not flinch.
Yep.
To deal with fans hating him and have that motivate him to go out and do more. And that's what turned him around. That right there.
Yep.
Well,
you have to have a certain personality to play quarterback in Cleveland, and he had it.
Yeah. Watson does not. Watson's more fragile.
Van Pran just went to the Bills. Finally stopped his slide.
For 5th round. Wow.
Hey,
he's only
Jeff,
center. So.
I've got a serious question for Jeff. Like real question. I did see a tweet the other day, and it wasn't my tweet; it was yours.
Okay. Are you sure?
Yeah. It was March 23rd, so we're going back a bit. I love talking this kind of stuff too. As a guy that loves special teams, this is you, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
You'll miss James Pierre and Miles Boykin. How do the Steelers recover from those two blokes? From the teams?
Man, you're hurting me there. I don't have an answer to that one.
They played good.
I love those
really
guys.
Good. Yeah.
Yep.
I loved watching them. Obviously, they brought very little value. I mean, James Pierre was a solid like dime corner to be outside. He worked great with Sutton in that role for a half a minute. The minute you asked him to go in man coverage, you were making a mistake. But as a gunner, I loved watching those guys get down there. I really don't know.
Boykin,
I really don't know how you replace that.
He was so fast down there. He was so quick off the mark, and they haven't allowed a TD in 2 years. Their average is like 5.4 or something. You know what I mean? They coach really well as a gunner, and we've lost them both. I don't know who's going to be gunners for us.
Yeah, I know.
Well, they went from Darius Hayward Bay to Boykin. I mean, they need another tall, lanky, fast receiver.
Yeah.
But their main role is to go bank to the outside and run as fast as you can to get there. And they did it really well. I didn't make any fumbles or whatnot, but I watching them play, because I saw some comments on the Facebook, people, who cares about that? I'm like, no, go to teams and you watch them in teams. That's how they play.
Mm-hmm.
Brendan Rice is still available. Jerry Rice's kid.
Yeah. Yeah, they were down there. They were down there forcing angles, creating like controlling your options. And that's the main option for a gunner is give the returner bad options only. And they did that. And we won a lot of punting game, even though our punter stunk.
Yeah, even with a bad punter, right?
Yeah.
Or average punter. So they did pretty well. I thought it was cool.
Well, while you guys are talking about punter there, they brought up on the telecast that Caleb Williams messaged Tory Taylor and said, I hope you don't have to punt too much. I'm like, I feel like that tweet is going to come back to haunt him big time. Like when Tory
Who's
Taylor
Caleb Williams, the quarterback?
The quarterback.
Bears.
Yeah. But JJ52 said McCormick replacing Daniels next year. Daniels off contract. Like, that'd be a big rise up the board for McCormick. Like,
I feel bad for Caleb Williams and Roma Dunze. They have such talent. And
I feel bad for a Dunze particularly. Like, how's Chicago? I said this yesterday when we were doing the stream on Mark's channel. Like, how are Dunze, Keenan Allen, one of my favorite wide receivers ever.
Mm-hmm.
And who's the other bloke they got? Keenan Allen. Anyway, the other bloke they got as well. Those three all gonna catch passes in Chicago in the cold weather for half the year. It ain't happening. Not happening.
Yeah.
But bad.
You talking about DJ Moore?
DJ Moore, that's it. Yeah, that's not happening, man.
I mean, they're giving Caleb Williams receivers, but that doesn't mean it's a good offense. You know, you can't just be like, well, here's some people to throw the ball to, and here's a guy to throw the ball. You figure it out. I don't like. You can't just do that. I think Chicago is one of those teams that needs to build like what Cleveland built for Baker Mayfield there with that line in the run game, and what the Steelers have been working on building for their quarterback. Just get the offensive line, get the run game going. I mean, Jim McMahon was your last great quarterback. Look at that line and running back he had, right? You look at that was the offense. He didn't have to be the guy running the offense.
Yeah, 100.
Well, that's a great comment. What do you guys think?
Peyton Wilson?
Yeah, what do you think, Shannon?
Oh, he's absolute steal. I mean, if we're better to go than the Steelers because they've dealt with this situation with Hines Ward, Greg Lloyd. There's been other guys around the NFL, similar situation. And, the Steelers, for a mid-round risk, they're getting a first-round potential.
Like top half of the first round.
Yeah. I mean,
kind of linebacker.
Yeah. He's, like, to me, he's Chad Brown 2.0.
Yeah. Oh, are you the one talking about him, like, how he accelerates late into the hit?
No, I was saying that about Trotter.
That's Trotter. That's right. I was saying there was someone like that. Okay.
But Trotter, there's a report that he's kind of like Devin Bush. That the reason he's falling is people thinking that, daddy's in his ear and that he might be a little tough to deal with.
Yeah.
That could be interesting. I wondered whether Joey Porter was going to be a little bit like that last year. I know he isn't, and I know that in the show, but that was a little bit of a concern for me.
Well, especially with his time here, how he kind of, like as a coach, where he kind of overplayed his position.
Peyton, a guy for 75 downs played, I want to be out there for 75 and be looking to rip someone's head off. I love that.
It's not my comment or Jeff's.
No, well,
that's not familiar.
No, it's from Peyton. Yeah.
But Jeff,
we don't know that, do we? We're all like over the show. We have no idea what's going on.
I said to Shannon in the draft pick review, I feel like Peyton could do what Roquan Smith did last year for the Ravens. Obviously, probably not necessarily as well first out, but let Queen do what Queen did well last year, and Queen doesn't have to be the Roquan Smith of the Steelers defense. And that could be like actually terrifying for opposing offenses because that's going to be a problem. And it might actually prolong Peyton Wilson if there is some level of a health concern about him. Thoughts?
I haven't watched much Peyton Wilson. I only know Reputation. I've watched some of it. He's visibly fast. That's the thing. Visibly fast.
Watching him run down wide receivers 20 yards downfield, it's incredible.
Mhm.
I mean, he is so
I don't want to
fast.
see that in Pittsburgh. I don't want to see
No,
his
he
running
can
yards
do
down
it.
the field.
He can do it.
But we still have Landon Roberts, right? So I think,
Yeah.
to me, Peyton Wilson's the kind of guy I would ease into nickel. Obviously, again, I haven't really studied it, but he seems to be a guy, like, I would put him in nickel with a Patrick Queen and let him be more of the, like, a Terrell Edmonds role, like see the ball, chase it down, run these guys down kind of role, and let Queen be more of your reliable coverage guy. That's kind of how I'd use him. I think a Landon Roberts still has to see the field a ton.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, that's what I was saying with Shannon yesterday. But Sean says looking forward to you two of Benton. We're going to talk about Benton. I'm going to bring him up in a minute because Jeffrey knows and Shannon know the line stuff. But you said similar, Shannon, yesterday in our wrap-up show on TDU about the green dot. You know, and it's what I've said all along. If Holcomb can be your third and you can have like 2 threes in a Landon Roberts over the next year or so, a Landon and Holcomb, those two are either on their own can be the best third linebacker in the NFL. So to have both of them would be absolutely insane. Like from Holcomb to go from number 1 to number 3 on the depth chart and still be Cole Holcomb, that is really good for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
That's just rotating them in and out. Like that's just you thump. Like you're just at 100% all the time. Like that's insane. What do we think about Benton year 2? I'm really excited for Benton year 2, man. Benton year 2 is going to be good.
I think it's going to be quiet improvement to me. Keanu Benton to me doesn't look like a guy who's going to put up stats. Like that's a guy you're going to have to watch film and see where he where he's creating havoc that other people can feast on. Like Stephon Tuitt before he had that one season with the crazy number of sacks next to TJ Watt.
I was going to say he seems like a Tuitt type to me. Yeah.
Like he's like the bull of the china shop. Let him loose. Like I love Tuitt so much because Tuitt was just like, I don't care what the play is. Like, don't give me fancy stuff. I've got a gap. I'm shooting that gap as hard as I can, and I'm just going to be in the backfield, and you guys can mop up the chaos. And I love that. That's such there's a place for that, and it's right on the defensive line.
Match made in heaven there.
Yeah, that's what you do.
Yeah, I think you're looking at he's going to eventually replace Cam Hayward. So I'm hoping he's learning a lot of tricks of the trade, so to speak, from Cam, how to play the position, how to represent, because I thought he was a better pass rusher last year than I expected. He can't get penetration.
He was exactly what I thought he'd do.
And so I was very, very pleased with his rookie year.
How do you guys feel about our defensive line as it is right now?
Is that to Shannon or to all of us?
Any of you guys. We got Cam. We've got Ogunjobi. We've got Benton. When Travis,
you know what my big one, GB, that people are sleeping on? I think Lowry. Oh, Booker just went to Chicago. I think Lowry is an upgraded Chris Wormley. I think Lowry, when you actually go back and look at what he's done on tape, what he did in Green Bay, what he's put on the stat sheet, the way he fits in a 3-4 versus playing primarily as an interior guy in a 4-3, I really like that fit. And if Ogunjobi is not playing well, they can't cut. The problem is they can't cut Ogunjobi. We'd be having a different conversation if Ogunjobi had a different salary cap number this year. But like, don't be surprised toward the end of the season, particularly if they don't pick a defensive lineman in the 6th, if Lowry is playing equal or pretty similar snaps to Ogunjobi late in the season. That's my take on it. I think Lowry is really unsung. I can't believe the price we got him for. He's obviously here to win football games, and I think we're very lucky to have him.
I'm just waiting for my source to give me some information about this next few days, and I'll let you know when he tweets it out.
What's his initials?
Why are you trying to out his sources, Shannon White?
Yeah, I've only got one.
Okay.
I've got one.
He's got journalistic integrity there.
Okay.
He's a good source. He's a good bloke.
So Yuli, I wanted Fletcher as well. Fletcher's retired. He retired. He said he didn't want to play in anything other than
could you imagine Fletcher and 46 on the same team?
I know.
That'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
Could they play together on the line?
Like on special teams.
46 and Cox.
I like what Rod's saying, man. The running game is going to be brutal this year.
100%. Warren's getting 1,000. Said last year, said again this year. You get 1,000.
I wish. I know.
Those 90.
I wish Fletch. I always wanted to see him in a Pittsburgh Steelers uniform. I really want to see it.
Was he a 10-year, 11-year starter? He played a long time, didn't he?
12, I think.
Yeah, he was a good bloke.
Yeah, he's a great bloke.
No, running game's going to be awesome, I reckon. They should be able to get 1,000 each.
Yeah.
That's it.
You know what's crazy to me?
Yeah.
Jalen Warren, as our number 2 running back, had 4 fewer yards from scrimmage than George Pickens. He had 1,154 yards from scrimmage. George Pickens had 1,158. Pickens scored 5 touchdowns. Jalen Warren scored 4. Like, and people are like, we underused him, and I'm like, no, he actually, like, I just think with this offense, when people are talking about receivers and like we need a better receiver than Roman Wilson, stuff like that, man, Jalen Warren, Pat Freiermuth, like these guys are gonna get action, and I'm very interested to see Darnell Washington, obviously, in Arthur Smith's offense, but the running backs are gonna catch the ball. I think you're gonna see running backs lined up as wide receivers more often under Arthur Smith. Even we just have guys that can do it.
We need to see Najee in the short game. I'm sick of having to bang that drum. But like, I want to ask you all a question at the start of the fifth. But we're talking about other things and having a laugh. And I want to ask the live chat as well. Do we think the Steelers trade up from their spot early in the 6th and pick a guy in the 5th, or do you think they're sticking and picking, and that's just how they're going to do the rest of the draft? It's a lot of picks to not pick for a full round. What kind of almost a round and a half?
It's a long time to wait.
Sucks for us.
Well, actually, I'll get your take on this, GB and Marky D. Shannon knows this one. I said this to him. If you look at Daniel Jeremiah's top 150 rankings and you look at where the Steelers picked their first 4 guys, the Steelers are plus 106 right now, which if you look at it if you spread that across each draft pick, we are literally getting a guy almost a round later than their draft ranking going into this draft. Like Fatanu was number 11 on the top 150. We got him at 20. Then you got second round pick in Frazier at 51. He was 37. You look at Roman Wilson, we got him at 84. He was 65. We got Peyton Wilson at 98, and he was 41. Like, that is actually insane. I'm going to go back after the draft and rate like some of us against some of the other really good teams in the NFL and like some of the AFC North, but like a plus 106 rating. And that was before Peyton Wilson was like a 49. That is absolutely insane.
That is cool. That is cool to hear.
We're going to win Super Bowl this year, I reckon.
Oh, at least 2.
At
least 2 Super Bowls this season.
Hey, Jeff,
preseason Super Bowl and the normal season Super Bowl.
Yeah, Jeff, all of it.
Jeff, I don't mean to take all the questions to you, but you're now the new Aussie because Shannon's out the door.
I put it in my title. I put it in my name.
Yeah, he's a new favorite. But Jeff, are you a Mike Tomlin supporter? Like, you back him?
Oh, 100%.
Right.
100%.
What are your ideas of if he were to be fired this year, right? Would you be okay with the next coach who won the Super Bowl the next year after to say that they won with Coach Tomlin's players? Because I will be starting a YouTube channel, a Twitter, a Reddit, email, a newsletter, and I will beat that drum until I'm dead. If that happens, because that's apparently that's how it's meant to be known with Bill Cowher's players.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
I like to say the difference between Bill Cowher and Mike Tomlin is Mike Tomlin won the Super Bowl with Bill Cowher's players. Bill Cowher lost the Super Bowl with Chuck Noll's players.
Ooh, that's a good term. I like that.
Yeah. Tweet that out.
I know, but really, like you look at what Chuck Noll left Bill Cowher. I mean, you've got Hall of Famers on that list, a number of them. You've got great players left and right. Cowher came in and took that, ran with it. Cowher at the end of his career was kind of done with football, especially 2006. You could see it. He didn't have the fire. He didn't have the personality, and the team lacked it too, right? That drive and that fire that he instilled in the team was gone. in 2006 after he won that Super Bowl, and he had the family issues going on. He had all that stuff, and his heart wasn't in it, and he stepped away. Tomlin came in, had that fire, and they won. Same with Chuck Noll. He was just too old. Cowher came in, fired up, and he did it. Like, that's if you ever see where Mike Tomlin has lost the love of coaching and the fire to be in the process, where he talks about loving the process. Like, you can see this guy loves the day-to-day of coaching. The minute he loses that, get rid of him. But as long as he has that, I don't see any reason to get rid of Mike Tomlin. Good reason to put a better team around him.
Well, that's like, and I honestly think like with that Super Bowl they won with Ben in 05, like Ben really wanted to get that back for Bettis. Like that promise, because you saw the effect of Pouncey later on in their career. And I think that game in Cleveland, I think that's even when Ben realized that it was coming to an end for him. Like he couldn't do that anymore. Like that wasn't something he could do. Like he talks like he could still play the game. I don't dispute that he thinks he can go out there and play better than Flacco, but like the reality is, I think he realized that there was an end coming. Like that is what it is.
Jeff, who took over from Chuck Noll's players? Who was the coach for him?
Oh, there were no players.
Chuck Noll took over in 1970.
69. He took over in 69 and had the worst season. The worst of all the like bad Steelers seasons we had before then.
Who was the coach?
The worst season in Steelers history was 1969, Chuck Noll's first season. And what people don't understand about the Steelers is Dan Rooney came and gave him a bonus check after the worst season in NFL history. And Chuck Noll was like, I don't deserve this. And he's like, no, we've seen the work you're putting in. That's why you're getting this, not because of the results. And Chuck Noll actually refused. I think it's a well-known story, but Chuck Noll refused to cash the check.
I know that.
Until they won a playoff game, and then he cashed it. Like it was a couple of years. What was it? 72. They won the playoff game. That's what 3 years.
Well,
yes,
Coach Noll, he got rid of everybody.
Yeah,
he kept Ray Mansfield and Andy Russell. They was like only 2 or 3 guys, and he got rid of the rest of the roster.
Oh yeah.
So there was no Bill Austin's players debate back in 1968.
Well, and that's a different situation too, because 69 is when Dan Rooney took over. That's when he stepped into the power chair. That's when Bill Nunn, you're getting these guys in there. You're changing the whole apparatus. And I mean, honestly, we can change people, but we're still running the team very much the same way we ran it. Like we're still running it Dan Rooney style.
I don't know if you've seen my article that I wrote about how the Steelers, I think they're set up to do something special right now because they've revamped the front office with Kahn and Waddle. They got a whole new scouting department. Yep. Sheldon White's the scouting director. Their college scouting, they brought in Casey Waddle, which is Andy's brother, to be over college scouting. And it reminds me of back in the 70s, like you said, 69, 70, because Art ran it like a family business. And what I mean is he kept guys around that really weren't NFL caliber because he liked them. He liked their family. He cared about them. Mm-hmm. He helped them. They worked in his businesses in the off season.
Yep.
Because, he didn't want to throw them out on the street, so to speak. So, but that's not how you run NFL franchise. So that's like you said, they brought in Chuck Noll. They give Dan Rooney responsibilities that he previously didn't have. They hired Bill Nunn full-time because he had been part-time. They've already full-time, and the rest is history.
Yeah. I think
great answer.
And one thing that's changed here.
Seattle has 2 losses.
I never saw that episode, by the way. I never got the joke.
I saw it live. I was walking to work, and I'm like,
I never saw that episode.
Seattle having 2 losses.
You're like, what is even going on here?
Yeah, I had to listen after the live, I think.
So I know we all know the story Kevin Colbert and cornerbacks, right? The Steelers drafting cornerbacks under Kevin Colbert never worked out. And his first year off the team, they draft Joey Porter Jr., right? I got another question for you.
Oh, can I just say one thing? One little tidbit on the question.
Go for it.
It's amazing how you can scout wide receivers, but you can't scout cornerbacks. Like, are you watching this? What tape are you watching?
And
Tunnel
the
vision.
best, and it really, if you remove the years Dick LeBeau was not in Pittsburgh, it gets even worse. Because in the years he wasn't there, we got Deshae Townsend, Ike Taylor, Chad Scott, Troy Polamalu, Chris Hope. All were drafted in the years after, when Dick LeBeau left and then returned. We got all of our defensive backs then. And since then, nothing. Like really nothing until very recently. But one of my favorite other things with Kevin Colbert is, do you know the most successful offensive tackle drafted by the Steelers since during Kevin Colbert's tenure?
Villanueva.
No, he wasn't drafted.
Oh yeah, he went under. He did too.
I'll say Gilbert.
He went to Philly. Yeah.
Not Marcus Gilbert.
Wait, what's the
Smith.
question?
And we're gonna
OT,
go.
you said?
No, Max Starks. It's Max Starks.
Nope.
Smith. Marvell Smith.
The one who okay, no, actually, let me do it by that. Marvell Smith, yes. He actually made a Pro Bowl. I'm judging this. Let me say it this way. The guy who started the most years at left tackle, drafted by the Steelers during Kevin Colbert's tenure.
For the Steelers only? Because
No,
Beacham's
anywhere.
played a lot of
Anywhere, not
Beacham's
limiting it to
still
just
playing.
put time
Isn't
on the
Beach-
Steelers.
Isn't Beacham still playing in Arizona?
Kelvin Beacham.
Yeah.
7 years at left tackle, starter. Kelvin Beacham. One of my favorite things with this current draft with Fautanu is closer inside to Broderick Jones than Kelvin Beacham is to Fautanu. Kelvin Beacham is smaller than Fautanu by a larger margin.
That's
than
a great
is
take.
smaller
Oh,
than Broderick Jones.
GB.
Yeah,
And
Beacham's
he's
like
the
5'10",
longest
ain't he?
tenured left tackle the Steelers have drafted since Kevin Colbert took over.
Hey, ain't Beacham like 5'10"?
He's 6'2". He's 6'2".
He looks so short.
Yeah.
When he was
He's
standing
33-inch arms. He's built like a center.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's the best left tackle Kevin Colbert drafted, like, especially if you look at pass protection.
Yeah.
Like Marvell Smith was great, but Marvell Smith also was left tackle during an era where the Steelers didn't exactly pass the ball a lot. They were one of the lowest rates of passing in the game. And they were a dominant run team. Kelvin Beacham was like, this is Mike Munchak's left tackle.
So, out of all the picks so far, if the Steelers gifted you a free jersey, and Shannon, you're not participating because we know you're going to pick Zach Frazier, so that's boring.
No, you got to let him say Zach Frazier. You got to let him say it.
All right, I'll let him say Zach Frazier.
Okay.
Anyone, you got to say anyone but Zach Frazier. Which jersey, if they gift you a free jersey right now, which jersey are you getting?
Zach Frazier.
I said about not Zach Frazier. Shannon's like, I don't want it if it's not Zach Frazier.
Second would be Zach Frazier.
That French guy.
Yeah, Zach Frazier.
They pick a guy in the 7th round. Are they picking a guy in the 7th round? Frazier, Zach.
I would, you know what? Because of my college fandom and where I was born, Michigan man over here, I'd have to go Roman Wilson.
Hey, PFF said he was the 3rd best pick in the round.
Really?
Yep.
Well, Daniel Jeremiah's favorite steal of the day 2, they had 3 guys gave their panel for steals, and Daniel Jeremiah had Peyton Wilson steals.
Roman Wilson. If you go back to the late 90s, early 2000, Roman Wilson, because of the role he played in Michigan's offense when you needed a play, you knew they were going to Roman Wilson. When they needed somebody to do something, you knew he was going to be involved, and it didn't matter. They still made it work. That role, if you go back 20 years, would have made him a much more valuable pick than we view him now, where we view production, percentages, numbers, measurables, everything is more important than that. But the dude showed up every game, and when you needed him, Roman Wilson was there. And he made plays. And if he had to, the number of plays he had to fight for a few extra yards, and he managed to do it. That's where I like Roman Wilson. I think he's going to be good. I've heard people compare him to Hines Ward. He's not nearly the player Hines Ward was.
But
he's a winner. He's a winner.
Yeah.
As you said.
He's that guy that understands, like that knows for football. He's just going to make that play. He's going to find a way to make that play.
One comment, please.
I saw that
Happy
before.
Richard. It's 4 fucking a.m., mate. Who gives a shit? Fuck me. Are you serious, bro? It's so early, mate. Fuck me dead. All right, I'm good. Get at me, whippersnapper why?
Hey, I love the
Man.
sound effects.
Oh,
That was great.
Humor's great, but I'll go cut grass. Go cut grass.
Actually, we had this debate once
See you
on
when
a
you're back.
podcast. Like
You
what
lose,
you
bro.
guys call a whippersnipper. It's not an edge trimmer, but it's something else you guys call it, and we're like, it's a whippersnipper, and you guys
A
are like,
weed eater.
"What?"
Weed eater.
When I said it, Jeff Hartman was like, "Is that something that like is that another word for a circumcision or whippersnipper?"
No, it's a weed eating. Weed eater.
What is it? A wit?
Weed eater.
Oh.
Weed whacker or weed eater? Those are the two.
Yeah,
terms
Weed
we
yeah.
whacker.
use.
Oh yeah, weed whacker. Yeah.
So that might have been a bit too forward, but that's how I feel.
You can call it a bushmaster.
No, do you know what a Bushmaster is? That's the Australian-made armored vehicle. That's one of the best armored vehicles in the world. Everyone loves that thing. It's indestructible. They basically, how's this right? You guys will love this from a car perspective, right? So these guys that were in the Australian military came back from like in the early 2000s with all the IEDs that were going off in the Gulf, right?
Ooh. Spencer Rattler just went to the Saints.
I kind of see that fit there. Anyway, so they came back and they wanted to design an armored personnel carrier that was indestructible from like an IED. But when they made it, they went and got the Ford Falcon, which is like, one of our like sort of version. You guys are probably aware of like what that car is, but similar to like some of the GM, some of the GM cars. Anyway, but really nice sort of sports car kind of feel. And they pulled like effectively the cockpit out of the Falcon, like they cut the frame of the car up. And they built the tank around basically this Ford Falcon cockpit as the prototype. So these are some of the most comfortable to drive like military vehicles in the world because they've got like a nice seat. It's perfectly spacious, unlike like the cramped other like military vehicles.
Yeah.
And any country that sees these things are like, we have to get them. They're like indestructible. They're comfortable to drive. They're super fast. They're like the absolute thing.
So you're saying they took the cockpit out to make a Bushmaster?
Yeah.
and it's a Ford Falcon, and it's very comfortable.
Yeah, and it's inside this armored personnel character, which is like indestructible with like IEDs. It's like when you read the story about this, it's insane.
Come on, Mark, you gotta have something, baby.
I'm still fuming about that weed whacker comment. Like, if you want to go cut grass, go cut grass. Like, you got to realize that it's 4:44 a.m. I'm not on my best ticket right now. I've been copying half of Jeffrey's work because I had to. You know what I mean? Like, just those comments, just like, oh, your humor's great. Thank you, mate. I'm not a comedian right now. I'm trying to do an expert draft analyst on a show. I'm not even sure what pick it is. Nah, everyone's got their own opinion. Everyone's got mine and Jeff's opinion when I tweet it out.
No, Mark, I do have a good question for you though.
Yeah, I'm ready.
What's your opinion on the Steelers draft?
Oh, I like it. Like overall.
There we go. Thumbs up. You gave it a thumbs up?
Yeah, dude. No, like they went and hit everything you needed to get. They got a right tackle. They got a center. They got a receiver. Pick those off. Like if Omar can't walk past me, I'd be like, "Good job, mate," and he'd be like, "Cool." You know what I'm saying? I think it's good.
He'd be like, "Thanks, Marky."
Yeah,
you know what Tomlin would say?
And you'd be like, "That wasn't Jeff's comment. That was mine."
You know what Tomlin would say?
Man, I'm fucking working. So they say. Yeah, I love that.
That is my favorite shot of Mike Tomlin I have ever seen. I love it. Tomlin's like, man,
it was halftime.
I love it. I loved it.
Going towards the locker room.
I clipped some audio last year after the combine from Omar Khan, and I accidentally clicked it last night. I was doing some production work ahead of today's stream, and I feel like it fits this draft. But like, I thought I'd play it and get you guys' opinion on this because it relates to Omar Khan and his tenure right now as like GM and the experience we're having as we go through Omar Khan's like second GM thing. So I'm going to click it now. It goes for like 30 seconds and then like the audio will play.
About where we're at right now, we're at the combine. Who are you what position group are you looking at as being probably the deepest and most talented?
Fortunately for me, first year as a GM running the draft,
this is a great draft. I mean, there are some really good, talented players. I mean, regardless of position, the O-line, the D-line, the corners, the linebackers. It is just it's setting up to be a really good draft. There's some good football players. So I'd say it's strong everywhere. One of your things about where we're...
So I kind of think about like that with this draft, and I get your opinion on it. Like, you think about Benton, Porter, Herbig, all that stuff like last year. And then you think about what they're doing in this draft, like pretty crazy from a Markan and like building in these like more traditional, the trenches and stuff like that.
No, I just loved how many times Markan was like, it's good. It's good. It's a good draft. Like
Same thing I was saying.
There's good players.
Who was that?
He's got Shannon's beard. He's got the Shannon Jr. It's Shannon Jr.
Can you ask him about the Tito question too? Maybe before and
You're
zero.
still muted, Shannon.
You're still on mute, mate.
The hell? Who was that bloke in the background?
Who was that, Shannon?
That's my son.
There you go. That's Shannon Jr.
It's
Yep,
Shannon Jr.
yep.
He had the beard. It's just like it's not like mature.
It's
yet.
not white.
Yeah.
Is
What
Shannon
did I
Jr.
watch?
White.
Shannon before it turned white.
He didn't have the white beard. He didn't have
Brown.
Shannon White.
It was a brown.
Brown, yeah.
I'm working on it. I still got some patches to get fixed, but I'm working on it.
I told the Pump Your Brakes crew that I'm going to get some Grecian formula, and it'll freak everybody out.
Love it.
They're like, "Where did Santa go?"
I just had. Wait. Draft moment of the day.
Yeah.
Can you please move, Yuli? I feel like we're seeing our future selves. There's Aussie Steeler with the hat backwards. My hair's going back something shocking. This is unbelievable.
And I can grow that beard if I want
In
to.
like 25 years' time, we're going to be here, down there, and there's going to be a new Aussie and a new Mark there. Unreal. Heard it here first. That's like
I think
that
Jeff and
movie.
Shannon will be like even below that again. It'll be like 3 tiers.
We'll be
So
down
we
here.
even
Bill
older.
and Ted. That's fantastic.
Offensive
go ahead.
coordinator, QB, wide receiver, RB means nothing. Exactly, Darwin. 100%. As I've said, the whole draft process 2 years straight. Trenchy, not trendy. That has got to be the way you do
You've been saying that for a long time, haven't you? That could have been your tweet.
Hey, GB and me have talked. We did our podcast.
Yep.
It's all about the trenches, all about the foundations. That everything plays off that. And we love the offensive defensive line. I mean, I like the flashy skill position, but it means nothing if you don't have the foundations.
Absolutely. See, I'm a big fan of that because, of course, my college team is Michigan, and in 1997 and in 2023, when Michigan won the national title, they didn't have great weapons. They didn't have star players. They had an offensive line that dominated, and they had a defensive line that dominated, and everything fed off of that. That's how you win.
There's not
people
a more
underestimate
helpless feeling. There's nothing more helpless than knowing what's coming and you can't stop it.
Yeah. You look at the Eagles when they won. You look at 49ers every year. You look even Kansas City is underrated in what they're able to do with their defensive line and how good Chris Jones is. Those are your difference makers.
Eric says, I know Khan's jammed. This draft has pretty much been all. Yeah, I mean, well, they work in tandem. And I was saying this yesterday to Shannon, or maybe we said it on Mark's stream. I can't remember when we were talking about it. But like, we've done a lot of content in the last 3 days. But I think there's definitely an element where there's a lot of these positions that the Steelers are prioritizing in the draft. Not just yes, there's obviously the need, but it's like they're expensive positions. We are getting cheap at expensive positions. And so to Shannon yesterday, the cool thing is like if you invest in the trenches, you can go out and get a proven corner in free agency. You can go out and when they finish their rookie contract, you can go and get a proven wide receiver. You can go and get a defensive tackle, potential defensive end, like a guy that can really pass rush. If they didn't have Highsmith, they could go out and get that guy. All I'm saying is they can go and pick the components that they're missing, but they're cheaper in the fundamental positions. And like they're cheaper in like you don't usually have 5 wide receivers that contribute. You have 2 or 3. You need 5 offensive linemen to contribute. You usually don't have like more than 2 corners that deeply contribute. You need 4 to 5 defensive linemen that can contribute, right? So like, or 3 or 4 like linebackers. So To me, I like the monetary analytics side that's then being sort of sprinkled on the top with the player evaluation from Weidl. I don't know what you guys think about that, though.
That's good. Especially like you gotta look for the market inequalities, and with the Steelers investing in the offensive line instead of paying it, and you can find players that hit at a less rate in the draft as veterans, and you can sign those guys. You can bring them in. Wide receivers are incredibly unreliable. Quarterbacks are incredibly unreliable transfers from the draft to the NFL. But offensive line, defensive line go better, much better.
And that's why I love the Queen signing 100%. That's why I love the Queen signing, because I think you want a proven linebacker. Like, I'm really.
Here's the question. Here's the question. The Steelers have had Kenny Pickett on a rookie deal. And which should, that's usually your quarterback is a large percentage of your cap. But I haven't seen them, and they're still up against the cap, every year, because they make sure. Well, now they've got Russell Wilson for pennies on the dollar. Justin Fields also extremely cheap. But again, are they going to? They're still kind of up against the cap. They're in a situation. Cam Hayward's costing them a lot of money.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
TJ Watt, Alex Highsmith, and Fitzpatrick. That's where the majority of their cap is. They're going to have to start spending more on the offensive side of the ball. So being able to pick up these offensive linemen this year is something that's really going to benefit them for the next 4 years, because they're going to have to get either one of these guys is the quarterback, or they're going to have to go get one, and it's going to be expensive.
That's a good point you make, though, about the 4 or 5 years with like Fatanu, with Frazier, with Jones, because it kind of lines up with TJ and Minka's contracts as well, right? Like Cam's not going to be there. There's 1 to 2 years left. I struggle to see, people don't want to hear this necessarily, but I do struggle at times to see Highsmith playing out the full 4 years of his deal in Pittsburgh. I don't know if I fully see that happening with what TJ Watt costs, with what they're paying with Minka, with what you said there about the offense, with what they're going to have to pay Pickens. That's before we even talk about paying Freiermuth. Like, Yuli says it, like contracts are going to get wild. The cap is going to go up. I mean, I said that I thought the cap would be close to 250 this year, and people laughed at me and said, no, it'll be like 240. But it's also like a situation with what they said right before the combine. Just because the cap goes up, everyone's contracts go up as well. Like, they don't stay where they're at now.
Quarterbacks are going to make $60 million.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all that's going to happen.
I mean, but luckily, at least the rookie wage scale's in. But the new CBA is going to start coming into play at some. I think it's 2027 or 2028 that comes into play. I can't remember how long they extended that for. But 2028, that's 4 seasons. That's not far away. So
I do like where they're starting to make adjustments for players who are overly productive on their rookie deals so that they get more money. And I think it's only going to go in that direction. Where
you mean
in your
like
rookie
Dan
deal,
Moore Jr.?
Yeah.
Because he got the big incentive bonus.
Yeah, he did.
Year.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he starts. He plays.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
He's got a ton of snaps.
And see, what's also I'm afraid is going to happen is you're seeing quarterbacks like Pat Mahomes and Josh Allen, guys that are outplaying their contracts. So 3 years in, you're having to pay them. Because they're like, I don't want to wait. You're not going to get that 5th-year option. So they're wanting paid sooner. And I think you're going to see that more now. Like if CJ Stroud has a big year again this year, they're going to pay him. You watch.
Yeah.
Well, it's smarter to. It's like what Jordan Love move.
Yeah.
You guys think if obviously, first off, if you think Dan Moore actually wins a starting job at tackle, I mean, good luck to you. But after he is displaced, do you see him sticking around? he can't be a swing tackle. Does anyone think Dan Moore could work it as a guard? Like, where do you think this guy goes? Where does he end up? Like, he's got such size, he's got such strength, and there are things he does well, then there's so much he does bad.
I think his best value is to trade him soon. Because if he loses out in that position battle, I think his value goes down. Because as you say, he's not a swing tackle. He's unproven at guard. So right now, his value is as high as it's going to be.
Yeah, if you had him as your number 3 tackle, whoever your left tackle is, if the right tackle goes down, the left tackle's got to slide to right tackle so Dan Moore can play left tackle. Like you have to have the starter be a swing starter so that Dan Moore can be your backup left tackle. Shannon, do you think he could work as a guard?
I mean, he played a little bit of guard. I think
he did. That's what I mocked him in. We did, I think, the reaction show together. Jeff, I think you and I did that year, 2 years ago, and that's what I was talking about with KT Smith over at Steel Curtain Network, and I was like, I was surprised the Steelers picked him to play tackle because I thought he'd transition better at guard in the.
Well, he was just their only option.
That's right. That's why he had to play tackle, and I think it hurt him overall in his development.
Yeah, that was such a strange year with the COVID cap and the cap going down, and the Steelers doing this nearly desperation move to be like, we could, if everything works out, we have a team around Ben to make one more run.
That's what they were trying. Yeah.
It was like they were throwing darts at a board, being like, "Oh, let's go."
Ben loves
Dan Moore. This center works out. But they were all long shots. They were taking long shots and hoping they hit the lottery on like 3 picks.
Oh, he just went off, Mark. He went to I said that all yesterday. I said that pre-draft, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. to the Philadelphia Eagles. You ain't
he went to the Eagles? Like he said?
Yeah, he just went to the Eagles.
Who?
Oh, Mike Tomlin picked
Trotter Jr.
Oh, he went to the Eagles.
But that's funny. So they got Nakobe Dean, Jeremiah Trotter. Did they draft Cooper as well out of Texas A&M? Who drafted Edrin Cooper? If they drafted Cooper, though, they must be playing him outside and rushing him on the other side.
Just want to give a bit of a sidetrack, and we're not going to talk about Jeffrey's Twitter anymore because we kind of moved on from that. But now we're going to talk about that. I'm just over it, man. You know, they're good takes, but Matty's is better. Matty, you just joined 450 subs.
Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah. 450 subs at what? 4:58 a.m. Can't make that up, can you?
Quickly.
So congrats to you, mate, on that. And it might be help from Shannon and Jeff, but
probably, and yourself.
Yeah, I've just been chilling. It's like a free podcast for me. It's great. I'm right in the room. It's fantastic.
Yeah, you don't have to.
I'm like the Mason Rudolph. That's what I am. 2 years ago, on the bench, chilling. Apparently, cutting grass is better than this. Anyways,
you need it.
Somebody in a commenter comes in and takes your helmet off. You know.
I'm gonna have to clip that grass one. That's so good.
No, I swear too much in it. I got too aggressive. A bit like Omar Khan's draft. You know what I'm saying? I know some stuff when I want to. All right.
Here's the Browns. The Browns are going to pick their next superstar right here.
Deshaun Watson's replacement. Oh my God! Actually, if they pick Joe Milton here, that would be the browniest brown pick.
What? Who's he? What position?
He's got a cannon of an arm. Like, I'd love him to be developing the Steelers system, but he'd just be such a Browns pick.
I wish you guys were old enough to remember Terry Bradshaw when he come out of college. Bradshaw had a cannon.
Before I was born.
He had a cannon.
I watched the tape. Yeah,
we're talking about at Latrobe. They had the practice field. He threw it end zone to end zone. I mean, 80 yards was nothing for Bradshaw. He had a massive arm. He was the high school record holder in the javelin for years. If he could throw anything. When Elway came along, Elway had a great arm, played baseball, football, everything. That's who Elway reminded me of, was Bradshaw, with his ability to throw.
Actually, still, wait, that is a double joke that I did because it's not just the brownies to picks. Didn't Deshaun Watson have a marijuana problem too? Like brownies. Anyway, sorry, I'll move on.
He's got a lot of problems, that guy.
I was not happy with the Browns taking Zach Zinter. I don't know if you
I
saw
was
that.
wanted to get your opinion on this because I talked about him, but what was interesting was that how high we talked about him potentially going, and they took him early. They've done well in the trenches. Michael Hall Jr. and Zach Zinter, like that's a good like.
No, I think he is a great fit for what the way Cleveland does their offensive line and what they want from it. He's fantastic. He's going to be.
I mean,
he's going to be a
White
stud there.
It's not White Teller. Who's the other kid that they got? Starts with J. But yeah, he's going to be such a good fit in there. It's bad. It's actually the lanes he opens. If Nick Chubb comes back and like is healthy, that's going to be pretty nasty.
What is their? Their one guard was. Oh my goodness, I can't remember names either. But their one guard was getting up there and getting
Shredder.
Yeah,
Shredder. Yeah.
So
that's
he
the
is.
name I was thinking of. Yeah.
They're just going to move right between them, one to the other.
Yeah, Afton, Kalen Carson out of Wake Forest there, DJ James. Josh Newton, I haven't seen Josh Newton gone yet, but we've been talking a lot. Josh Newton, he did. Sorry, Josh Newton. Oh, he went to the Bengals. Damn. Damn. Yeah, Hooly Dooly.
It's real.
It's real.
I'm the president until Brian comes in. Do you want to join, Shannon?
I'm too old.
You don't want to be a frat boy and come party with me?
No, I'm too old to go back to school.
I'll sign up being an adjunct professor.
You want to join Jeff Hooly Dooly University? It's got a few members in there.
Can I attend online classes?
I guess it's all online. Yeah.
It's only on mine. It's Mark's only fan.
The frat parties are online.
My goal is if I ever win the lotto, I want to make a real one, and then make a football team, and then a player can say that. You know, when they say I'm from there, I'm from Hooly Dooly University. That's what I want to see. The number one overall pick, John Smith. That's probably the worst made-up name ever. Never use that name in life again. Sorry for the John Smiths out there, but yeah, I think it'd be great because you can make universities.
Hey, Mark, can we get back to draft? This Aussie humor is like worse than cutting grass.
I thought we were talking about cutting grass here. This is our cutting grass stream.
You know what we should do? We should talk about cutting grass for 4 minutes and see who the true ones are and stick around. Really test the live stream. We're giving you so much free content like over 2 hours. Really test you.
I don't like mowing grass. I got hay fever.
Yeah. I don't have any grass at the front. We're in a concrete area.
I thought that was a euphemism.
Or for my lonely fans.
The only ruse.
You're door dashing at all angles.
I would though. If I was the other sex, the other gender,
this is
be up here, there, behind cameras here on the roof.
Have you seen this clip?
Maybe watch him like pick his
Jeff,
nose.
I'll play the clip. Jeff, I'll play the clip for you. Have you not seen the clip?
What clip?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Sorry.
A bit of a sidetrack, and we might because I'm doing a live stream later, and you guys are welcome to come on if you want to. But like, if I was the other gender, right, I'd be so rich. I have no self worth at all, so I'd be so rich. I'll be 24/7. It'd be 7-Eleven, but OnlyFans. I'll be open all day.
You never worked in your life.
Never. I wouldn't even leave my room. I just get DoorDashes and just have all kinds of camera angles going on and different things happening.
I love it.
Oh yeah. I guess being a male, I'm not as fortunate because if I was the other gender, I would be. I don't think I'd be here. And
you can still try it, Mark. You might get some money.
Nah, I highly doubt it.
Hey, people would pay to get you to put your clothes back on.
Yeah, to wear multiple clothes. Yeah.
Please put your clothes back on.
You know, wait. Did the fellas know? Where were the fellas? I don't know. Last year, you guys are probably doing stuff, with the company and that. But there was almost last year we almost got. Was it Kaysen who we spun a wheel for their kid?
Oh, the kid's name. Yeah.
That's how far it got. So it was
Oh,
Kaysen having a trial last year, and then we tried to spin a name for a draft pick to name
It's
their
about the time
child.
we get delirious. It's just about the time midway through the fifth. The Steelers pick in 21 picks time. It's another whole round away.
Oh my goodness.
Still that mad.
Oh, bring up SmackDown Under if you can. That's my mate Dylan. He's up too. What's he doing up? He's not watching the draft
Up that
in
one?
Australia.
How far up?
Newman knows she's a lady we know. One of our why do I say so weird? She's a girl. She's a girl we know. A woman we know. One of our friends from high. I said too weird. High school. So she does know. So I told her. It's half off, half price for me. I reckon half price easily. Everyone gets half price off.
I can just see hashtag canceled. It's going to
Oh,
happen
many
here soon.
times.
It's
Yeah, I'm
coming.
surprised.
It's
I'm
coming.
surprised I'm still on YouTube. Actually, haven't come for me yet. I'll fight them off.
Mark,
I always-
it's the accent. It's the
that?
accent. You can get away with literally anything if you say it with an Australian accent.
Yeah, you say it
I
in
don't know.
American.
Like Shannon when he
you're
talks about piss.
I don't know about anything.
Yeah, like if you Americans hear it, if it's an Australian accent, he gets away with it. What was it? Steven Adams in the NBA would say all kinds of stuff you can't say in press conferences.
Yeah.
And like they tried to get him in trouble, and he was basically like, "I'm Australian," and they were
Yeah.
like, "Oh, okay." Like,
He's a Kiwi. He's a Kiwi.
yeah, that's right.
We
Sorry.
can't stand Kiwis. Wait, there's probably fans out there. We love the Kiwis. You're great. Sorry about that. That was really off the mark, wasn't it?
Sorry, they were born on the wrong island.
Well, fun fact: when we did our constitution and we became like the Commonwealth country of Australia and all the states came together in 1901, New Zealand was meant to come. They pulled out at the last minute, like 3 days before. They just didn't rock up.
Why? They didn't want to be.
Hey, Matty. Miami
Miami
just got Kamara.
Wait,
what?
playoff. I'm not that high on him, though.
Well, I thought you had him on your board.
No. I've got Javon Sullivan and Murphy out of UCLA.
Oh, okay.
Javon Sullivan, I'm really high.
Yeah, and we talked about Solomon yesterday.
So all that OnlyFans, we lost about 10 viewers watching, but that's all right.
My apologies.
Kaysen forgot to set their alarm. Yeah. Is it Waxel that really wants Devonshire? Is it Jim Waxel? The thatched lawn.
The Browns took Jamari Thrash.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to real quick. Cincinnati Bengals draft.
Terrible.
Mims.
No, it's actually been pretty good.
Mims,
Yeah,
Chris
no,
Jenkins,
that's
Jermaine Burton, McKinley Jackson, Eric All, Josh Newton.
The only pick there, Burton has a lot of off the field problems.
Yeah. I mean, that's a very Bengals pick. Incredible talent.
And
Absolutely.
they drafted Eric All, I think, didn't they? Didn't they draft Eric All?
Yeah.
Eric All, one of my favorite tight ends on day 3.
Yep. That is a nice pickup.
Yeah, they
And
filled
Mims,
a
I mean, if
lot.
Mims is hit or miss, but if it works out, really good one.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a fan of Chris Jenkins. He's going to be, pretty good on their defensive line. He's a space eater. I think they're having a pretty strong draft.
For hating the Bengals.
So I've got a bit of rebuttal to that argument, Jeff, about this draft, right? You know how the Bengals say, who they going to beat them Bengals? How many teams do you think have beaten those Bengals in the 57 years? Who they going to beat them Bengals? You got to have a guess for a number. I can tell you right now.
I don't know how many.
394 teams.
394 teams.
My apologies. I fucked my joke up, so I'll move on. I
You
really
actually-
fucked
you
it up.
told it
It's
better
the other way
yesterday.
around. It's 471. Next point. Done. Thanks, Yuli. I messed it up so bad. Maybe I should go cut grass.
I like,
You
I
should
like,
always
I like
do live
the way
streams at
so here.
4:30.
Like He said previously Jenkins is a crush, but now I want him to poop the bed.
I thought you were talking about me. Just oi.
Okay, says we did.
Who they gonna beat them Bengals?
For goodness sakes, the
Everyone.
Cleveland Browns beat the Bengals all the time. How you guys feel about Baltimore's draft? I'm trying to do like a whole AFC North around the
No,
North.
I like it.
We got some.
I still don't get Nate Wiggins. I don't get that from them.
Oh, quick.
Yeah.
Can you guys pronounce that
That's
bloke's
not a
name?
pick for them. I don't get that.
Nate Wiggins and TJ Tampa.
That's but the thing about Wiggins, as I was saying yesterday when we did on the live stream with Mark and the live stream, the reaction video that we did, I think we were talking about it actually when we did the reaction video. But regardless, I feel like Nate Wiggins, I just don't get the fit with them. And I do. Yeah, we were talking in our reaction. You just throw a Najee Harris, a Borden or a Najee Harris or a Darnell Washington or even a Pickens, you're going to steamroll that kid. Yeah, he can double team Pickens. That's where I see the value. But obviously, they don't just draft players to be able to play the Steelers. I'm not understanding that. But also Isaac, they overdrafted Isaac, the edge rusher, late on day 2. I'm not in on their draft.
I think the Ravens have I think their strategy is we're going to beat everyone else and not worry about the AFC North.
Pretty much.
We're not gonna sweat the AFC North. Just make the playoffs. We need to be able to beat the Chiefs, and it's you're not gonna get past. You still got to get out of the AFC North to get there. But I think that's kind of where they're going.
I also wonder if their GM's getting a little bit cocky now.
Yeah.
Just a side little note.
I see their draft. I kind of question Devontae Walker. I don't know. It's how do these guys fit? I don't know, man.
Is the Ravens still or someone else?
Yeah, the Ravens. The Ravens. He's super fast, but that's not I don't know. Lamar needs some real possession receivers.
Malachi
He needs
Corley
some
would have
guys
been a
to
great
feed the
pick.
ball to.
Malachi Corley would have been a great pick for them.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they need some guys that are reliable. Like Mark Andrews is for them. They need more guys like that. Not they keep going for these down the field shot guys, and that's not your offense. I think the Steelers are having the best draft.
Oh,
That's why I said it. Win one day 2. They definitely won day 2.
Yeah, and I think with that, we had the best offseason. And now we're having the better draft, and we had the best record in the AFC North, among the teams. So we were 5-1 in the AFC North, and I think we've gained.
Yeah, I'd have backed that.
Well, I got a serious question for all you guys. No, not the bottom guys. It's just Matty. Matty, what are your thoughts about? Wait, what? I'm serious. What are your thoughts about the schedule, though? When Jeff says that are all the good things, right? I think the schedule's really hard.
I think people overplay. I'll put this. We got some hard teams. Going and playing Kansas City. We got Kansas City at home. At least we're not going away to Kansas City. It's a hard place for them to play. Dallas, same thing. We talked about this about 2 years ago when I did a show right before season. How the team that we all think is going to be great week 1, very few of those teams are great in week 10. And I'm kind of the competitor. Just take it as it comes. Beat anyone on our day. We got to be prepared to beat all teams.
Very true, but there's some tough ones though, with the
Definitely
Cowboys, Eagles, and
Definitely
Chiefs up there, and our division too. I think it's going to be Armand's right. Second toughest schedule, so I think it's a big thing this year.
The thing is, the hardest thing about our schedule, which I talk about in the context of what Jeff's been talking about, it is the AFC North is, and Armand, good to see. I know you always comment on the video, so great to bring you on the live chat. But I think because the AFC North is so tough, we automatically have a tough schedule. I think every AFC North team has a tough schedule.
Yep. We got 6 games against playoff teams right there.
Yeah.
That's going to be tough.
So, have you heard about Jeff? Have you heard about Brian Dooley out of Eastern Michigan?
Great bloke.
Have I heard about it?
He's
I
a
don't
draft
understand the question
prospect.
there.
He's a draft prospect in this year's draft.
Oh, like do I know anything about him?
Yeah.
Not a lot. No.
This guy is a legend. This guy is a really good right tackle prospect. His stats aren't too bad if you look at some of his grades, but he gave up his scholarship. He's like my favorite character prospect in the draft. I don't think anyone knows about him, but I reckon he gets drafted. I don't think he's rumored to be going undrafted. I reckon someone will pick this kid up in the 7th. I really like this kid. Yeah.
Love it.
And I've got a clip of him.
We're at 85 scholarships. We have 85 given out. And no matter how many times or how many years I go to the NCAA and say, yeah, but man, I'm just telling you, we need 86. The answer is no. You have 85. Until Brian Dooley comes into my office and he said, Coach, that guy has earned it. And I've talked this over with my family and the whole bit. And if there's a way to make this happen, I am willing to give up my scholarship.
How cool is that? He gives up his scholarship to the other kid.
Yeah. Yeah, for
I like
somebody who can actually need it. I love that. That's fantastic.
Yeah, he's a really
That's
cool player.
fantastic.
Great question,
If you
actually, from
wonder
Mark.
what I'm doing, guys, right now, because Marky refuses to give us his opinions on the draft, I'm folding laundry.
Yes, that's the content we want, bro. That's it, man. What are you starting with first? The socks or the shirt?
Before you fold one other garment, Mark, get out your terrible towel and show Jeffrey how to fold a garment.
Ooh.
Watch this. This is it's like when they fold the American flag. This is like drill sergeant stuff. Arizona just drafted Christian Jones. Damn. They got a good player there.
There you go.
You're welcome,
There you go,
Internet. You're welcome.
No, I am famous in a very small community of people for being able to fold fitted sheets.
Oh,
That's
that's talent.
Where does
That's
it?
talent.
Wait, how do you even start
Mate,
that?
now if you had a lonely fans, that would go off.
Yeah.
That's it.
I
Come
wonder
see
who-
me fold some laundry. Marky
Who
D,
started-
actually, you know what? If you wanted to do your OnlyFans, what you need to do is get on there, fold laundry, wash dishes in
true.
nice outfits. Women would pay
Yeah.
for that. They'd be like, now that's romance right there. That's a man washing.
Hammer and nail in. Do some
Mhm.
ironing.
Sweeping.
Wash a window.
Yeah, do it while you're
Yeah.
cleaning, doing stuff like that. Oh my goodness.
Open a car door. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And close it.
Mark says,
Yeah.
Love it.
do you think it's a
What?
good question? Do you think we can average 21 points or higher a game?
I hope so. Otherwise, we're losing.
Well, this team's going to keep them under 20, man. This team is going to be like.
To me, that's a the problem with that question is how fast is your offense? Like how fast is the pace of the game? Like going back to Kenny Pickett's rookie year, the last half of that season, the Steelers were one of the better offenses in the league in moving the ball and controlling the clock. But they had 2 fewer drives than every other team per game because they controlled the clock and they ran the ball and did stuff like that. So,
we talked about
you could have a game where you average 3 points a drive. You're going to get 21 points if you have 7 drives. If you have 10 drives, you have 30 points. The same offense, big gap difference, and it's just the speed of the game. So I always go points per drive. And for me, if we can get to 2.6, 2.7 points per drive, I think we're winning a lot of games. If we can get to 3, we're unstoppable. That's 2004 Steelers kind of level. And I know people look and they think what do you mean Kenny Pickett's last half of Kenny Pickett's rookie season, the offense was terrible. That team had the second highest percentage of drives to end with either a touchdown or a field goal attempt in the National Football League.
And their red zone offense was crap.
Yeah, we couldn't score touchdowns, and we missed a bunch of field goals because guys were hurt. But other than that, like if you look at the chances, the number of times we ended a drive with an opportunity to score points, it was second only to the Chiefs. And I think that's why Canada came back. Kenny Pickett was like gave Canada an endorsement, and they were like, well, let's roll it back and see if we can get over that hump and actually put the ball in the end zone a few times more. And like it was something like three or four touchdowns there would have had them at one of the highest scoring rates. Three or four touchdowns over 8 games. And you make a realistic like 90% of field goals or something like what Chris Boswell normally does. Instead of that season we were missing a ton. And we would have been one of the highest scoring offenses per drive in the NFL. And that's like you're right there and you're like, oh man, we can do this. And then the next year, like the entire team forgets how to play football. And you have to fire Matt Canada.
Ooh, worst offense.
That's my spiel. That's my spiel on scoring.
I like it. No, it's informative as well. Still Ed says that we build him here different great here in Michigan. Kaysen says we did him
fold those corners, Jeff. Fold them hard, mate.
Look at that. You just put that one
edge
right
to edge.
Right there. That's the content you're looking for.
That's Marky G ASMR. Eric's asking for it. Eric is asking for it.
How's it going?
Now you sound like they're insers.
Yeah. That quality content.
Mark says the Chiefs average 22 points a game. The defense. Exactly, mate. This is the formula. This is where we're building. Well, Mark Lancaster, Jeffrey Bennick, big fan of Roman Wilson. This guy's going to be awesome. Yeah, he'll get targets if they double GP. For sure. Steelers pick in 14 picks. Half a draft away. Half a round.
What the? That was awesome. Clip that. Do that again. Where'd that come from?
That was my son. That was my son.
That was the best thing I've seen all day. I took him out.
I finished the other one. He just chucked it at me.
Oh, that's awesome.
Mark, breed pizza toppings with a scruffy. What?
All right, but I have to go away for a minute, so I'll be here. Pepperoni, like that. Pineapple.
Pineapple.
Ham.
I love how you say pineapple. That was beautiful.
Pineapple, cheese pizza, oregano. Sorry, for my American listeners, oregano.
No, you gotta say it right. Don't say it American.
What's that? Okay.
Say it the proper way. Don't say it like an American.
How we came back for came back on screen and then left again.
Hey man, I got no more.
Yours are dropping every time.
I'm sorry about that.
Since I showed Brian Dooley, it's like, man.
Yeah, no, that happens all the time, mate. They hear my
this
accent.
Is the NFL draft content people come here for right now.
Well, it is quiet right now. There's no round, so
last year
there's nothing going on.
Was crazy, Jeff. We were doing some crazy things last year, mate.
Spinning the wheel. We haven't spun the wheel yet, but no one's given us a topic to talk about spinning the wheel on anyway.
It is a long time between picks. That's why I think there's just four rounds.
Okay, so we were talking pizza toppings, and you said pineapple.
Pineapple.
I was in Panama last summer. My daughter's school did a Spanish trip, and we were in Costa Rica and Panama. We went to Panama. I had a pizza there. I got to float past you guys. It was bacon, pineapple, and corn.
Ooh.
It was a really buttery pizza.
Actually, you said in Spain. Okay. You said Spain, right?
No, in Panama.
Oh yeah, that's very South American. Yeah.
Well, it's literally the border of the continents, where the Panama Canal. It's right there. So, but it was phenomenal. It was so good. I was like, "What is this pizza? It's so weird. I have to try it." And then it was incredible.
I'd ask, what does the value the corn bring? It's not that tasty in general.
Sweet corn.
Well, it was like maize. It was the actual like the. It wasn't like the stuff we get. Like if you get like American corn, it's different.
It's corn. It's just like
it was much more flavorful and it had more texture to it. It had like more solidity to it. It was really interesting.
Who?
That is the most into it question you've asked the whole draft. I've never seen you more focused this whole draft process.
Well, I just don't understand why you add corn. There's no value to you add bacon, sure.
No, it was really good. Like
Sweet, but corn. I don't know.
I don't know. It added some buttery texture, and it was very interesting.
Well, then just add butter. Why would you need corn?
Important question.
You're better to explain a Pell Grant.
Yeah, what's a Pell Grant?
That is a United States grant for
it's a government bond, right? It's a qualified government bond. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pell
Grant Pell Grant is one you don't have to pay back.
Oh yeah, right. Well, we have another gentleman in the house with Shannon taking a break. I want to welcome Big G to the live chat. Big G, how you going, my man?
G'day, Big G.
Does
this mean I've been downgraded to Little G?
What's up, Godfrey? What's happening with you, bro? What's going on, man? What's up, fellas? How y'all doing down there? Yeah, man. I think we've all been getting it in hard,
haven't we?
Over the last several days, man. I've been all over the world, man. I've been in Australia. I've been in Greece. I've been all across the United States, man, doing different podcasts with different people, bro.
You're Peyton Wilsoning it all over the world.
The big question is Big G, would you put corn on your pizza? I think you do.
Nah.
Yeah, exactly right. That's weird.
Nah.
It was. That's why I had to try it. I was like, that is the weirdest freaking pizza I've ever heard of. No, Big G, I was telling him I was in Panama and I got a pizza there. They had pineapple, bacon, and corn. And it was actually good. It was actually good.
I reckon they're taking the piss, man. Whoever gave you that pizza's taking the piss. They were joking with you.
Man. I was expecting it to not be.
Yeah.
One of the dudes we went with is like old school Italian, his whole family. I ordered that pizza and he's like, my mom, he looked at me, he's like, my grandma. And he has an Italian accent and everything. He's like, my grandma would like slap you for ordering that. Yeah. Like you couldn't even order that in my family. Then it came and he tried a little bit of it. I cut him off. He tried a bit of it and he's like, all right, man, you can't tell anyone I said this, but that's actually legit. That's actually good. He was shocked.
Pineapple on a pizza? That's fruit, man. The pizza is made for you to stick to your bones, man. You got to have a lot of cheese on there and a lot of meat. You get a few vegetables, a couple green ones, but outside of that, no pineapples. That's yellow. No.
I love this. This is vintage Mark and me podcasting. One of the best podcasts we ever did was a pizza podcast. We'd done an hour live when we're back with BTSC Steel Curtain Network. We're in the end of the live. We're starting about pizza, and everyone hung on. We'd say it another hour. We did like a 2-hour show. We got in massive trouble from you know this sorts of guys. We got in massive trouble. We just kept talking about this pizza. It's the best. So this is vintage stuff. But you have joined us, Big G. We haven't spoken to you since before the draft started. Claude, familiar with everyone on this channel. We're going to know how do you guys grade the draft so far. Big G, we haven't heard from you since the draft started, so I'm going to throw this one straight to you, straight up.
All right. So the question is, how did we grade?
Yeah, how do you grade this draft? You can go the picks or overall. I don't mind.
It's an A. I mean, there ain't nothing even. I mean, anybody who says that the Pittsburgh Steelers did not have an A draft absolutely knows nothing about football. They know absolutely nothing. Because the issue was, yes, you got to address needs. Yes, sometimes you got to get best player available. Yes, sometimes you reach and stretch. But guess what the Steelers didn't do? They didn't reach. They didn't stretch. And they got every guy that they drafted, except for the last kid out of South Dakota State, which I knew about him, but I thought he would be like maybe a sixth round pick. Every guy that they picked, I said they was going to pick him. The only dudes I was salty that they didn't get was Chris Jenkins and Jeremiah Trotter Jr. But I wanted Peyton Wilson more than I wanted Jeremiah Trotter. So every guy I knew about, they were identified. I knew we was going to pick them. So overall, you get your starting center, you get your starting tackle, you get probably who's going to make, I don't know right away, but it's probably going to start at middle linebacker. You get a legit slot receiver that's better than you paying all that money for Tyler Boyd and all whatever else that can come in and is mean, rough, rugged, and raw. And then you just got a replacement at guard if Daniels' contract comes up or if my man that we got from Philadelphia, one of them's 30 years old and the other one's on a contract after next year. So you got him as a replacement and a starter. So you build offensive line depth. How could between that and what Omar Khan and them did in free agency? Oh man, it's a big facts draft for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now we didn't have the best draft out of all the teams. We didn't have the best. We're in the top 5, but we got an A draft. We got an A draft.
Oh, I want to give you this fact, Big G. The other guys know it, the live chat knows again, but I can't say it enough. If you look at where you'll like this one. If you look at where the Steelers, and I haven't done McCormick. This is only the first 4 picks, day 1 and day 2. You look at Daniel Jeremiah's top 150 picks, and you look at where we drafted them. The Steelers are plus 106. If you average that across the 4 picks, we are literally getting a guy almost a round later, or at least minimum half a round later than their actual ranking deserves. That is insane. That is absolutely insane.
But you know what that was from, bro? That was from the Steelers setting their draft board and sticking with the players that they wanted.
That's what I was going to say. It's exactly what you said before the draft. Stick and pick.
Yeah, that's what the Detroit Lions model. But in all actuality, whose model it is the Philadelphia Eagles. That's who's had the best draft so far. But I mean, I'm a diehard Steeler fan, but I'm telling you right now, the Philadelphia Eagles mauled the draft. They mauled it. Like Philadelphia is going. Listen, Philadelphia going to Super Bowl. I'm telling y'all right now.
I don't know, man. I like Detroit. I like what Detroit did with their 2 corners, man. They had 2 good corners.
Detroit was second. My draft order is Philly first, Detroit second, Pittsburgh third, Baltimore 4th, Arizona 5th. That's my top 5 drafts. But Philadelphia, they're going to Super Bowl. They don't no injuries.
Baltimore the Bengals?
Baltimore knocked Baltimore's value that they got late with Walker, and they just had to pick a minute.
Do you think they overdrafted Isaac?
No, from Penn State, the defensive end.
Yeah,
that's what you're talking about. Oh man, he's a monster. He's a monster, man.
Wiggins, and I don't see the Nate Wiggins. I don't really like the Nate Wiggins fit for them.
So let me ask you a question. What defense does the Baltimore Ravens play?
Yeah,
they run a 3-4 like ours, right?
But the problem for Wiggins is if I'm picking that type of player, right, playing in the AFC North. I know what you're saying with it, like in the nickel, but if and I know that they're the ones that have got Andrews, but like when we throw the ball to Freiermuth, to Washington, when the Bengals throw the ball to Njoku, when the Browns throw to Njoku, when the Bengals throw to Ericor, that guy going to get minced. If the Browns throw it to Chubb in the short passing game, which I mean it's something they haven't done since Baker left enough.
Facts.
That's going to be a problem for Nate Wiggins. Where it's going to be a problem for the Steelers is when they double team Pickens. I see the value, right? I see the value in double teaming Jamar Chase, but I wouldn't have used my first round pick on Nate Wiggins if I was Baltimore.
He's not a 12 personnel guy. He's an 11 personnel guy.
But then how do you pick that guy the first round? I mean,
they got him to fight Kansas City. He's not for the division. He's for the Chiefs.
We got to get there.
When they line up with Hollywood Brown and they line up with Xavier Worthy, that kid's for the Chiefs. He's when they go big sub packages within our division, you got to remember they already had starting corners. They didn't lose anybody.
I know, but I know that's why. But I wouldn't have waited. I don't know. I just wouldn't have done that with my. Like they've got there's other things they could have done. That's all I'm saying.
I like that late in the draft. I like the value. That late, I know they could have maybe made a deal. Got Quinyon Mitchell. They definitely could have got Cooper DeJean. I don't think. Yeah. Terrion Arnold. But I found out something about Terrion Arnold. Remember how they kept saying the Kool-Aid was hurt?
Yeah.
Terrion Arnold's got medical issues. I found that out from one of my boys.
I mean, a great take. The other thing when we said Cooper, I thought they were going to go Cooper because Cooper with Carl Hamilton and their setup, like I was thinking. Yeah. And when you talk about 3-4, they like to do a lot of dime when other people go a heavier nickel. Right?
That is correct.
So that's why I thought Cooper, like when we was there on day 2, I'm like, surely the Ravens are moving up, like in that regard, right? So I wonder about that one. But
out of our division, I think all 4 teams got an A.
Yeah,
based on the value of the pick.
We were talking about Zach Zinter, like a great pick from the Browns.
Yeah,
Zach Zinter.
killing them for Cleveland. And they got Mike Hall Jr.
Yeah,
they got Mike Hall Jr. to play. They don't have no defensive tackles. That's always been their thing. They got dogs on the end, but they ain't never got nobody up the middle. They got Mike Hall Jr. Man, listen, everybody in our division got better. Everybody got better. Everybody.
Yeah.
But we're still the best division in football. But the NFC North is coming.
Oh,
the NFC North is moving fast as far as to be the second best division in football. But yeah, our division, it's a slugfest this year. It's a slug. So even with our last 2 picks in the 6th, I'm gonna be excited about it anyway because it's Steeler stuff.
Yeah.
But the deal is, as soon as the clock is struck, and you can actually start signing guys, that's what that's what that $20 million was. It was 17 whatever million dollars. That's what that money was for. Because I think we're going to make a real run at Justin Simmons. I think we're going to make a real run at him. Now that I've seen that the 49ers have now picked 3 wide receivers, one of them dudes is out of there. Debo is out of there.
I reckon it's Debo because of the salary cap money, right?
One of them's out of there.
No one wants to eat $25 million with Ayuk. So
yep. So one of those. So we might get one of them. I can see us going after Cortland Sutton. Right?
I've talked about him a week ago. I think he's the best. I actually think he's a smart fit because you can stretch the field, which is what Russ wants to do, and it will take away teams from double teaming George Pickens. And we've got to try and do that now because everyone knows he's WR number 1.
Yep. And so, like I said, I don't think that's what all that little shuffling of that money was to give Pittsburgh an opportunity because we all Steeler guys. We know what's happened every year for the past 3-4 years. As soon as the draft was over with, the Baltimore Ravens was eating people up. They was going and grabbing this guy, grabbing that guy, grabbing where they didn't have a position field concerning the draft. I think it flipped this year, and I think Baltimore's going to get everything they need in the draft. And then we're going to be the team that's going to be out of our division. It's going to be super aggressive as soon as the draft is over.
We were very aggressive last year with the UDFAs as well.
Yeah.
What do you think of? We'll go around the room on the rest of the grades. I think, apart from overdrafting Tip Ryman potentially.
Yeah.
Arizona has had a very good draft.
Top 5.
A very good draft. And from the perspective of they had so many needs where they needed to get better. Pass rush, they were obviously always going to get the wide receiver to help out, Kyle Murray. They got Christian Jones late. They needed someone like Elijah Jones in the cornerback room. Trey Benson's a perfect running back for what they want to do with Connie. I look at Arizona and I was worrying that they were going to become a basket case of a franchise, and I'm like, nah, they made some moves, man. They made some moves.
Yeah, I identified top 5, but I want to see what everybody else's draft grade because if y'all get to talk about A or A minus, man, I'm gonna have to hit y'all with a big fine, man. I'm gonna get y'all a big fine, man. Y'all better not be talking about no A and no A minus. I mean, no A minus or down. But I just want to see though. Let's see what's going on, man.
Mark, what do you
got? I'm pretty good with it all, to be honest. I don't know who these players are. I just like the fact that they got a big bloke on the right hand side. They got a big bloke in center. They got a dude with no Achilles or no ACL or something like that. Yeah. He can still run. Apparently that's a massive issue, not having an ACL. But then Hines Ward played with it for 14 years and no one even knew about it. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
And then we got someone called Peyton Wilson, who was injured. And he's been compared to Luke Kuechly. That was Kenny's picks. So that's kind of dope. And then who else we got? Oh, the other big guy is a rabbit. Jack Rabbit. So my overall analysis is
he's a 4-time All-American too. Just FYI.
Yeah. What does that mean? Is that the best player at his position?
And they're in a smaller division. They're not FBS. They're division down, but they've won national championships. It's either them or North Dakota State that wins the national championship. But he made for you to be a college and you to be a 4-time All-American. That means you hit the ground running. I mean, literally, that means it's a big neck thing. Yeah, that means as a freshman, You came into college and you were better at that division than any other guy that was out there at that division as a freshman. Because 4 years running, 4-year running All-American. So yeah, he's a monster. He's a starter. I mean, literally, we got a starter sitting on the bench for him. He's a starter. They're just going to get him ready.
I said this earlier. He's allowed 3 sacks, none last year. He's out of the 6 years in college. There were 4 years he didn't allow any sacks. He's only allowed 4 quarterback hits the whole time. He's played 3,411 snaps. Like incredible. Like grades up there with everyone else. He's not even allowed 30 pressures. Like all the top linemen have pretty much allowed more than 30 pressures. This guy is insane.
He had the second highest reps at his division for bench press. He had the second highest reps. So that's telling you he's super strong. That's already telling you.
I think he smashed the Yuli brought it up in the live chat before, but one of the other drills he smashed at the combine. I think it was the 3-cone. I don't know though.
Yeah, it is. It is. He was top 5. He was top 5 3-cone across all divisions. He was top 5 3-cone. Yeah. For his size, I mean, come on, man. He's ready to ride. He's ready to ride. So yeah. So you say A.
You say A.
You're saying A. Mark, you saying A?
Oh, I'm saying A, and Richard's back too. So shout out to Richard cutting grass. That's good. No, there's no bad blood.
Jeff.
All right, my thoughts on this draft are straight up just it's one of those drafts where you meet all your needs.
Mm-hmm.
And normally when you do that, it's like it's not flashy, but it's effective.
Mm-hmm.
But this we did it in ways that have flash. Like we went out and got a dude to play right or left tackle to go across from wherever Broderick Jones ends up. That's just a standout. Like the athleticism's off the charts, the execution technique off the charts. Was it Mike Martz who coached Orlando Pace in St. Louis said said Futano has better technique than like 50% of the starters in the NFL right now. Like that's the floor for this dude. He's already there. Zach Frazier, absolute fantastic. Like to get guys with that temperament on this line to pair with like Seumalu, you got guys that just like to punish people. So I love it. Like that to me is the draft. Obviously I like Roman Wilson. I like where they got Roman Wilson. I like, the other Wilson, Peyton Wilson, or whatever his name is. Yeah. That's a luxury pick. That's like a guy you're sitting there saying, hey, if it works out, boom, that's amazing. If it doesn't, oh, well, great spot for that. Great spot for that kind of move. I like the Jackrabbit. He's like, what was it? John LeGlue we had show up and play and came out of nowhere and was like, everyone's like, whoa, look at him. Cause he just came in and pushed people around. That's McCormick right now. McCormick can step in this year. If someone goes down, come in, people are going to be like, oh dude, look at that dude. He's just moving people. That's all he does. Simplify it and let him do his job. So I like it. I'm a fan of the Steelers draft. I agree also the AFC North. We've got several good drafts. I actually think the Steelers have the best drafts in the AFC North. For AFC North play. And Big G, I absolutely agree with you. The Ravens are not drafting to compete in the AFC North. They're sitting there saying we could go. They're sitting there saying we could go 2-4 in the AFC North, make the playoffs, and none of that matters. Like if you go 2-4 in the AFC North and you slip into the playoffs and you beat the Chiefs, versus you go 5-1. Someone just did that last year in the AFC North. You make the playoffs and get absolutely stomped. Yeah, by a team that you just can't run.
I just think for them as well. Though, like I agree with both of you. That's obviously the strategy. But I think I like my bets. I'm betting man. I'm not making that bet because Lamar don't make it to week 17 year in year out. You need to win those. You need to win those division games, and you need to try and get home field advantage and have a rest before the playoffs get going. If you're the type of offense that they are. I think that's a problem for them. So,
but you can't build a team to beat Cleveland and Pittsburgh. You can't just build your roster around we need to beat Cleveland and Pittsburgh and then expect to have success in the playoffs.
Haven't we done that? You can't do it. Haven't we done that?
And I think that corner he's going to work out well against the Bengals too. That's you're going to see that kind of stuff where you need those matchups.
Yeah. I think the Steelers built both ways. Really, to be honest, man, I think
I
they
agree.
built both ways. Because I'm gonna tell y'all, and I don't know if you heard it, but I've been heard it. So I knew way before. So let me preface the story. Okay, the story was on some other networks that I podcast with that the Steelers was not going to get.
If you want to, you can talk about them if you want to. I don't care about promoting other stuff. I'm someone that believes, unlike other places, a high tide raises all boats. Other places don't believe that. So I think promote what you like. I'm
all right. So I was podcasting on the Steel Curtain Network, and I was sitting behind the scenes with different guys, right? And there was like this friction that was created based on whether or not Justin Fields was coming to the Steelers. And they, we got this inside source. This guy says this guy says that. I knew he was coming to Pittsburgh, right? So
you were very sure of it for a long time too.
I knew it was intense because if you guys who follow on Twitter and all whatever else, when he got that phone call and he was like, "I'm going to the crib and I'm this, that, and this," everybody thought that meant the Atlanta Falcons. It didn't mean Atlanta. What it meant is that George Pickens, Jones,
he said he was partying with them.
They're boys. They some of them, he went to high school with 3 guys on the current Steelers roster, right? And so what the Chicago Bears owner promised him was, "I'm going to send you to where you want to go regardless of what the cost is."
Yeah.
So
he was saying that they're good friends, like Fields is good friends with the family, jersey on the wall, the kid loves him, all that stuff.
And I also knew that Mike Tomlin had a conversation with Justin and nobody knew about it. But Mike Tomlin, the thing that moved fast that made them move off of Kenny Pickett was the Russie deal. When they brought Russie in and Russie said, "Okay, I'm going to stick and stay," that's when they were like, Pickett's gone, because they already knew they had Justin. They already knew it. So the move was, okay, we're going to move on Justin. Omar Khan's going to hold out, getting for as least as what we could possibly get, because we already know that Chicago's going to move on Caleb, right? And then so when Russie signed, it was like, oh my God, now we can do 2, which had like the Steeler Nation like, oh my God. I also knew that Cordell Patterson was coming to Pittsburgh. I knew that too. And I called that. And everybody was like, what? I said, bro, I'm telling you, I know the relationship that Arthur Smith has with Cordell Patterson. I knew he was coming.
I said to Shannon, we did a global perspective in January, and I said, right after Arthur Smith was coming, and I said, man, I was like, I just said it as an offhand comment. I've been struggling to go back and find it, but like, I remember saying it, and I just said to him, like, you reckon they signed Cordell Patterson? I was like, and he was like, yeah, but the return game right now. I'm like, yeah, but aren't they like? And I thought to myself, are they considering the rule? But yeah, I mean, these stuff's done. But you know, the one that I as well was Van Jefferson, because Mike Tomlin liked his route running. He said that last year before, like in the preview. He wasn't talking about Puka Nacua. He was saying the young kid there. Everyone was talking about Puka Nacua, and he wasn't. He was talking because he said the Jefferson kid, and it went over everyone's head. It was like,
but that's what I mean by they built both ways. So the both way issue is this. We know, well, at least I live in Ohio, so I know how it gets. The weather's gonna get nuts. And so when the weather gets nuts, can you line up and beat up on the Cleveland Browns, the Baltimore Ravens, and the Cincinnati Bengals? Absolutely.
We can.
All those people that was talking that mess about Najee getting traded, you done lost your mind. Najee is going to play for us because that's how we beat them. But then come playoff time, Vance Jefferson, Cordell Patterson, Jalen Warren, Justin Fields, now Roman Wilson. Oh, I got speed that can run with them. I got speed. I can get in a phone booth and fight you and win 17-10. But when I got to get 28, I can get it. I can get it. So they built both ways. They built, and that's what Peyton Wilson was for. Peyton Wilson is not an AFC North linebacker. Peyton Wilson is quietly Chad Brown. That's his comp.
That's what Shannon's been saying.
He's Chad Brown. So now you're going to get him out in space, and when you got them tight ends and them inside slot receivers that are real big, Chad Brown got him 1-on-1. We don't have to change our defense. So the Steelers, Omar Khan was real smart with this, man, to build out the 53-man to make it similar like how Baltimore, okay, I gotta play to beat my division, but at the end of the day, I know that the goalpost is Kansas City. I know that's the goalpost. So that's all I was saying all along, and that's why you get a piece like Justin Fields. I promise y'all, Justin Fields is going to play every game this season.
Yeah,
I will bet anybody want to bet he's going to play every game.
And I'm going to argue, like, I love your analysis. And the other part, I said this on one of the shows. I think we were doing the show, what was I doing with it? Shannon and Jeff, and the reaction on to day one's picks. Greg Cosell, who I got a lot of time for Greg Cosell out of NFL Films. He said exactly the same thing because he said, if you want to run the football and you look at Fields versus Wilson day one, and if the Steelers, and this was like 5-6 days ago, so before the draft started, maybe 7, and he literally said, if you're the Steelers and you're going to run the football and we know they're going to invest in the O-line, and if you can get your center, he's like, you're picking Justin Fields because he's the one that's going to give you that run game. Like, someone wants some mobility. He's like, Russ might do well the preseason, but like, maybe they give him one game for Fields to watch the offense in play against like non-preseason defense. But he's like, Justin Fields is playing the majority of the games this season.
Yeah. Rusty might be the designated starter. But I'm saying they're going to have packages for Justin every game. Justin will get anywhere between 12 and 20 snaps a game. 12 and 20 snaps. And if Rusty gets hurt, then okay, then we don't even got to worry about it. But the packages for Justin is going to be running the ball, throwing the ball, and catching the ball. How do you defend if I come out and I'm in a sub 12 package? All right. So that's double tight, double wide.
Yep.
And I got one running back. And I have Rusty standing next to Justin. And I sent Justin in motion. What are you going to do? What do you, because if you get a throw to him to the outside, guess what he can do? If he catches it clean, he can throw it downfield, or if he catches it, he can run, and he's faster than most teams' other defenders.
Correct.
It's gonna cause havoc, man.
Well, you don't have to go back very far. When this team was running Josh Dobbs in those packages and trying it, they were trying to do it, and it wasn't working. But those short yardage packages, if you think back Canada's offense, when those plays where they would put in Miles Boykin, and you're like, you have no receivers on the field, and you knew they were running it, and then they would still often run the ball successfully. You have packages like that. You have opportunities for whole sets of plays where they just swap out the quarterback, and it's a completely different look. It's a completely different game going on. Get Cameron Hayward in there. Get Darnell Washington. Like, you have so much potential for a group of guys to just come in 2 or 3 players and boom, you've swapped the whole offense. That is an interesting threat that they present there. And I love it. I love the idea of it.
And the thing is too, like, if they draft a guy late right now, or there's another team that has an injury to a key quarterback, we're not paying Russie much. There's no issue if we have to trade Russie. Like, if the Khan artist gets a good package before the trade deadline for Russie, and Fields is cooking, and like talk about turning lemons into lemonade, man. Like that. I don't think they will, because I think they want to win, and like having the backup in Russie makes sense. But like, if you got an offer you couldn't refuse, you freaking take that every time, man. We're not liable to him.
Right. What kills the NFL every year is player injury. Okay.
Yep.
That people said I was crazy for making this statement, and I don't care. I understand how football works. Why did the Atlanta Falcons pay Kirk Cousins $100 million and still draft Michael Penix Jr.? Because they don't have to go after a quarterback till 2029. Yep. They don't have to.
And they've got the Jordan
it.
Love. They've got they were talking about this. Rapport was talking about this on the morning and day 2 with Rich Eisen. He's like, the best scenario right now is you end up with an Aaron Rodgers, give the bird to the franchise, and go out, and Kirk Cousins goes and gets them into the playoffs and wins games and is the MVP. That's the best scenario possible. You let Penix learn the NFL, which was one of the things. Everyone said he's got a sure thrower. He can play behind that O-line. He's very experienced, but he may struggle with some defensive schemes and how he can play up against it in the NFL. You now get to sit him for 2 years. Like I kept saying, with Ben's last year, I kept saying on like RTDU shows, I'll be like, Steelers should go and do a package for Jordan Love. The Steelers should go and everyone said to me, Jordan Love, no. Jordan Love, no. That would have been better than Kenny Pickett.
Yeah.
Jordan Love sat for 2 years. Aaron Rodgers sat for 3. Like,
But-
and to me, this says people understand the NFL doesn't have a developmental league. You can take these talented guys, but if you take them and you throw them in and you don't have a starter, you don't have a Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
It's either you're ready to go now or you're never being a quarterback in the NFL. When in the reality is they need a couple seasons. They need a couple years. And with Penix and the injuries, give him time to heal. Give him time to work up to NFL stuff. Get him in trainers. They don't just get you in shape, but they get you in shape that prevents injuries. Like that kind of exercise, that kind of thing. And then you let the guy come in with a different mindset and understanding the game at a better level and apply his tools effectively.
Yeah. Russie's going to teach Justin how to be a better pro, period. And guess what? Justin's going to listen because Russie has something Justin wants. Russie's got a Super Bowl ring.
I was about to say this.
He's got that ring.
And Justin wants one of those bad.
Mm-hmm.
So now, like, okay, I'm going to listen to everything you got to say. And he's going to sit right up underneath Arthur Smith. Arthur Smith, man, listen, people talk that mess. His deal in Atlanta was he didn't have no quarterback, but he was built. They just didn't give him time. If he would have been the coach this season, they would have killed everybody. Watch what Atlanta do to everybody this year. And down there in the NFC, they're going to cause problems, man, because they were building the team. Now you're going to see it's the same difference in Chicago. Justin never had no weapons in Chicago. Last year, they gave him some weapons. Now they have built the team all the way out for Caleb. Watch what Chicago do. It's because same difference when this is the perfect scenario. When Alex Smith was the starting quarterback for Kansas City.
Yes.
They drafted Pat Mahomes, and they were like, what the heck are they doing? Okay.
Yeah.
Now let's look and say, okay, now what?
Yeah.
So people on this Russie with Justin, the mindset is we just didn't pay the bag, right?
Or the first round draft pick.
Yeah, less than $2 million for one, less than $3 million for the other one. We didn't extend Justin because we're going to extend him during the season. I had one Steeler fan fight me and say, "Oh, they don't never do that." Man, the Steelers is doing stuff they ain't done ever underneath Kevin Colbert, man. You done lost your mind. This is the new wave of football. Justin go get an extension sometime in the middle. The reason why they didn't extend him because they got to take care of Najee first. They're going to take care of Najee first.
Najee, I said for Najee, no fifth-year option, 2-year deal, maybe the 2-year deal, base 10, another about 2 in incentives, like maybe call it 1,200 yards or whatever, and you sign that to 2. That gets you through Jalen Warren by next year as well. You've got your options there. You keep Najee happen, then he's old, then you might be able to keep Najee again to be your number 2. Keep Najee in Pittsburgh for 8 to 10 years, winning.
Yeah,
done.
Yeah, they're going to take care of Najee. Then after that, they're going to take care of Justin. And somewhere in there, going to take care of Pickens too. Somewhere they're going to take care of him too. So that
interesting.
Man,
I want to say something. I want to get your opinion on this. The Jets took Jordan Travis at 171.
Smart.
To me, that was the right quarterback to sit behind Aaron Rodgers. That is a problem. They picked. I love the 2 running backs that they've now picked in Isaiah Davis, and they picked the other guy.
Allen from Wisconsin.
Braylon Allen behind Breece Hall. That's a lookout now.
They took Malachi Corley too.
They just took Isaiah Davis.
Big G. I can't talk about that. All right? I'm still very upset about that.
They took Malachi Corley. And they got the tackle from Penn State.
I know.
Corley's going to do well with Rodgers. Rodgers and him are going to be.
Yeah, because what's the little funny colored eye dude? Which color used to have over there in Green Bay? What's his name? Little short, light skinned, funny colored eye wide receiver.
Cobb.
Yeah, Cobb. Yeah, that's Malachi Corley and Cobb's the same guy.
I know.
Same player.
It's not.
Same player. Yeah. So he
pick,
love that.
We're 4 picks away from the Steelers pick. This is an interesting one from Stink Bomb because I watched a lot of tape on Anderson. Anderson to me is a right guard in the NFL. It's interesting that Stink Bomb said there, Anderson RG, McCormick LG. We've literally got 2 backup guys. What do you think about Nate Herbig's contract? Because I didn't like how much they overpaid Herbig last year. I know that they're in a crap position to improve the interior O-line depth. But that contract is one little tiny black mark on this front office right now because he's expensive to move, and I don't see Doesn't see the fit. I know he's an insurance policy, but he's an expensive insurance policy.
So who's your backups? It's Herbig, the kid we just drafted, Dan Moore Jr., Anderson.
Yeah.
And
you're keeping Anderson because the versatility, and they think about grooming him as the center, right?
Yeah.
You're obviously going to keep McCormick. Dan Moore, they should still. I said it when he was drafted. White, this guy's probably better at guard in the NFL. They've not tried that one. He's going to be much cheaper than Herbig. Like I think Herbig, they still eat like something like $2 million this year, which isn't the greatest deal amount of money in the world, but that's $2 million we can sign other blokes for. So
yeah. I think they keep him and they eat it just because you gotta have the value, you gotta have depth on the offensive line. I mean, we got 9 linemen. When was the last time you said that about the Steelers?
Yeah.
And you wasn't worried. You was like, okay, even if somebody goes down, we're good.
Yeah,
we have a legitimate line.
And with a rookie at center, I think Herbig's your number 2. They're gonna have him back up that position.
Now we got McCormick. Would you kick Daniels in? Like
no.
Daniel, that's done. Man.
And I hope Anderson and Herbig are fighting hard for that center 2 spot. Like I still think Anderson's best spot in the NFL, watching like hours of his tape, is right guard. Like he's a tremendous right guard. Like I say this to people, when he matched up against Mazzei Smith when you guys had him at Michigan, Dallas took in the first round. He put Mazzei Smith on his freaking ass, right? Like Anderson's biggest problem last year in the draft was that he was so versatile, and Maryland have played him all over the place. Some people are like, well, he played a bit of tackle to start off with, and then he played a bit of left guard. But like you watch every game where he plays right guard, he has lights out. He's at the second level. He's following guys after he's already put a guy on his ass. Like he's following the running back. Like it is. It has been rare in the last few years have I seen a day 3 lineman follow the ball like that down the field. Like I thought Spencer Mark, remember how high I was on Spencer Anderson last year? I was just
what?
Remember Spencer Anderson? How high I was on him this year?
So he caught me off guard. I was legit in podcast mode. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm just listening.
That's hilarious.
I have no clue. We'll go to Jeff.
That's Jeff? Your Seattle has 2 losses.
No, I'm so invested. Like,
Mark, I'll do a quick Twitter comment on it, and you just wait for it.
Let me steal that.
Yeah.
Hey, Spencer Anderson, like you said though, fellas, it's been a long time since I've seen a 7th rounder stick with a team.
That's true.
Right? And not be on the practice squad. And not be on the practice squad.
Trix was a 7th rounder.
Yeah, but I'm saying, he dressed. He wasn't no practice squad.
Had he played yet though? Did he play?
I don't remember him getting in that much or at all.
Yeah,
but he was in uniform every game. He never went down to the practice squad. There was never a conversation about that.
What about the Russell Wilson and Anderson thing on Twitter? What about that? Is there any links there where he wants him to play or something like that? That they were together at a game, or does it mean nothing?
It does mean you're intelligent because and this is Anderson's deal. Anderson didn't know what they were going to do from a draft standpoint, right? Mm-hmm. So if the Steelers would have said, okay, we're not going to go center, or we go later on down the line like Von Prawn or BB went high, and I was that's a guy I love too.
I was going to say, you would have loved that BB went that high.
Yeah, but if Zach Frazier wouldn't have been sitting there, and then they would have went later on with a center, Anderson's building his rapport with Russie, so that way he gets an opportunity to say, okay, I can play. But so that was a smart move. But now that Frazier's there, it's over.
Yeah, that's how you fight for that center spot. That's how you fight for your ranking there. You get in with the cute quarterback.
Yep.
Well, that's what Cole. How much did Cole do that last year to Kenny Pickett? Oh my God, it was like pathetic at one point. I'm like, Cole, would you like? He do every after training camp interview like, oh Kenny, and then when he saw Mitch playing well, oh Mitch. I was like, this guy's got to go, and I'm done with this guy, man. Like,
I mean, look at Pouncey and Ben Roethlisberger.
Oh yeah.
They were like best friends.
Yeah.
And like Ben didn't talk to people on the team. That's not Ben being comfortable with Pouncey. That's Pouncey being like, look, you're gonna be my best friend. You're my quarterback.
Well, Pouncey learned that at Florida. Mm-hmm. He learned that messing with Tebow. He learned early and often that you lock up with that alpha male, and that's gonna guarantee you that you got a spot.
Yeah.
So he learned that messing with Tebow and Urban Meyer and them down there in Florida. The Gator boys, he learned that. So He did, man. Again, listen, I'm a Buckeye and all whatever else, man. Proud to be one, but like I follow stories, man, concerning like how and people don't. And I played at the collegiate level, so I know how it works. At that level, man. And it's a lot of times it's not who's the best player. A lot of times it's the politics of it, man.
Oh yeah.
So the politics of Spencer saying, okay, hey, Russie, you need some extra work. You need this, that, and this. Heck yeah, I'll hang out. He's guaranteeing him a place on the roster. That's not. That's very intelligent.
Yeah, and that's business. Yeah, that's how business works. So, Jalen Ford of the Saints. What position do we think the Steelers are going to go with their 3 picks away?
Yeah, who's left?
James Woods. I know I keep.
Let me look at best available.
James Williams. James Williams is a hybrid safety linebacker and a tight end destroyer. He's still freaking on the board, man.
Man, I was salty that the Penn State tight end went. I wanted him bad, man.
Theo Johnson, thank you. I was saying him all draft season, man. Agree. 80% of the production of Pat Freiermuth 2 rounds later. Come on.
You know who's on the board? 2 guys. Brandon Rice and Johnny Wilson, wide receivers.
We've been talking about Wilson a lot. That's what J Devil said. The pick by Wilson sets up Wilson's touchdown to Wilson.
Yeah, so what wrong
imagine the 12 personnel set where Wilson's one of the wide receivers, right? So you've got Freiermuth, Darnell, and Johnny Wilson on the board.
Another Wilson. That'd be 4.
6'7" Mark. 6'7" wide receiver.
He's 6'7".
6'7".
Yeah.
And a lot of teams will try and play him at a tight end, but he does play like a wide receiver. He doesn't play like a tight end. I like DJ James. I do like him. People talking about him out of Auburn. He's a good corner.
I think with one of those picks, they're going to draft Joe Milton.
I hope so.
Quarterback out of Tennessee. I
said to Jeff, that could be a real Browns pick. I could see the Browns trying to do that.
Yeah, I think one of those picks, man. One of those picks for sure. That Jaheim Bell kid is pretty good too. That tight end, he's a hybrid tight end, H-back out of Florida State. I mean, unless they're going to play Cam at the hybrid, because in Arthur Smith offense, you got to have a fullback.
Yeah, well, that's where I think Connor will go.
I hope do.
The other guy though, Jeff
play like it though.
No, you don't.
Jeff, you said it yesterday. The Steelers almost always draft an edge rusher on day 3.
Andy Weidel. Andy Weidel's been in charge of 4 drafts. He's drafted a day 3 edge rusher every time.
I'm pretty sure Murphy out of UCLA, and it's either Grayson or Gabriel, but half the internet's Gabriel and half the internet's Grayson. I've given up trying to figure out what it is. But Murphy out of UCLA is a ton of production. I think he's still there. He would be a gun get. You wouldn't need to replace. You wouldn't need Golden again. You could play Herbig inside sometimes. Like getting Murphy would be a freaking steal, man.
Christian Boyd is still there too. The defensive tackle out of Northern Iowa. He's still there. I mean, that's a big.
Has my man Gabe Hall been taken yet? Gabe Hall's
still on the board. I'm looking at it. He's still there. Gabe Hall's still there.
He's a good player.
Yeah, Baylor edge. Yeah, Baylor edge. He's still there. Let me look. Oh, and that safety out of Miami's still there too.
That's what I was saying before. James Williams. Yeah.
Yeah, he's there. Malik Washington's still there too.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's still there after Thrash. Are you back? You're not, Shannon? We'll see.
I mean, there's so many people we are surprised are there. It's like there's a lot. There's a lot there for us.
Here we go. Panel is in.
Shannon got the 97 on. Shannon, I was talking mess on Slack and all the other channels, man. I was out there in Twitter land. I said, I bet you right now Shannon got a 54 jersey on order right now, and he'll have it on the show by Wednesday. I said, I bet money he'll have it, man. Because I ain't talked to you since Zach Frazier got picked, man.
Oh, yeah. I'm still waiting to get the GoFundMe page up and
start it. Start it now. Yeah.
Now, Matty said he was going to buy it for me. I don't know.
Man, get you a GoFundMe. Man. Shannon, you're gonna have it in the black. You're gonna have it in the white. You're gonna have it in the alternative. You're gonna have it in every color.
Bumblebee.
54. Every jersey available. 54 Steelers belongs to Shannon White.
Yeah, it's going to happen. Yes.
I love it.
Ooh, pick is in. We're almost to the 6th round.
The last pick in the fifth just went?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's in. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I see it on the
Haven't seen it
clock.
now.
Yeah. The Jets had a good draft too, man.
That's what I was saying, man. I think the Jets have gotten really powerful. The rest of that, but the Bills got Javon Solomon. That was a great pick for them. Edge rusher. That was great out of Troy. That's a great.
The Bills got him?
Yeah.
I've been writing an article, so I didn't see it.
But the Shannon, the Jets, so they went out. We talked about Braylon Allen before. Then they went and got Isaiah Davis, and they drafted Jordan Travis, probably the best quarterback for them to learn having sit behind Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I like Travis.
Bad news.
I like that Spencer Rattler pick to the Saints too, man.
That's a good fit for him, man. And indoors, that's a good spot for him indoors.
Yeah,
Marky D, the sun's rising, man. It's starting to get daylight here.
Killing me.
Like it's the sun rising over there. The sun is going down over here.
Yeah, we kicked off at 2 a.m.
The thing is, too, like, Maddie's.
You know what? Shannon and I finished our reaction to day 2 show at 2:41 p.m. Australian time, and I said to Shannon, mate, we're going to be on again in less than 11 and a half hours. That is wild.
Man, we ran a live on the Know It Alls channel.
I watched a bit of it last night.
We ran a live feed for the whole first and second rounds. When at 7:00 p.m., I got to go on Steel Curtain Network because we're doing the Homies wrap-up podcast show, and we got a whole bunch. Hey, Shannon, guess who I went and got for the show?
Who'd you get?
Little G.
Little
I got
G.
Little Gills.
Oh, did you get Chris? Yeah.
I went and got Chris, man.
Steelers are on the clock.
They are right now? Let's see. Yeah, I went and got Little G, too. It's got to be Johnny Wilson or what you call it, man. It's got to be Johnny Wilson or the other receiver, Brendan Rice. It's got to be. You need another guy.
Unless one of them gets picked here. No. Walter Rouse, Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Where'd the other bloke go? Where'd Jeff go? Gone.
Jeff. Oh, he's back. Sorry.
Oh.
I had to walk out for a minute.
You got pulled.
Jeff, what's that picture back there talking about champs? Is that us?
That's Heinz Ward.
Yeah.
Super Bowl 40, bud.
Detroit.
That's my favorite picture. I love that picture so much. I always talked about it. I had the newspaper and I lost it. And then my wife went online, found it somewhere, and got a copy.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
That's a boss picture. Boss.
It's Heinz Ward, man.
Yeah.
He's my favorite. He's my personal favorite Steeler of all time.
Yeah, he's top 5 for me. He's top 5 all time for me. For sure.
You gotta love Heinz.
Yeah, top 5. Shannon, before they make this pick, what I tell you, Peyton Wilson. What I tell you, Shannon? what Shannon? You got Zach. I got Peyton.
You didn't tell me that he didn't have an ACL.
But that's okay. He done played 2. He done played. He's 6'4", 240 pounds. He done played 2 years. He's good.
Did you read my grading the pick article?
Yep.
I love it. I mean, it was great.
Yeah. The pick's in for the Steelers. It ain't said yet, but it's in. It's in. The pick is in.
I don't know, man. Knows it yet.
I can't get it. I'm looking for it. I'm all on Twitter everywhere looking for it.
Yeah,
it says Logan Lee.
Out of Iowa. He's a good defensive lineman. There's your defensive lineman.
Yeah, he played
black and gold.
Yeah, he played DN. He played. You know who he's like? He's like what's my man? He used to have a big beard for us.
Kiesel?
Yeah, that's who he's like.
Kiesel 2.0, exactly.
He's like Kiesel. That's who he's like.
I've got that confirmed. I do have that confirmed, and it's now on the thing. Logan Lee, Pittsburgh Steelers. I like that. I like that over the Boyd kid.
6'5", 281.
Yeah,
his position rank was number 24. Overall grade was 230. He had a 45 overall grade, 237 ranking.
Yeah.
They said he's got short arms, but they said it takes 2 guys to block him every time.
Oh yeah, man. The motor on that kid, he's ready to go, man. That's big time.
But is he going to try to play interior at 288?
I've got him at 290. He might have been lower for the combine. PFF has him at 291 in the season weight. So,
but Shannon, he can't. You know, the instant switched up, bro. You don't need them big old bigs. like that no more at that D tackle, man. You got to be able to get to the quarterback.
Well, shoot, the Steelers, their defensive ends are 300.
Yeah. Yeah. But I look for Benton to go in a little bit, man. I look for Benton to go in too.
He can put on some size. I mean, he's got to put on some NFL muscle. I don't he's gonna have to adjust.
I promise you this much: Logan Lee's gonna fight Loudermilk for a roster spot.
Oh yeah, Loudermilk out of there, man. Loudermilk out of town. Let's go.
Well, he might not be out of town, but y'all know I got to get out with my sign. Where my sign at, man? I'm ill prepared. I'm going to bring something up, and I ain't even got the sign ready to roll.
No bias.
No, not the bias.
Muchachos.
Where's my sign at? Man, somebody been
Yeah,
down on my sign.
3-4 Steeler defense. They average 300 across the line. 4-3 you can get away with smaller guys.
Yeah.
But that 3-4
What did
you
Cam
can
join at
deep.
though? What weight? I don't think Cam joined at over 300.
Yeah, he was 300.
When he
Not as rookie. Not as a rookie.
No,
Cam
it wasn't when he was a rookie.
Cam was 289 pounds coming out of Ohio
Yeah.
State. I know that for a fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was 289 coming out of Ohio State.
Maybe
He
that's
wasn't
why he
even
didn't play for 2-3 years.
Yeah, they bulked him up. Cam gained a lot of weight since he came to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Same with I think even Tuitt put on the best part of 15-20 as well.
Yeah, out of Notre Dame. Yeah.
Yeah.
But because Cam played at Ohio State, Cam played a rush end.
Mhm.
At Ohio, Cam played the same position that like Sam Hubbard and JTT. He was the opposite defensive end. He wasn't the guy like the Chase Young or the Bosa boys. He was the opposite dude. So, but he wasn't a run stopper. He was a rush DN, man. He caused problems, boy, at Ohio State. Cam caused a lot of problems at Ohio State.
Yep.
But poked up big time in the thing. But listen, Shannon, fellas, Loudermilk might be cooked. It might be big cook for Loudermilk, boy. It might be all over with for him, man. Hey, man, you know what I wanted to ask y'all? Did y'all see that mess? They talking about Cam Sutton, man.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Man, I was mad. Oh, I was mad. I said, man, no. Heck no. I mean, regardless if he did it or not and all whatever else, I don't want no cornerback that gets cooked 24/7 in the league. Even if he does play slot corner, he don't help us, man. Get him out of here.
Hey, they're showing Lee right now.
Yeah.
But he does remind me. He does remind me of Kiesel.
I told you.
But he is thin.
Yo, about 290. About 290. They'll bulk him up, Shannon. They'll get him about.
He's 6'5". He can put on some muscle, man. He's
Yeah,
bigger than some of the other guys that have 300 sitting on the frame.
They're
Well,
gonna
I mean,
get him
I
on the
like
training
you.
table.
I mean,
Yeah.
I like these highlights, but I just said he's going to have to put on weight.
Yeah, they're gonna get some big sandwich.
Yeah, he looks slender. Like he doesn't look bulked up.
Yeah.
But
They're gonna get the big sandwich.
You know, I was talking about Brandon Dawes being available like early this. Like if you waited this long to get him, that's pretty nuts. Like,
Hey, y'all see Tomlin?
Yeah.
Oh, he'd be thrilled, man.
Tomlin he had the Chester's cat grin.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they like this. They did really like this guy. I just wondered, I wonder whether it would be. I thought they'd be able to use the next pick on him.
Yeah. They got the guy they wanted. So all six guys. Well, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All six guys are all on a 53-man roster.
Yeah.
All three, all six of them, all on 53.
You want?
Somebody is losing their job.
Bye bye, Loudermilk.
Yeah, I think Con's like, well, we'll get rid of Colbert's last reach when we get rid of Loudermilk.
Thank you.
Loudermilk was big trash. Big trash.
Hey,
Put it this way.
GB.
Put it this way though. He according to Next Gen Stats, and they put all the combine numbers together. He was the 5th DT ranked for athleticism score. He was the 13th ranked total score because he had the production score of 63. So he produced a little bit less in college compared to the other guys. But the fifth most athletic DT in this deeper class, and you get him at pick 178, that's a steal.
Facts.
Hey, GB.
And if KR's right, we just keep adding wrestlers, man. This is the wrestler team, man. This is WWE. Like, it's SmackDown, right? You say like it is SmackDown.
Yeah.
Hey,
Big
GB.
Smack down under.
Do you remember?
Oh, he should
Do
tag
you
that
remember my article when I criticized Loudermilk's pick?
No.
I might.
Everybody got pissed at me.
What kind of a question is
Yeah.
that? That was years ago, Shannon. No, I'm joking.
I only dude that I hated worse on the Steelers last year, more than Loudermilk, was Levi Wallace. I hated Levi Wallace.
He's with the Broncos now. Ain't he?
Listen, y'all don't know this. We was on Pump Your Brakes on Wednesday, and we did the week before the roster cuts, right? And it was me, Shannon, and Tate. And I told them Levi Wallace should be up out of here. Get him cut and all. And they were like, what? They were like, what are you talking about? He's a starter. I said, man, that dude is big trash. And they was like, gee. And by about the 6th or 7th week, they was like, gee, man, you was G Stradamus with that, man. You seen it way out. I said, man, I was watching the film on him. He garbage. He should never even never had a roster spot. He garbage, man. He one of the worst DBs I've ever seen in my life.
He should have been their dime back.
At best, Jeff. At best,
yeah.
Jeff,
You put him in that. You put him in that role. What was the 7th round rookie or whoever the rookie DB they had at Norwood? Trey Norwood.
Yeah,
like that kind of a role for Wallace. He's still a good zone, but you ain't trying to run zone.
Man,
they were done trying to run zone, and Wallace is like zone only.
Yeah. Garbage,
and
man.
He was slowed. He had lost it, man. The steps he had lost.
He's probably 4.7 at best.
At
yeah,
best.
he wasn't fast. He was one of those guys you don't got speed to lose, and then you lose it.
And you lose, yeah.
So Logan Lee had a very Braden Fisk-like combine. Logan Lee did 25 reps on the bench. Fisk did 26. Murphy only did 27. Murphy should have done better there. Shuttle, I think he ran the shuttle as well. Logan Lee, a 4.37 equal to Braden Fisk. Equal to Braden Fisk, right? That's
he's
nasty.
super strong.
And then he's 10
pounds less? Yeah.
Dude, he plays like Kiesel.
Yeah. And his 10-yard time was a 1.77. That's not too bad. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like it.
He's nasty.
I'm just watching some of his film over here, and I like him. I like it. He's got like 1 or 2 pass rush moves, but he nails them. He nails them every once in a while.
And he's vertical at 6'5", and a white man. I'm just saying it. 31.5. It's like
he's Kiesel. He's the same player.
Give him some years.
Hashtag
Special
cancel.
teams, give him some years.
There's a movie that was very popular called White Man Can't Jump. Right?
Can't say that, Matt.
I learned it very early.
I
do say that. I do say that as of a son of whose dad was a state level high jumper in Australia that should have gone to the Olympics if he bothered to train. But that's another story for another time.
Yeah, after it says, can he grow a beard?
Yeah, he can grow some beard.
Lee needs a good beard, yes.
Yeah, his broad jump was 9.6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's an athlete. He's a super athlete.
Yeah, man.
A 10-foot broad jump? Man, he's Kiesel. He might have a little bit more of a motor than Kiesel.
Well, so I wondered whether I saw a highlight.
Kiesel
I was
plays
going to
special.
say you just stepped in
Yeah.
there.
Kiesel played special teams. And he come down, he was the wedge buster. That Kiesel he played like his hair was on fire.
Lee might do that now, Shannon. We might. I'll take a 2.0 of him.
I think that Lee's the new gunner.
I'll take it.
There we go.
I'll take it. But if the kickoff rule doesn't change, so it don't even matter. The kickoff rule now, all the linemen is all close to each other, and the dude get about a 15-yard start. So somebody got to be able to tackle.
It's honestly, it's going to be like defending an outside zone. It's going to be like an outside zone run. You watch this new kickoff rule. You got everyone lined up there. That guy goes. He's going to cut sideways and cut up the minute he has a gap. It's going to be just like outside zone.
I got to say this: who had the best 3-cone drill as a defensive tackle? Logan Lee, 7-1.
Yes, he did.
7-1-6.
I don't know how much football y'all get an opportunity to watch as far as the collegiate level, but Iowa had the best defense in all of college football.
Oh yeah,
their defense was better than
everyone
Michigan's.
fits.
Yeah, their defense was better, and Michigan was the dogs.
How's this? Jeremiah
Oh, they
Trotter
gave both
Jr.
Ohio State and Michigan fits. Iowa
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
Those are NFL. Those are NFL talent all over the place, and they gave them fits.
Yes, they did.
Jeremiah Trotter Jr.'s 3-cone drill, 7-1-3. MJ Devonshire, 7-1-2. Cam Hart, 7-1-2. Theo Johnson, 7-1-5. Logan Lee, 7-1-6. Man, the
yeah.
guy's like up there with a
Yeah,
quarterback.
he's fast, man. He's fast. He can get in and out of breaks real fast. What that translates to for everybody that's watching this, that means that's what when you hear him say a twitchy athlete, he's what you call twitchy. He can change direction fast. And if he's changing direction at the same speed of as a cornerback or a wide receiver, oh yeah, we got
Big D. Can he outrun Levi Wallace?
Yep. Man, Levi Wallace was big trash, man. I'm so glad he gone, man. He was big trash. Get him out of here, man. He was horrible. Man, I'm so glad he's gone, man.
But where this guy, like, watching some of his plays against pass rush, like his pass rush, if you remember Bud Dupree doing that 2-gap and bit where he'd get the guy, push him, hold containment, and then the minute you try to break, he's on you. Logan Lee was doing that in Iowa. Like, he's doing that from interior defensive line.
Yeah.
Like, just now you're going that way, I'm shedding the block, and I'm on you.
Yeah.
Great pickup for our division, man.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Matt.
Yeah.
When's the Steelers' next pick?
198.
198?
And
that's it, right? That's the last.
It's 13.
198?
No, 195.
195. Sorry, I'm trying to.
Yeah, we're 10 picks out.
Yeah.
We all right. And they moving fast, too. They moving fast.
All right.
I'm going to kick out for 30 seconds to take a piss, and then.
Please.
I want Beanie Bishop. I want Beanie Bishop.
I want James Williams on the board. You take James Williams. Beanie
Shannon,
Bishop,
that's big
UDFA,
bias.
man.
That's
Jamie,
big bias, Shannon.
from Big Shannon? Yeah, Shannon bias. Beanie Bishop, UDFA. UDFA, Big Bishop.
To be honest, guys, I've got to head out. I love being here. It's great being able to be on a show with you guys. But I got to get rolling.
All right, Jeff.
JB, thank you for coming and spending time with us more than what you could.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks, guys. See you later.
But that's all right. We've got 2 other people potentially jumping in pretty shortly too. So it's just we're just rolling it in. We're rolling it in like the picks.
Wait. How are you? I'm fading, Matty. How are you live?
I love this stuff, man. I love talking.
Yeah, I'm fading, bro.
I've had 2 hours. I've had 2 hours and 15 minutes sleep.
You're so energetic for like now 6:30. We've been up since 2.
I charged him up.
Also, it's helped that I probably need to go the. Sorry,
I charged him up. No, you're all right. I said I charged him up when you jumped in. I charged him up.
I probably, yeah. But Shannon keeps me going. GB keeps me going. You keep it going, Mark D. The live chat has kept us going, man. We've got to use
100%. I agree with
live
that.
chat on Steeler Nation or Steeler TV.
Both.
But also, I need to go to the toilet for about 2.5 hours. So I think that's kept me pretty charged up too.
Go to the bathroom. Just
I'll be out for a bit, but I'll be back in a sec, guys.
Hey,
all right,
Johnny,
now we can talk about him.
Johnny Wilson just went.
I can still hear you, Shannon.
Hey, Johnny Wilson, the wide receiver for Florida State, just went. Guess who he went to? The Philadelphia Eagles, who I been said had the best draft. They just got Johnny Wilson, wide receiver, Florida State. The Eagles.
Is he the big bloke, the 6'7", that guy?
6'7", yeah.
238 pounds. The Eagles had the best draft. Listen, they killed it. They're going to Super Bowl. I'm telling you, they're going to Super Bowl. Barring injuries, the Eagles is going to Super Bowl. AFC is a fight, but the Eagles is better than every team in the NFC. They're better than every team in that. It's not even close.
They're going to lose to the Steelers in the Super Bowl?
Oh.
Hey, wouldn't it be great if it was the Eagles-Steelers Super Bowl, though? Wouldn't it be great?
If the Steelers beat them.
And we play them in the regular season this year, too, because we play the NFC East.
We play them in Philly or in Hines?
It ain't been set yet. We don't know if it's going to be at the crib or away, but we play the NFC East. We play Dallas, Philly, the Giants, and the Commanders. So, yeah, that's going to be a big game. But
it's a good point by Sean. They're not won the draft.
Who?
I can't bring the comments up, but Super Bowls aren't won the draft by Sean.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yo, I see it.
Sure is fun talking about it, though.
Yeah, it's true that's not play. Hey, you can say whatever, But I know what the draft equates, Sean. Dubs. The draft equates dubs. Winning the draft equates dubs, big dubs, W's, wins. That's what it equates, dubs. So hey, listen, they handling their business. And they already had a solid team, and they added Saquon. Man, Philly loaded. Like I said, I'm down with the Steelers. That's my squad, but the Eagles are loaded. They are loaded. Listen, it's going to be a battle, but they got the NFC on lock.
They should win their division because Cowboys going south. They're average kind of thing. New York Giants and the Commanders don't know what they're doing. I thought they had a chance to win. Really, the Super Bowl a few years ago. I thought they should have won that versus the Chiefs. I've always been a fan of Jalen Hurts. I like the way he plays. I think he's cool. I like the way where he runs and everything.
Now you got Saquon Barkley to go with him. They're going to win that.
They're a tough team.
They're
a pretty solid team. They're hard to play, the Eagles, I think.
Three teams with the RPO game that's going to be sick this year. The Eagles with Saquon Barkley and Jalen. The Lamar Jackson and Big Boy, what's the running back from Tennessee? What's Big Boy name?
Henry.
And the Steelers with Justin Fields and Najee. That RPO is going to be sick. Like you can't stop it.
Well, I missed the point before. You think they play Fields this year? It's not just Wilson.
He gonna play in every game.
They got to have some specialty packages to get Fields out there.
He's gonna play in every game.
Remember how the Ravens did with Lamar Jackson when they had Flacco, but they kept bringing Lamar Jackson in for a series or two.
Is that not going to annoy Russell Wilson, or is he a team guy? Like, is it going to work out with?
If it's successful, it won't.
Yeah.
Now, if it doesn't work, then it'll cause problems.
Yeah, I always find it funny with this. Like, I think you need one true quarterback, and then to see how it plays out, and then if it fails, go to the next guy. I never like the sharing kind of aspect. I see those plays where they run off and then run on. It's just, I understand, I get it, but I still think there's complications too when you do that as well.
Like I said, if it works and the team's scoring and winning, you don't hear much complaining.
Nah,
but if it don't work, you got problems. Yeah.
I feel like the quarterback's out of rhythm then. You know, they're moving down the field. It's 40-yard pass. They come off. The new guy comes in. It gets 2-yard play. You're back to 2nd and 8 or whatever. I don't know. I just kind of see I don't know what's going to happen. But
Russie wants a Super Bowl. That's all that matters for Russie. Matter of fact, I promise you this much. If there's two things, if the Steelers make it to the Super Bowl and lose, Russie's might retire. But if they make it to the Super Bowl and win, he's done. Russie wants that Super Bowl so he can ride into the sunset. That's what he's playing for now. So it ain't gonna matter to him.
But he's already won one.
But he won another one though, Shannon.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that I can see him retiring either way because he's already won one. He don't have to have it. He's not in Marino or one of those guys, Jim Kelly. He's not in their situation.
If Russie, I'm gonna tell you something. If Russie gets another Super Bowl with the Steelers, Russie is first ballot Hall of Fame. If Russell Wilson gets another Super Bowl with the Pittsburgh Steelers, Russell Wilson's first ballot. When his name's on that ballot, he's going in. He's going in regardless now, whatever. He might be a second ballot guy, maybe even a third ballot. He's getting in. But if he gets another Super Bowl, he's in first ballot. I'm in the Hall of Fame first ballot. And that's what he's playing. He's playing for legacy now. It's all about, okay, what did I do?
Is there a quarterback who won 2 that hasn't got in?
No.
Well, is Eli in yet?
No, not yet, but he ain't eligible.
He's not eligible.
Yeah.
Nope.
But Jim Plunkett, he won 2. And I'm trying to think, is Jim Plunkett
Did Plunkett win 2, Shannon?
I think
because he won one late. He won one late. Yeah, he won one late when they played the Washington Redskins.
Yep.
Let me see if Plunkett is in. I'm not sure. I ain't sure about him.
I don't think. Plunkett might be.
I'm about to find out.
Did we talk about Sean Stevens? Because someone brought him up. That's your man, Big G.
Yeah, I hope they get him. But I think they're going to go, with this pick. I think they're gonna go with that.
Milton.
Yeah, Milton. They're gonna go with Milton. It's getting close.
I've got to say this. I know I'm a James Williams PR machine, but I was on like Vidal for the running.
Where's your big bass sign?
Where?
But surely
Bass,
a team.
put the big bass up on him. There we go.
Surely some team out there can figure out what to do with a 6'5" guy that played safety his whole college career. That's like 230 pounds. Like someone, please.
Jim Pluck is in, Shannon.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you win 2, you make it.
Yeah.
Oh, Bob is here. I'm just going to pull down the comment.
And you know what's crazy is that will put him in like faster than a guy like a Phillip Rivers or Matty or Matty Ice. Yeah, Phillip Rivers will get in eventually.
Oh man, Phillip,
what did he do?
He'll get in.
Rivers
Matty
Ice
get in.
But he never even made a Super Bowl.
Nah,
he'll get in eventually. He'll get in. Matty Ice will get in too. Matt Ryan eventually. Matty Ice
over Rivers. Why don't we welcome Bobber to the chat? Bobber.
G'day, Bubba.
Mate,
what's up, man?
What's up, guys?
Is it your official Anglo-Saxon name, Bubba?
No. It's just my my when I sign my checks.
Oh, okay.
That's boss. I like that.
Yeah. Mark gets Bobber on a bit. I met him on day one. We're going live, I think, on Bobber. We're coming live on your Facebook.
You guys got some excitement, but Mark is a little bit behind. Mark, you got to drink some coffee or something.
Got my
that's what Richard said to me too. I was starting his grass.
Yeah,
you know I say deal with it, eh? It's 4 a.m.
Well,
sorry, mate.
When I did your show,
Steelers Christmas, baby. Steelers Christmas. Happy Draftmas to all.
I've had 2 coffees.
When I did your show, I had to go to work, so I did it in 33 minutes.
True.
I worked all day.
Maybe I should have had some beer today in the morning.
Ooh, Dallas got Nico Wingo.
Who did? Detroit did.
Did you do a podcast today, Bubba?
No, I did one last night for about 3.5 hours, which was long. But when you sent me the link, I'm like, I'm still watching this, and I'm glad we got a defensive lineman though. And I heard you guys talking.
Have you seen Logan Lee? I don't know if you're watching it, but Logan Lee's athleticism, man. This guy jumping out of the gym, man. This guy's a legend.
Well, I like how you guys compared him to Kiesel, so I like that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Wingo just went, man. That's a guy that I thought we might target too.
That's why I thought the Steelers were pretty high on him, but obviously I like Lee better.
Yeah. Well, shoot, you read the stats. So yeah, absolutely.
I'm trying to pull up his sack count though, because they didn't have it on PFF, but Sports Reference is better because they count it. Yes, he had 9 sacks, 3 sacks, 3 years running, 18.5 tackles for a loss, 7 pass defense. So that's interesting with him too, because the Steelers do like their defensive ends. And if anyone not playing knows, to be able to pass defense. Man, imagine this guy learning off Cam Hayward for 2 years. This is going to be good. I like this.
Hey, man, don't fool with PFF, man. I'm biased with PFF. They big trash.
I don't like PFF either, but there's...
You know who's behind PFF?
Yeah, Chris Collinsworth, yeah.
Don't say his name.
Get him out of here.
But the reason I use it, I don't look at grades. I use it because there's college snaps for linemen that they count, but no one else counts. So I'm forced into it. I have Pro Football Reference, but Sports Reference doesn't do the college players as well as
Hey, Mark,
like some of the stuff.
Mark,
yes,
I'm open.
yes.
I'm open. Hit me. Here you go. Yes, that's a Kenny Pickett space.
Hey, that's why Shannon gonna have the number 5-4 on his jersey. Shannon can't get a single digit. Shannon, you can never have 8.
He didn't hit me. He wasn't even in the screen.
17, no 18s.
No, you couldn't expect
not
me
even
to
no
get
double,
yet.
No 87, no 88. No,
I couldn't expect it to get you.
That was a Trubisky throw right there.
There you go. That's right. That's right.
Don't blame the quarterback, Shannon. You're in the 50s. The 90s and the 50s is your number range. You got the perfect number on 97. That's it. That's it. We're not messing around, man.
Hey, Bubba, where are you from?
I'm from Western Pennsylvania. I'm from Indiana, Pennsylvania, about an hour north of Pittsburgh.
Okay, you can be a Bubba then.
Okay.
Yes.
my mother didn't like that name.
Yeah, I'm from West Virginia. We can be Bubbas. You can be a Bubba. They're like, if you're from up north, you can't be a Bubba.
Well, no, if you can circle, you can come all the way over to about the middle of Indiana, like I'm talking about like Kokomo, Indianapolis, that area, and then you can come all the way back across to that Pennsylvania, swoop down to West Virginia and Kentucky.
That's it.
And that's anybody outside of there that's named Bubba, you better be living in deep Texas. Deep Texas. There ain't no more Bubbas, bro. Maybe Alabama, maybe a little bit of Alabama, maybe.
Yes.
But you circle that area right there, there's a whole bunch of Bubbas over there, man. A whole bunch. My uncle's name was Bubba Bankston. That was my uncle's name was Bubba Bankston. That was his name. So,
Marky D, you gonna throw the football?
Yeah, you gotta catch it. Ready?
Yeah.
You wanna pick it special, Russell Wilson special.
Oh, I want a Wilson, man. I want to zip on that thing, man.
You want a Mason Rudolph special?
That's a good
I don't know what that is.
If it's a Big Ben special, it's a touchdown.
Can we time this well enough or not?
Right.
Yeah.
I'll be freaked out if Shannon catches this. That would really get me.
That's hilarious.
Do you want me to do a cadence or what?
Yeah.
Bluey, sort of me on the toilet.
Oh,
There it is.
He gets like a number 7, a number 6, a number 12. One of them single digits. He might even get a number 3. Something like that. He get a single digit.
He didn't even do a dilly.
It don't matter. He caught all that counts is catch the pass.
and I caught
You
it
gotta
one-handed,
do
man.
it,
I caught it one-handed. Oh, they'll Beckham that crap, man.
Hey,
I'm
Sean,
gonna bring Shane in as well. We got Shane who's on the
Oh, my God.
as well. We got
Look
six.
out,
We got
this
6
bloke.
rounds. 6 rounds. 6 rounds.
Where is he? On his
what's
mansion.
up, Shane? Man, he's out there chilling.
We're all in,
Yeah,
we're all in
guys, I've been-
in the dungeon. He's out there in the mansion.
I've been listening to you guys all day. I've been monkeying on, doing laundry and stuff, listening to you guys, and I tell you what, you guys have some knowledge. I was giving you shit a couple hours ago, but I think Bubba and some of the new guys need to hear this. Can you believe these guys are so freaking knowledgeable, and they have to watch this shit at like 2 a.m. their time to like get any information current, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
They're hanging on in there.
That'd be like me liking soccer. It ain't happening.
I could see like it's soccer, but at least it's just I don't know. You guys boggle the mind, and then when you're talking that sweaty, nerdy NFL talk, Mark was amazed. I'm amazed. I'll tell you what. You better not let if you're married, you better not let your wife hear you talk like that.
Oh, she likes when I'm busy doing NFL stuff.
They know a lot of stats, Shane. They're blowing me out of the
my-
water because I've been listening to all the stats and
It was
all
like
the,
an hour of just listen to like not even Lee Corso or Mark Herbstreit or Kurt Herbstreit. It's like I don't know. It was to the nth degree. It was like what's that guy on ESPN that just knows stats?
Mel Kiper
Man,
Jr.
but he knows college stuff. I
you
mean,
don't know how to
I
pick
watch a
them.
lot of college games. You're a savant. God bless you.
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate it. Well, these guys all thing is, as everyone on this, even when I was listening to you guys the other day with Mark's show, like the more you listen to it, the smarter you get, right? Like you start reading into things, right?
I don't know
You
about
listen to
that.
Bub and me, you might lose 20 points and shit yourself.
Yeah.
Your IQ.
I said this the other day to funny you bring up like my wife. My wife, I said to her the other day, I was like, I met like different sports players and stuff like that. I work in media outside of all this stuff, and I never find everyone's always a human at the end of the day. But I will say that if I ever get to meet Daniel Jeremiah, because he got me into I was already an NFL fan, but I've been listening to Daniel Jeremiah for 13 years, man, and like. To be able to meet him and just to be able to, it would just be to say thank you, man. Because like him getting, I listen to him all year round. Him and Bucky Brooks, I'm always listening. They were guys that talked about the idea and the importance of like a slot nickel corner before the NFL got on it. The idea of watching guys, and I've watched this over the last 4 years, that would traditionally come out as a wide receiver, come out as a cornerback, make your money there. There's a lot of different shifts and trends in the game the way they've talked about NIL, their take that I've had all this season, they said 2 years ago around the fact that in a couple of years' time, all the players with the COVID eligible year are going to come out, and it will be a very deep draft in 2023 or 2024. We're seeing that play out. Like just some of these insights, right? And it's just access to information. And like, well, I have a big shout out as well to like any fan that's like older than Mark and I, particularly because like, you know, we have access to information that people didn't get before, right? Like some of you guys on this have been Steeler fans, you know, for double or you know, at least 150% of the time we have, like especially for you, Shannon, going back your experience. And like, you know, it's the depth of that knowledge and all the different insights and everything you've seen and all the different Steelers you've seen. Like, it's awesome. And just, man, how is it we can talk Steelers in all different parts of the world? Like, it literally has gone 6:45 a.m. for Mark and I just now. It's sunrise now.
Hey, Milton just went to the Patriots. Milton just went to the Patriots.
Ooh. Oh, for fuck's sake.
I don't know how you guys do it. I don't know how you two do it over there internationally.
You have to.
To a certain point, like, we just keep going. I mean, that night when you guys were on and you had me jump on, I think you guys were doing 8 hours of pure,
that was
and,
awesome.
And the reaction show was pure entertainment. Your guy, Gene, he did more wardrobe changes than I ever seen in a Broadway play. It was phenomenal.
And we got to shout out the live chat are a big part of this. I do want to shout out them on Steeler Nation Australia, on Steelers Touch and Under. Bubba, I know you've linked your Facebook as well. We've got at least 70 people watching right now. That is absolutely huge. Like, Bubba, you also got, I think it's Steeler Dynasty. Is that the show?
Yeah, I change names like I change my underwear every.
Oh, you change names like James changes his draft outfit.
The Steelers on the clock, fellas.
Steelers about to say, Tanner McLaughlin just went to
Beanie, guys. This guy is a fan freak. He played in the Big Ten, then he moved to the Big 12. I'm a West Virginia grad. You know, I used to be a season ticket holder. I have a West Virginia show. So, guys, Beanie Bishop is a fantastic athlete. The only downside is he's 5'9". He's a little bit small, but big time player.
Bigger. He
plays bigger.
But Beanie Bishop, as I said before, like I've said on a couple of shows now, Beanie Bishop faced the most amount of targets, second most amount of targets out of any college eligible cornerback this season, 88, and only allowed 54% completion rate.
Hey, I got a Mountaineer on here with me.
Yeah, he is.
Right?
He is.
A fellow Mountaineer. Yeah.
I'm in the middle.
Yeah.
The pick is in. The pick is in. We don't.
I got to get a big shout out to Bernsey. Milton went to the Patriots. He did not go to the Steelers, like you said. My college analyst, B. Brian Burns, he's like 4 for 5. It didn't happen, Bernsey. We didn't get him. And I think
Bernsey's like a NC-17 rated R version of me.
Oh, you guys ever get him on a show, your ratings are skyrocket or you're going to get canceled. Definitely. Either one. It's a double-ended sword. But he thought that we were going to get a quarterback in that last pick. We're going to get him. We're going to get him. Milton. We're going to get Milton. But no.
I like Sean Stevens or I like Brandon Rice, but it's not in yet. No, it ain't in yet. I'm waiting.
I don't have my TV set up outside. This is like the break in weather.
James, is DJ James still available on the board?
No, he's gone.
No, he's gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
Oh, I went to see it. Seahawks. Fair enough. The pick is in. According to NFL.com, the pick is in.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna guess a defensive back.
I hope.
Sean Stevens. If it's a DB, Sean Stevens.
Joe Porter's first cousin. Is that right?
Yeah, Fair State.
If it's Beanie, you know you're gonna hear it.
I actually
Ryan Watts from Texas.
He's big trash. Oh my God! That's our worst pick, man. Ryan Watts is big trash.
So he had a Steelers visit. I'm a Longhorns fan. I didn't like it. He's a UDFA.
Ryan Watts.
No, he's a Ohio State transfer that got ran out of town because he couldn't compete with the rest of the defensive backs in Ohio State. And down in Texas, he was their link. That was if you go back and watch Big 12 games, they 28 was his number at Texas. They targeted him he was lighting him like a Christmas tree.
Yeah.
He was terrible.
Yeah.
They must have got him to be a gunner. Hey, Shannon, we got another Levi Wallace. I'm going to do everything. Big trash.
Don't say that.
Get him out of here, man.
Big G.
Big trash.
Big G. Do you think they could try and convert him to a safety though?
How much does he weigh? Let me see. Let me see how much.
How big is he?
He's 6'3",
He's 6 foot 205.
pounds.
He's
Yeah.
6'3".
He's 6'3", according to.
No. I watched the play. There's no way that kid is 6'3". He's not a boundary safe. He's not a boundary corner. He's
No.
there's no way.
Could he be a safety? Could
He's
you turn him into a
6'2",
safety?
6'2".
Yeah.
They
he's
said he had the
208.
longest arm. They said he had the longest arms from any defensive back in the combine this year.
His combine measurables are 6'3", 208 pounds, 34.5-inch arm, 9 3/8.
At least I picked the cornerback, so
Hey,
I'm going to win the
I
prize.
need some backup here. He stunk in the Big 10. He stunk in the Big 12. He's going to stink in the AFC. That's just going to – come on, guys.
That's a big trash pick. I'm mad.
That's combine stats. Combine stats.
So this is the worst pick of the draft right here.
Oh,
Yeah.
100%.
Yep. Okay.
Oh yeah, easily, yeah.
That's
Man,
pretty
I'm mad
unanimous.
at that pick, man.
I like it.
I don't
Screw you
know.
guys.
I don't know either, Mark. I
Mark,
have no
you're
idea.
just – you're delirious.
Someone's got to go cheer him on. Jeez, it's
Someone's
been
gotta-
1 minute. He's not even walked in the door yet.
He's not even
Oh, what?
got to be a Steeler signed in the ink, and everybody's
He's
like,
even got
"Get
his
him out of town."
jersey in the locker room.
He's
Pelting
gonna
with
get
a
cut.
rock.
You're gonna cut him.
He's my new favorite player now.
Hey,
Get the
Mark
hell
needs
outta
a
here.
diet of Iron City and pessimism. That's what Mark
Yeah.
needs to be a true Steelers fan.
He'll be a cheaper what jersey anyway. That
Yeah,
jersey would be like probably $90 and
But
not
I'm usually like that, and I'm like, I was going to give the guy a chance, but everybody's got the pitchforks out ready to.
You know
kick-
what? You know
kick
what?
him off
If you write them off and then prove you wrong, you look really silly in about a year's time. So I never say
I
that.
do-
unless-
I'll tell you what.
I'm reading, and they're saying that they're going to try to convert him to safety. I am.
That's
reading
what
that.
Okay.
I
Well,
caught that.
Mark,
Yeah,
that's
it is-
smart.
he's a-
Okay.
There goes
he's a
everybody's
tackle.
change of opinion right now. Everybody's
Yeah.
like,
No,
"Ah!"
I'm not changing my opinion. He's not a
Listen to
D-back.
me, it's like, you know.
You can't play him at that cornerback position, guys.
Poor
No.
Ryan.
But that's what I was saying. I
Pressure.
don't like him making a safety.
I'm
Get
reaching
him
out
out
to
of here.
He's a
Get him out of
special.
here.
He's a special teams player. Because
A
I got
gunner.
some comments. I got comments on my site. Still said he's a special teams guy.
With the new kick strategy, good for him. I believe that would work. You know, there he is. There's a picture of him, number 8.
Wow. Well,
Matty's ripping.
That's a horrible, big trash pick.
Well, I think part of my heartburn is I wanted Beanie Bishop.
Yeah, me too.
I'd have
Me
took
too.
Beanie. I'd have took Beanie.
Oh,
I
yeah.
haven't had a jersey since Cordell Stewart.
wow, that's a long time.
Whoa, that's a long time.
Man, I can't believe we took that dude. Man, I'm mad. Man, they smoked the draft on the last. We're still gonna get an A,
Yeah,
but
great,
now
Rod.
we're gonna go to A.
Rod, yeah,
He'll be
okay,
a good-
Rod.
he'll be a
Sorry.
good- I think those measurables, he'll be a good teamer. He'll be a good teamer.
Got to wait and see. Got to wait and see.
Was the
till
Williams
they-
kid from Miami still on the board?
Yes.
Oh, come on, man. And you pick big trash. big trash. Man.
It's not, you know what, guys?
Oh,
It's not
man,
as much
stop
against
it.
that kid. It's just we think there were better players
Yeah.
available
Yeah.
that the Steelers could have taken. It's not on him. He's a young man. Good for him.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, because I unfortunately I got hurt playing at the collegiate level, Division I level. I never played it down in the NFL, right? I never did. So any of these kids that make it, 1% of all kids in the United States that actually make it to the NFL. So he gets an opportunity to fulfill his dream. And I know because mine was cut short. I didn't get that chance. So what I'm saying is from a comparable standpoint, garbage. From a comparison, we got to get somebody different in there, man.
What
Congratulations, he made it.
What position did you play in college?
I transitioned all the way from offensive lineman to tight end to defensive end. I went to junior college out in Iowa, and I left junior college and I went down to Arkansas.
Nice.
Played collegiate football.
Nice.
So yeah, I played, bro. Shannon knows. I mean, I just don't go around telling people,
Well, that's okay, but you have a right when you play that. Even in that, you got a right to have your opinion and stuff like that. Unlike this guy over here, right here, sitting in this chair, I never, I just give an opinion because there ain't no way my blazing 7.8 speed in a 40 band would have got me some.
Yeah, I get it, man. I get it, but yeah, he
That's
wasn't
cool though.
I had opportunity, like I said, man. And I got a son-in-law that works for the Buckeyes right now, man. So I get to see all them guys up front. I was at the Woody a few weeks ago, man, walking through the Woody and looking, and I was like, man, this. And now listen, I'm gonna give a little plug. I'm gonna tell y'all something way early. The kid ain't played a college down yet, not one down. But when I'm telling you, Jeremiah Smith, the wide receiver freshman at Ohio State, is the real deal. He will be the best wide receiver that ever played at Ohio State.
What?
Ooh. Whoa.
That's big. That's big time.
I'm telling you right now, I'm going to put up the Go Buckeyes, and I'm going to put up my G Stradamus sign as soon as I find it. And I'm telling y'all right now, he will be the best wide receiver that ever played at Ohio State.
Wow.
He's 6'4", 217 pounds. He runs a 4.32 40-yard dash. Ooh. He's got a 45.5-inch vertical jump, and he runs up to 23.5 miles per hour.
Wow, that's fast.
Guess what the killer part is? Wow. He reclassed. He's supposed to be a senior in high school this year.
Oh my God, he's a baby.
Reclassed up. He don't turn 18 years old till December 22nd.
Oh my gosh.
We ain't gonna miss Marvin Harrison Jr. a lick. We ain't gonna miss Marvin a lick. That's how good this kid is.
At 4:55
and Marv was just the
Eastern
number 4
time.
overall pick. Yeah,
Shannon. That sounds like Jerry Porter from back in 2001 for West Virginia.
Yes, it does. I mean,
he was a freak like that.
He was a freak athlete, and I mean, he had a decent career, pro, but
yeah, he signed it. I'm not friends with him on Facebook. I actually know him, but he signed a $10 million contract and then resigned. But he signed a real nice contract with Carolina before he quit playing ball. So he's all right. But he could stand and he could literally jump and almost touch the top of the backboard, just stand. It's just, I mean, these guys are such, and that's before they really got into the last 10 years into the development of the physical, like these kids are physical specimens at 17, not 20.
Yes,
exactly,
it's just.
I saw him and I was like, who's that? I thought it was Marv. I was like, who's that? And they was like, nah. That's a freshman. I said there ain't no way.
Because what's amazing, my son's working out 5 days a week, sometimes in the morning and then after school. He's physically more developed at 15 than I was at 18. Yeah. Just from diet, exercise, and just having strength coaches. And stuff.
What's a diet, Shane? What the hell are you talking about?
The kid doesn't eat shit, man. He eats eggs and chicken and broccoli and
protein.
Protein.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I gave a shameless plug about it, but I'm telling y'all.
No, we're gonna watch for him.
Just Google him and look up his name. Look up Jeremiah Smith. Listen, he lost his black stripe in 4 practices. That's impossible. That's impossible. He lost his black stripe in 4 practices.
So, Mark, how long you got to run? How long are you going to have the show go now that it's just about the draft is winding down?
7 more hours he's got in him. I
was like, well, it's on Matty's StreamYard, so he's running it right, so I can leave whenever. But I was thinking to the end, you might as well. We're already 4.5 hours in.
Steal straight back in.
4.5 hours. How much time have you done? You got what, 25 to 35 plus hours doing the Steeler Draft podcast this year? Probably, I'm going to guess. I mean, you got me blown out of the water.
15, but the last 4 I was really drunk, so I don't remember it.
You were. Well, the other night, man, you were like, I don't even know, man. You had bottles, you were juggling them like your circus performer, and you're like, when this glass is done, I'm done, and then you just cut it before everybody knew.
I know. Yeah.
This would be a good time to plug your lonely fans.
Well, like I know Shane would probably do it too. If I was a lady, you wouldn't see me here. You'd see me.
Hey, mate, you can't say it better than what you said before. Easily. Or just play the video.
I'd be working on my flexibility.
Yeah. I'd be buying 11 cameras in my room.
BG, you'll have to tell us what you think of this one. You ready for this?
Go ahead.
Watch this.
Jesus.
Sorry.
A bit of a sidetrack, and we might, because I'm doing a live stream later, and you guys are welcome to come up if you want to. But if Jesus.
Sorry.
A bit of a sidetrack, and we might, because I'm doing a live stream later, and you guys are welcome to come on if you want to. But like, if I was the other gender, right, I'd be so rich. I have no self worth at all, so I'd be so rich. I'll be 24/7. It'd be 7-Eleven, but OnlyFans. I'll be open all day.
You never worked in your life.
Never. I wouldn't even leave my room. I just get DoorDashes and just have all kinds of camera angles going on and different things happening.
So Mark, it would be DoorDashes and dildos, right?
Yeah, dude, everything
lined up.
Yeah,
I hear you, brother. I'm the same way.
Millions.
Hey, Mark,
my God.
you know your stage name would be Big Gulp.
It doesn't matter what it is. I'd be making dollars and dollars.
If you're 7-Eleven,
Yeah.
That could be your
Big
name.
Gulp.
Dollars and dollars.
Like,
Hey, man.
they could not even leave their bed and they're making like $100,000 a year. It's crazy to me.
It was meant for you to be a male. That's all I'm going to say.
I'm very
It was
lucky.
meant for you to
I know.
because I understand. I understand, boy.
Some of those ladies are getting like more money than first round draft picks. It's insane out there.
Yeah, in a week's time too.
Yeah, it's nuts.
My wife
Anyway.
watches a lady. My wife watches a lady on the internet on a YouTube channel, and she podcasts from like somewhere like in Alaska or wherever it else. And she talks about they live in a trailer that they've turned into like this bigger home and all whatever else. She has 697,000 subs on YouTube, and her average show is like 100K.
Oh, I got a better one. My wife watches one where this lady cooks food for her 8 kids, and she got like 1 million views. And all she does is put food in a plastic bag, and it pisses me off all the time because all she does is cook big bowls of food and puts them in a plastic bag, and it's got 1 million views. And here I do podcasting out the yin yang, and I barely get maybe 10. I don't understand it. And
You
I was
know,
more entertaining than
It
her.
makes me sad, but I've had this pop into my feed and I've watched it. This guy was a guide in British Columbia, and for 28 years, and all he does is just read Bigfoot stories. It goes walks up a trail, overseeing a mountain, and just reads Bigfoot stories. He has 800,000 views per show.
It's
But
ridiculous.
the OnlyFans, the only problem is when those girls get married, their husband's gonna need like a garage door opener to get into that, to get into the,
Yeah. I understand.
clank, 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 clank.
To bring up Johnny Quest one before, it's a good time in this draft if they're considering trading back in. I don't know, but where do we think the needs are now, and how do we address it with either a free agent or and by that I mean like a free agent that's a veteran versus a UDFA free agent? I'm gonna go around the room. Kick off with you, Big G, because you got to go back to say something.
So probably so this is what that $17 or $18 million that was freed up right before the draft happened. This is what that money was for.
Yep.
So if I have targets, I would say safety first. I love Justin Simmons out of the Denver Broncos. I think that the Tyler Boyd situation still might be on the table because I don't know necessarily at the draft, at the depth position as far as WR.
Roman Wilson though, you reckon he figured that one?
No.
Okay.
And then maybe now in a wishful world, this is the Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, Cortland Sutton conversation. Because now we're trading for futures concerning the Pittsburgh Steelers. We're not giving up players off the current draft board that we have. And I personally don't mind giving up futures if we're having an all-in approach or all-in mentality concerning this season. So if I would say targets, I would say Simmons, the safety out of Denver, possibly Tyler Boyd, because get him off the street, but then the trade value with Sutton, Ayuk, Deebo. That's my thoughts.
Yeah, I like that idea. And Deebo in the Arthur Smith offense. Ooh, man.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah. What about you, Shannon?
At this point, I would just stay where I'm at. I don't see any reason to try to trade back in. And actually be more aggressive with your offers to these undrafted free agents. Mm-hmm. Usually the Steelers miss on these guys because they don't offer quite as much. And last year they hardly signed any. So I'd like to see them, especially guys like Beanie Bishop and some of these other guys that's left. if they go undrafted, then they really need to make them a good offer.
Yeah, I agree. 100% agree. What about you, Bubba?
Well, I think we get some free agents. Just look and see if we can get somebody to make the team, because there's some undiscovered gems out there, and I do like it if we can make a big trade for. I would take Debo right now, Ayuk, something big, and then do something for next year. And then with the Tyler Boyd, if he just decides, hey, nobody's knocking on my door, I'm going to give the Steelers a little in-town discount. Just I think he wants too much money, but maybe that option is still there. So it'll be very interesting.
This is interesting too. People are talking about Rice. I'm going to go to Shannon Mark. Like, I didn't have a first 5-round grade on Rice. I'm not surprised to see him fall at this point. But,
You saying me? Why are you getting me in this conversation?
Oh, because I think you got something to say. What do you want to do? What do you want to address after the draft?
Oh, I thought you meant me to. I thought you meant me the scouting grade. I wouldn't have a clue who that bloke is.
Like another Seattle has 2 losses.
I need to watch some college football, man. I don't watch any college football.
No, but what do you reckon? What do you reckon? Still things that need
After the draft.
They haven't really addressed quarterback either. I'm going to throw that one out there. Like, they haven't got anyone late there. And Allen,
They'll probably, to be honest, they'll probably go and get maybe another D lineman. I don't know. Maybe get a cornerback. Maybe even they could go safety too, because we don't know what's going to go with Kazi. I don't know. With Omar Khan, to be honest, I don't know. It's very hard to pick with Omar Khan.
Right.
To be honest, it really is. Like what he does, he just does things on his own terms. Because we never made big moves with the other bloke. With what's his name?
Colbert.
His name. Colbert. Yeah. We made some moves here and there, but as a Steelers fan for being 20 years, we never had a Fred period. Just nothing there.
Colbert. It was Colbert.
Matty.
Colbert.
Hey, Matty, is there a chance that Williams goes undrafted?
Oh, I think so. There's been too many other safeties taken. Maybe there's something people don't like about him. But man,
I'd bring him in in a heartbeat.
That's
Hey,
crazy.
you guys are stealing my thunder here.
I did, didn't I?
Shane's up. Yeah.
No. I'll tell you, in all seriousness, this draft is probably as deep as Mark's OnlyFans when he transitions to being a chick. But, I'll tell you what's great is there are a lot of talented players left because of that COVID year.
Yeah.
And guys like Williams, Beanie Bishop. I mean, there's lots of plums to pick. So hopefully Omar Khan goes and it gets a little bushel basket and starts picking some low-hanging fruit because it's out there.
Oh, I like that phrase, plums to pick. Now I'm using that.
Yeah, baby.
That one, plums to pick. Yeah, I mean, there's guys like Sam Hartman out there. I think he's really good value outside of it. People talked about Cornelius Johnson. Did Whittington get taken? He's a really good value late possession type wide receiver.
You know who didn't get drafted yet?
Who?
Michael Pratt, quarterback out of Tulane.
Well, I like
that Tulane quarterback.
Quarterback for the Steelers.
How many good seasons did they put? They put 3 good seasons together at Tulane, which is a really tough place to recruit to, because it's overshadowed by LSU. Really good quality program there. That I think he's a fantastic quarterback. I'm glad you brought him up.
Yeah.
He was my day 3 guy apart from Wilson, and I had him over Milton.
Yeah,
I think
surprise. He would be a good pick for the Steelers.
Yep, he was my top quarterback fit for weeks on end.
He's a guy that could work himself into a decent career as maybe a backup in the NFL, like a journeyman. I like that.
Yeah.
Like
6'3",
who was that guy at the Patriots? Who was the guy at the Patriots?
In the first round?
No. The guy that sat behind Brady all the years. That
Hoyer.
Played, Hoyer. He'd be a good Hoyer type.
Yeah. They had Hoyer, and then the kid that went to the 49ers that was a bust.
And then they had that one who went to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah. Yeah. What was the kid? He said the kid that went to the 49ers. Is he still with the 49ers?
Trey Lance.
He went to Nevada. He played quarterback in Nevada.
Oh, Carson.
He played quarterback in Nevada. He played quarterback. He sat behind Brady for years. He played quarterback in Nevada.
Oh, yeah.
And then he left and went to the Raiders. And I don't even think.
That's Garoppolo.
Jimmy.
Jimmy.
That's Garoppolo. Yeah.
Yeah, it was garbage. He was trash.
Garbage. You garbage.
We'll get him on for a podcast.
So what's the over and under on Frazier jersey sales? I mean, people are losing their shit. Did you listen to his interview that they had? He said he drove his F-150 up or whatever truck he had. Usually they give Toothman Ford gives these guys F-150s, but he drove his truck up, and what a great kid.
He'll be starting
54. He's locked in at 54 jersey number 2. Yeah. He's locked in.
He's just keeping his college number because it's available.
54.
If Pratt goes undrafted, I reckon if Pratt goes undrafted, the Steelers pick him up because I agree with what Apple said. Like the Steelers didn't like him at the Senior Bowl.
Did you know that he drug him? Like I think I've told this story, but against Baylor, there was just 30 seconds left when he broke his leg.
Oh yeah,
So they didn't get a penalty.
I've told this many times.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he drug himself off, did a roll.
Yeah, that's unreal.
Like, when it happened, I'm like, what the hell? It wasn't until after.
Well, that's his character.
That's football IQ. Character. To be in that pain and think of that.
Slap his leg, so his leg was broken in half.
Yeah.
And
I'm the president. I'm his hype man.
Yeah.
No. There you go. Yeah. There's video of me celebrating on the internet. Yes.
But no, they might have lost if it wasn't for that. If they got a penalty, or if they got that, they would have been 10 second. They wouldn't have got a penalty, but they would have had to assess 10 seconds to the clock. That's smart. Not a lot of college kids would have known that.
But no, one of my good.
But he
friends,
only got. He only got
friends,
2 B's. 2 B's in college. 2 B's.
Yeah.
Academic All-American. Yes.
Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah.
One of my good friends, man. His name's Jimmy Freeman.
Yeah.
He played running back for West Virginia University. Me and him, we grew up together, right up the street from each other. He went to West Virginia after we got out of school. He played when they went to the national.
Was that 96 or 93?
93 when they played down there in the
Sugar Bowl. Yeah. So I was down there then. Yeah. Jimmy Freeman.
Yeah, and so he's a West Virginia alumnus. They love him down there.
Yeah, he graduated 95.
Yeah, 95.
Yeah, I know.
He told me that Zach Frazier is a top 25 West Virginia all-time player.
Absolutely.
Easy.
I said, say what? I said, say what? I said, a center? Jimmy said, dude, you don't understand how much they love this dude, bro. He was like, that dude, he personifies the West Virginia program.
We're talking all sports. We're talking Jerry West. We're talking Hot Rod Hundley. We're talking, James Jett.
Did you
Daryl
see
Talley.
him when they announced the pick and he stood up and hugged his mom and his dad? Matty showed the clip. His hands, 11-inch hands.
They're massive when he hugs them.
Yeah, when he put his hand like this, it covered his dad's back.
I'm just so glad we got a center now. We're good.
Oh yeah.
We are good. This offensive line is going to be totally devastating and dominating.
Yeah, they don't have a hole in the middle no more.
Nope.
It was always a hole since Pouncey.
Am I here? My internet went out. Am I here?
I don't know. But we can.
You're here. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hear you. Sweet. Just checking.
You go cutting grass. Can you do that? Can you do that imitation again? That was great. Big G missed that one.
I'm done, man.
He was in the background cutting grass?
He was weeding.
He said I was.
Tell Bubba we call weed eaters.
Aussie humor was
whacker.
fun, but listening to it was like cutting grass. And by doing
Shannon, you know what happened on my show or our show if that happened? What happened to him, Shannon?
Fine.
Yeah.
I got a dumbass question in my Facebook feed. Some jackass I know wants to know what month is Shark Week over there.
How do we know that?
I don't know. And Shane, guess who asked that question, Shane? Guess. Take a guess.
My sister.
No. Take another guess. Yes.
October. Just say October. That will do.
There you go, Burns. It's October.
Every week, Shark Week in Australia.
That's right.
You know this. You know we got that little
I'm still
fluffy-
bummed that if you have relations with a koala, you get the herpes or chlamydia.
Well, I guess don't fuck koalas. Like
That's the
maybe
moral of the
that's an easy
story,
answer.
right? That's
They're
the moral of the
dangerous
story.
anyway. You just put in jail, man. Like apart from being put in the mental asylum, you just put in
I'm like,
jail.
how do you find that out? You go on to wildlife and give them STD tests. I'm like, what the hell? What? Who got the grant for that?
Yeah, the first person who did that, why would you tell someone?
Yeah, it's like, where'd you get
chasing
chlamydia?
koalas?
Well, that eucalyptus tree was calling to me.
Go watch Dave Chappelle. He does a really good skit about that with monkeys in humans.
Oh wow, yeah.
You seen
Sorry, I
that one?
went down a rabbit hole, guys.
That's 5 hours. Anything's nice
Oh
now.
my god, this is just these
Where do you,
Steelers
all right, how
draft
about
shows
this?
are
How about this?
crazy this year.
Projections on Frazier. There's a lot of people on this channel high on Frazier.
Yeah.
Steelers and Chan, you've been talking the whole draft process about Steelers drafting a legacy center, right?
They got him.
Ceiling. I mean, obviously his floor can be that he just doesn't
believe
work out, or
I believe
never makes it out of the preseason, whatever, right? Where do you see his ceiling on the Mount Rushmore of Steelers centers? I'll throw it open to the whole room. Hopefully,
I'll go. Want me to go first? I'll go
I'll
first.
go first.
So, you have Mike Webster, Pouncey. I mean, it goes back. I would say he would, if he stays healthy and through his career, going back to even playing, high school, wrestling high school. I don't recall, or I haven't seen anything as far as injuries until that last game. And a break is not as big a deal as say like a ligament injury, guys.
That's what Shannon and I were saying yesterday with the review of the pick. Like,
it's not a big deal.
Than hurt it.
Yeah. So let's just call that a wash as far as health wise. He's healthy. Barring injury, I can see him giving the Steelers 6-7 years, good years. Will he retire a Steeler? I don't know that. But he will probably be in the conversation of top 4 centers.
Ooh.
Top 4. Maybe
four.
Maybe
there is only 4 top 4 centers in Steeler history.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Right
saying. He'd be in the conversation to right beat.
He would have to kick somebody out.
He would have to kick Pouncey out. Pouncey would be the one he's going to compete with, guys.
You've got
Pouncey.
Webby's in a class by himself.
Yep.
And Dermontti Dawson's
God
right
status.
there with him.
Yeah, those guys
Right
are
there
God
with him.
tier.
Yeah. Now, I can see Frazier giving Pouncey a run for his money, definitely.
Yeah.
So y'all
Pouncey
saying
type.
he would jump past Jeff Harding's too?
Yes.
Yes, he should. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes,
That's
sir.
fair. That's
And
fair.
we got to
And
remember,
it's-
Ray Mansfield
I was
was
going
a
to say
heck of a
that.
center
Yeah.
before.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
He's got 2.
Now
Super
here's
Bowl
what
rings.
sets him apart, and then I'll be done. What sets him apart is he's so goddamn smart. Like
Yeah,
he
that's
is
true.
creepy, weird, smart. The only he got B's, but he was doing like mechanical engineering or something.
Yeah.
That's what he got his B's in. He wasn't taking marketing and sports management or some bullshit. He was taking hard ass, science classes. And he can learn the playbook in 2 weeks. He's had 4. Hey, Shannon, you know this. Let's list the quarterbacks he had at West Virginia. He had Daggy, right?
Yeah.
He had. Was he with Greer? Yeah, for 1 year with Greer. Will
He would
Greer.
have had to been. He would have had to been if he'd been there all the time.
Greer.
Maybe his freshman year.
Greer left in 2020.
Green. And then Nico Marchiotto, I count him in there, and then one other quarterback. So 5 quarterbacks he's had in game time. He had to adjust to snapping it, just under center, shotgun, and then he did a wildcat a couple times. Guys, he knows football, and that's what sets him apart.
Well, just like Creed Humphrey, you got a guy who is fully committed to the position, who studies the greats, but you don't have to coach Frazier. Like most guys, you got to say, okay, you need to get better here or here.
No.
He sees his own, he self-evaluates, and he sees where he needs to work, and that's where he works. And that's why he improves his system.
The proof of that is his only losses in wrestling was freshman year. Now he won 4 state titles.
Yeah.
One as a freshman. He lost 2 matches early on and he went back and watched film, self-assessed. He's very reflective, and he said that was early on in the season. I corrected my mistakes. I mean, that's just the way he talks. So yeah.
Do you know what I liked about him too? Like multidisciplinary, and like he talks about, they're like, what do you do for fun? He's like, oh, I do woodworking, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It's
and he's married.
brain, like, he's good with his hands, like he's just off doing something productive. I like that, man. And
did you hear Fatanu? When
Yeah,
they
I know.
interviewed
That's what I'm saying.
Fatanu, he says, I play guitar, some piano, I do this, and he says, I get bored, and I like to use my energy constructively. I mean, the Steelers are looking for a certain type of player.
Right.
They got him.
Yeah.
They got him.
We need a big fact sign, Big G, because I have never heard a true statement typed in a chat before.
Where? What did he say?
Steeler Chick 46 said, lol, ESPN threw it to Schefter and we couldn't hear him. It was the best news from Schefter ever.
Big facts. Big facts. Schefter, you're killing me, man. Killing me.
Hey, I asked Shannon and fellas, I asked the Magic 8 Ball, Bubba and me on our show, and it was freaking spot on.
Yes, it
the
was.
First 3 rounds, the Magic 8 Ball. So we're going to be using the Magic 8 Ball through the season.
You're gonna review that too? Review and put in a video. Do that.
We're gonna go back and talk about it and toot our own horn, I guess you could say.
Hey, can I give a shout out to a kid that just got drafted from a local program where I'm at?
Yeah,
man.
go. Yeah.
Michael Jarrell, offensive tackle at the University of Findlay, just got drafted into the NFL.
Findlay, Ohio.
Findlay, Ohio, University of Findlay. Man, I'm like 30-some miles from Findlay. I got ties to the Findlay program.
Yeah.
He just got drafted in the 6th round, man. So congratulations to Michael Jarrell.
That's awesome.
I mean, he's
Cooper
a smaller
Tire.
D2. Yeah, Cooper Tire. He's a D2 small school kid. Just got an opportunity to play in the NFL, man. So congratulations, man. Congratulations.
What Big Ben for Finley?
No,
around there.
That's a myth. That's a myth. Big Big Roethlisberger was born in Lima, Ohio. He lived that's where I live at. He moved to Findlay because his father got a job at Marathon, which is the corporate headquarters in Findlay.
Yeah, but he was in Findlay for a while.
But this, of course, but he came there. He played midget league football in Lima. Then he moved to Findlay. When he got to Findlay, he didn't play quarterback. Ben Roethlisberger did not start quarterback at Findlay High School until his senior year because the head coach's son started quarterback.
Yeah,
and who never played a down in college. He never played a down in college. Roethlisberger's senior year, he got one scholarship offer to Miami of Ohio. John Cooper was supposed to have offered him, but there wasn't enough film and enough tape on Roethlisberger for Cooper to offer him to come play.
Wow, you're dropping some knowledge bombs. Wow. That's fantastic. I love it.
That's the story. I mean, I'm right here in Lima, so I know.
I'm not far. I'm in Slip. I'm over in Slippery Rock, PA.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, Ben Roethlisberger did not start high school quarterback until his senior year.
I love Big Ben. I don't care. I love him.
One scholarship offer, Miami of Ohio.
And one thing to remember is Big Ben was a point guard in high school.
But
point guard is a natural transition to quarterback.
So the ties for Roethlisberger to get to Miami of Ohio was this. One of the coaches here in Lima is a guy named Rob Walker. Rob Walker used to be the athletic department director at Lima Senior High School and then he went to become a principal and then he went on to the collegiate level. Rob Walker's brother was the Coach Walker that died out of Northwestern University. Y'all remember that Coach Walker that died from Northwestern some years back?
Like 4 years back.
Yeah, the cradle of coaches, he started at Miami of Ohio. So they knew about Roethlisberger when he was a kid out of Lima because Walker was right here watching him. And he was like, I got this big kid that's playing quarterback and we just don't know what to do with him. And he was like, well, how big is he? Because when I'm telling you Big Ben Roethlisberger's a big dude, Ben has been a big dude since he was a little kid.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's actual facts for Ben Roethlisberger. He never played quarterback until his senior year in high school. Never, ever.
I didn't know that.
What's that?
How long are you gonna be on? I don't know.
Yep.
Just shooting the shit. Why?
The Roethlisberger family, man, was a big family from the Lima, Ohio area. Now they've all transitioned and went to Findlay. So because Findlay's one of the most developed cities and one of the up and coming developed cities in Ohio. Findlay's like grown like leaps and bounds, man. So, yep, that's the story. And they got a kid in Findlay now that's a beast. His last name is Montgomery. He just committed to the University of Georgia. He'll be a senior this year in high school. He was supposed to went to Ohio State. His brother is going to start offensive guard this year for Ohio State, Montgomery. But he was supposed to went to Ohio State, but
Quarterback?
Ohio State couldn't get him because they committed to a St. Clair kid out of Bellefontaine, Ohio. There's a kid coming to Ohio State out of Bellefontaine named St. Clair that's a monster. And so they couldn't get St. Clair and him at the same time. And the quarterback room's loaded with Sand, the kid that transferred from Alabama, and Aaron Nolan out of Georgia.
Well, one thing you're forgetting is the fact that you guys got to remember, and I don't know if you guys in Australia realize, I mean, the NIL has freaking just changed
100%
everything.
And that's
these kids have to actively. The coaches don't go out and like recruit like they used to at high schools. They want the kids to send them tape.
Yeah. But I mean, it's just funny. While we were talking, Mike Tomlin's on with the NFL Network, and I asked him, you took 3 offensive linemen that are all passionate about football. What, like why? And then Mike Tomlin just goes, to be honest with you, we just want to roll people.
Yeah.
That's why I love him, man. That's why he's the best.
We just want to roll people.
Shannon, how long have me and Tate and you been talking about we're building a bully with Pittsburgh? How long? We started that mess last year. We were saying they're building a bully. Last year was year 1. This is year 2. That's
you
what
can
the
tell
Eagles
with Rod's first draft. That's what they're going for.
That's what the Eagles did. These are Eagles guys. The Eagles build a bully.
Right.
And so that we're going to follow the same model in Pittsburgh. We're going to build a bully.
I don't care if they take their lunch money as long as we get to win in a playoff.
Exactly. I got it. Hey, Matty, I got to step out.
Right.
I got to get busy. But, hey, Bubba, Shay, great to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you.
Look forward to it. I'll see you soon, Big G.
Yeah.
Hey, love you, Marky. You the man.
You too,
I'll talk to you soon, man.
See you, Shannon.
See you guys.
See ya.
Hey, at 5:30, I got to get out too, man. So I got
That's
about
all right,
5
man.
minutes,
That's
and I'm
all
out of here, man. I got to do a wrap-up show on Steel Curtain Network
Oh
tonight.
my God.
So I got to do a wrap-up podcast with the Steel Curtain Network with the Homies podcast. And then tomorrow we're going to do the Know-It-Alls podcast, man. It's going to do the draft analysis. And we got a little couple of special guests coming.
How many podcasts do you do?
So here's the run. This for all the people that's listening to us over in the live chat, listening to us on audio and all. This is where you can find me, Big G, who's a Steelers podcaster. Okay. On Mondays, I do what's called the Level Up College Football Podcast on Fans First Sports Network. Right. I do that with a guy named Andy P. That's a Syracuse alumnus. Then he works for one of the draft betting sites across the country. So I'm on that on Mondays. That's at 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
That's okay.
On Wednesdays, I'm on the Pump Your Brakes podcast with Shannon White, the Triple OG, my boy Kevin Tate, Big Tate Boy Fresh. We're on Wednesdays at 8 p.m. on Steel Curtain Network. On Fridays, I'm on the Homies Overtime and the Homies podcast with B Dirt, who runs Running Through the Jungle podcast, with Payday, who runs the Bear Claw podcast, and me and Tate Boy Fresh are on there, and we talk about all AFC topics. We have a show there that's called the Homies, and then we have an overtime show that comes on directly after that, where we switch over from Steel Curtain Network to Fans First Sport Network, and we talk all sports.
Wow.
And then on Sundays, I do the Know-It-Alls podcast, which is my home. That's the company I own. It's the Know-It-Alls podcast. It's spelled capital KNO, capital ITALLZ. And we do that every Sunday. We just signed a contract with Chilltown Productions and Chilltown Network. So our audio is being broadcasted on Steel Curtain or Fans First Sports Network, but our videos now on Chilltown Network. So we just signed a contract with them, and we've had some big guests on. We've had Ray Jackson. We just had Chris Houston starting defensive back from the Detroit Lions. He started for years for them. We got a podcast coming up with Elijah Wiggins. We're going to have KJ Abrams, the guy from the Kansas Jayhawks basketball team. So I got a lot going on, man, in the podcast land.
That's
man.
Congratulations. That's awesome. I love hearing that.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, man, that's great. We'll definitely get you. We'll definitely get some of you guys on our show to pump up our ratings because you guys are.
Yeah, ours is at 9 on Wednesdays. Bubba and me's, and then I do a bunch of West Virginia shit Monday and Thursday, and then occasionally on Friday. But yeah, Bubba is an OG. Been doing this for what, 4 years?
Well, for a while, but I'm just scratching the surface though. But this is the first year that I've been doing this draft stuff. Like, oh my God, this is unreal. You have to eat at lunch for this.
Yeah, Matty, do me a favor, man, and just send them one of you guys send them my email information. That way they got it.
Yeah, I'll link you up in it.
And once you get to us, man, once you get to me, you can get to everybody on my team. We have what's called the Know It Alls crew. And so we all came together and jumped in together podcasting all at the same time.
Go ahead, bud.
Okay.
So we stretched out all across multiple different platforms, man. So when we all come back together and we do the know-it-alls on Sundays, man. We did a live draft show, first round, second round, third round, and we actually had the draft up on our feed. So we was watching the draft and talking about it the whole time, and we had a blast.
Well, you seem like you know what you're doing, and you're knowledgeable as hell. So I appreciate what you're doing. And yeah, Mark's the man, though. Mark's like the connector of all.
All connectors.
He's the
Hey, fellas, before I go, I'm gonna hit y'all with the algorithm sign before I get up out of here, man. Y'all make sure you like, subscribe, and share this podcast and any podcast that we see the guys on with, man, because we got a lot going on with Steel Curtain Network, and it was an honor and a pleasure to be here with you guys, man. I appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us, Big
Thanks,
G.
Big G.
Yes,
Your legend.
Send me the link again to Know-It-Alls because I can't pull it up when I'm in the thing right now, and I'll drop it in the comments, and then people can go on and sub to that.
I'm gonna send it to your email right now. I got you.
Perfect. Legend.
All right,
Legend.
All right, I got you.
Have a good one.
Have a good one, man. Yeah, Bobby, you're Steelers dynasty, aren't you? You're that one, aren't you?
Yeah, I can share that one. Hang on.
You put that one in the comments.
Good name too. Great name.
Well, we got that. Look, we had to ask about there. We had to ask about the legends with Frazier. Oh man, crazy.
Definitely. You guys are just, I'm telling you, guys got to be packing lunches and eating supper right there in front of your computer and laptops. I don't know how you guys are doing it.
Anything. Have you done anything, Mark? I bought
just 2 coffees, man.
Yeah, 2 coffees.
I got a rule. I never eat on stream. You never see me eat. You see me drink beer.
Yeah.
I never eat. I like the idea of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No.
I think I saw one bloke years ago. He was doing a podcast and he was just laying down and eating. I was like, what the shit is this? How lazy is that? Like he was
That's
like
pretty
like,
lazy.
laying down, going, hey, how's everyone doing? I'm just like, what do you be presentable? Something. Have some honor.
Did you ever see that video of that guy? Like he's like laying like this, and he's like bald and hairy, just like a typical 50-year-old guy. And he has like all his guns laid out. He's like in a Speedo. I'll have to send it to you. It's like it's like somebody used it as like their cover, like Facebook thing, and it's really creepy. I saved it because the guy's like, it's like the caption is like, "What's up?" Like he thinks he's really cool. I don't know. It's pretty creepy.
There's something out there. No, I think you gotta have like that's what they said. Your podcast together is really all good too. Just the connection back and forth. But
well, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I saw that this bloke was 3-4 years ago when I first got it with Matty and this guy just wasn't trying. I was like, you need to be somewhat presentable, even though I'm yawning and tired, but you got to be somewhat, entertaining and presentable. You can't be eating food. I don't think I've ever eaten food on a podcast. I drink a lot of beer, drink a lot of things.
I ate something the other day. Was the first time I ate some kind of egg pizza thing that I'm making because I'm trying to eat. I had to eat something real quick before.
I had like 3 blueberries, but no one would really know because I kind of just pop them in.
Are you inside now? When did you move? That happened.
He moves everywhere.
My kid start mowing. I don't even have to ask him to mow. He just went out and I mowed like the day before, but I don't know. He likes to mow, so
Wow.
It looks
Yeah.
like you're living on Big Ben's mansion when I saw outside.
It's you know what? I would be wealthy if I didn't have to heat and cool this place. It's like, oh, we around COVID. I bought it during COVID. I'm like, yeah, I can do this. This is fine. But it's the heating and cooling.
Kaysen, I just found that pic. He's got a Guitar Hero controller behind.
Guitar Hero controller behind the guns.
So what time is it over there now?
Carson just found the pic. Yeah.
7:30.
It's really early.
What time? 7:30 a.m.
Yep.
Holy.
Why don't you guys take a break and go get something to eat one at a time? Like,
I'm gonna power this out.
Yeah.
We're almost there.
Last year was 6 hours. I feel like we started a little bit late today. We had the
You got 5:09, and it's 5:35 over here. And
yeah.
Wow, you got
Matt is like the he is like, I'm not shitting on you, dude. I'm giving you credit, okay? You're like, you have that superhuman like intense energy, like you could fucking run through walls. Sorry, swore. You know what I mean? Like, oh, Steelers.
But part of me, the super fan inside is like, oh, trade back in and pick another player. I know that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
They're on the phones. They're getting the UDFA guys.
Like, you still have that energy. Like, Mark, you can tell the draft is over for him. He's like, yeah, I think we did pretty good. I'm good with it.
I'll talk about it in 2 days' time. You know what I mean?
And then Mark scolded us, Bubba. He hopped on when he was scolding us for giving that kid crap.
What
that kid from Texas.
Right.
He's like, hey, give him a chance.
Oh, yeah.
We just clip Mark like that kid that was like Brittany. Just leave her alone.
I always find it funny, though. Like, the very first minute he gets drafted, and then that's what we think about him for the rest of his time there. That's what I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't get drafted for 10 seconds, and everybody's like,
bad,
no,
cool,
no.
Give the bloke a chance.
Kaysen, I will actually tell you, outside
it's a
of
6th-round
stuff,
pick.
I'm a big procrastinator.
It's a 6th
You are.
pick.
Yeah.
6th-round picks. I mean, there's a few and far between that made, super
and
headway.
We're all at this point, we're all GMs. It's been a long draft, thing. I think overall,
well, AB was a 6th-round pick.
Yeah, but he's crazy.
Yeah.
Like he's nuts.
Yeah, but he's crazy after Burfict knocked his head into freaking tomorrow.
No, but we're all GMs, and it's been, like, I think the draft overall has been good. Like,
I think so too.
They O-line three O-linemen?
I've never seen a drafting 3 O-linemen in a draft before like this. I've never seen it like that.
Linebacker. I like it. I think overall it's good. I just the way the Steelers are doing things now is completely different.
We're going to run the ball.
Not completely, but they're just getting better at certain positions.
It's like they're doing it properly. But, that's unfair to call it. But I feel like they're not doing the 7 out of 10. They're doing the 9 out of 10. They're trying to play chess instead of just being happy being really good at checkers.
That's a good analogy.
Well, I think we're just going to be. We're going to get our sway back on, because I got an argument with Rich Smoke last night on our podcast. And Shane, me and him, I was defending the Steelers, man. I'm going to defend the Steelers to the day I die. And he was like 10-6, and I'm like, I don't care if we're 10-6. If we're 10-6, that's not playoffs, and then you got to worry about it. But I think we'll be better than that. I think we're going to be better than 10-6. We're going to be a better team than we were last year. We are going to run, and I try to tell them we're going to run the ball. We're going to be dominating and having. And just my opinion, guys, and everybody listen, I'd rather have us running the ball and controlling the offense and having long drives of 5 to 7 minutes and having the defense, getting tired and their offense sitting on the sidelines. And then he was like, hey, Bubba, it's a different league. They got to, they can't score as fast. I'm like, you know what? If they never get a chance to score, Smoke, we're not going to have to worry about it.
It's pretty hard. It's pretty hard to score points if you don't have the ball.
You can't get the ball. I mean, I believe we're going to get we're probably going to get I bet you 28 to 3,300 yards rushing this year. I just have, I think both, I know it's just crazy. I'm not on drugs or anything like that and I haven't drank a beer in a while, but Najee's definitely going to get over 1,000 yards. I think this year he's going to get 1,500 to 1,600. Warren's going to get probably, let's say 1,100. He's going to get that 1,000 yards this year. They're just going to keep running the ball. And then with Patterson coming in, he gets, oh my God, say he gets 5 to or 300 to 600 yards, and then Fields gets another 6 or they're going to use Fields.
Absolutely.
We're going to be we're going to run over people. I can't wait.
From Russell Wilson, he's been tweeting like crazy about all these draft picks.
He's been so good,
so active.
He's been so good and active in the Pittsburgh community, just going to the Pirate game and just being pro Steelers and having
done everything right.
And
if he throws a pick, though, everyone's going to hate him.
Well,
I think they'll give him. I think they'll give him a little bit more leeway.
How long a chance?
If he throws 20
that's
touchdowns.
just it. The rope is very short.
2 games?
If he throws 20 touchdowns, he's already a winner. We're already ahead of the game.
Yeah, no, I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, and here's the thing: the heat's not all going to be on him because they're going to use Fields. I mean, if you think they're not, then
I still think they're going to sign him. They're going to work out a contract deal. They're going to
3 years. This year, Bubba.
15.
I think they might
next year.
Yeah, they might do something this year for next year to get him signed and stuff. So it's not sitting on a table and people are talking about it and worrying about it, because usually the Steelers don't sign people during the season. But now that is so obsolete now, they start working and wheeling deals during the season. So they restructured Highsmith. They can restructure TJ Watt's contract and Fitzpatrick's contract and give him some little bit of, and then,
and they can also, if they want to, extend Cam Hayward for next year, bundle this year's salary and most of next year's salary into a roster bonus. And then the next year they can add a voidable year or 2 in contract if they really, really want to, and spread Cam out. It's like a Cam tax for 2 or 3 years after he leaves. Like, there's a lot of stuff they can do like that.
Right. And then also,
you know who did that first? Barry Bonds. He played for baseball for the Pirates. It wasn't Bonds. Bonilla. It was Bonilla. With the Mets. Bonilla did it with the Mets, but he used to play for the Pirates. So he basically told the New York Mets, for the next 30 years, just give me $1 million. Yeah. So.
He gets paid every year.
Yeah. Do you know the thing about it? A lot of people don't like it, but this is where it's smart. I said this about 18 months ago. The salary cap goes up. When you defer that cost, a lot of people look at the salary cap in the raw number of what they're getting paid. It's better to look at how much percentage someone is taking up from the cap. And if you make those voidable years, like $1 million today as a percentage of the cap is going to be a lot less as a percentage in 2 or 3 years' time when the salary cap goes up. So, in fact, voidable years, people make the comparison, it's like putting something on a credit card. It's actually not. It's like taking thing in a bond with a good interest rate.
And then after that, they're going to work on that deal with Najee. I mean, and I think Najee will realize he don't want to make the same mistakes that Le'Veon Bell made.
Exactly.
And what a mistake that was. That was Le'Veon Bell probably cries in his sleep every night.
I talk about it from this perspective, that like legacy, legacy means more to these guys. They can more money over their lifetime. But if they choose to take the quick dollar, it's never going to work out.
Never works
Lad
out.
Bell could have been in the Hall of Fame and won a Super Bowl with Big Ben, right?
Yeah.
That didn't happen because he was greedy.
Yeah. And it was like the time back, because that shows my age, back when, Woodson, if the Steelers would have signed him a safety and then he went out and he left. I mean, he had that bar and restaurant in Pittsburgh, and it didn't last long, and it closed quicker than you could say hello. But, I mean, I know he got a ring with the Ravens, and he was still viable, and he was still a great defensive player. But, sometimes it's about a championship. I mean, we could ask Dan Marino, hey, Dan, would you like to have a ring, or would you like to have all those NFL records? Those records don't mean diddly. The championship, because you're going to still make money. Being a champion, you're always going to be a champion. So, yeah, that'll be – yeah, I just can't wait now. We're gonna sign a whole bunch of free agents. There's still a lot of people out there, like Shane said, with this low bearing fruit, and we're gonna be picking it off with a basket. We need to get some defensive tackles though. I'd rather have a little bit more. Now we need to work on that.
I can't believe Gabe Hall, unless he's been gone lately. I can't believe Gabe Hall's still there. That guy is made to play Pittsburgh Steelers football, but I'm glad they got Logan Lee. Obviously, Logan Lee would have gone when you look at what he did.
Well, I was looking at it. I know the guy that I was told to look at was the guy the Dolphins took before us. So, and if he was still on the board, the Steelers could have. I don't know what his name was, because me with my college background is not very good.
Oh, Walter.
Yeah, so it was the Dolphins. Dolphins picked him up before we did, and maybe if he was still around, he was a defensive tackle. But hopefully we sign a couple of them. We need to get some inside linebackers because Holcomb, I don't think he's going to recover. Kawan Alexander's, they could sign him. Marcus Golden still hasn't signed yet. They can sign those.
Yeah,
guys.
I like the edge rusher Murphy out of UCLA. If they can get him as an undrafted free agent, that's going to be a freaking steal.
And they're still, we still got to get a number 2 receiver. It's just, but
I don't know.
We're going to run the ball.
Like Wilson.
But the number two receiver is Pat Fryermuth. That's what I said last night.
Yeah.
Fryermuth. Give me Fryermuth with 8 touchdowns and 825 yards, and I'm a winner.
I do like a Cortland Sutton for a cheap pick, but if they Debo would be a real weapon in the Arthur Smith offense.
They got to sweeten.
I just worry about the trade capital you got to give up.
Yeah, I don't know what Omar can swing and what kind of ingredients he can put in that trade potion to give the 49ers something, because 49ers got two of them that they could probably trade if they get a good thing for them. I'll take one or the other. I'll take either one. I mean, it doesn't matter. So I don't know. It should be something.
I said this to the boys earlier. You guys probably heard it, but if the Steelers gifted you a free jersey and it's got to be one of the draft picks, which one are you getting? I mean, Shane, I probably can predict Zach Frazier.
Yeah, you can predict.
Well, I'm not a West Virginia boy because I'm a Penn State guy, but I would take Frazier because I know that we need a center that we can have linchpinned in there for the next let's get 8 to 10 years. I know Shane said 6. I'm going to go up a little bit better.
I think he can play 10 years. I think he can play 10 years.
So, and we haven't had anybody since Pouncey. We had all these other people, it's just like the inside linebacking position. We couldn't have anybody
we got. Would you boys be happy with 6? 6 years would be fine. I mean, but I mean, 8-10 years.
I think you'd want. I think you'd want at the end of his rookie deal for him to be signing a 3 or 4 year deal. Let's say it's 3, then it's 7, and then at 7 you're working out.
Well, how old is he, Shane? How old is he, Shane?
20. He's 23.
Yeah, turns 24 mid-season. Is that right?
Yeah, he's
9 years. He's
married.
32. 9 years. He's 32. 10. He's 33. 33 years old and having a 10-year career with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
Hopefully got 1 ring on his finger.
Oh, hopefully.
I just hope they don't trade him.
I'm just going to go 1.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah, I don't want to go too crazy because I could be like, I pick them all the time. I just want to get a playoff victory and go from there.
I feel like though it's going to be like the dam bursting. I feel like it's going to be one.
Yeah, this is
like where they
dynasty
win one
building
and then they're on a
draft.
roll, and then it's good luck and people can't stop them.
I'll go for that. And as long as our defense can stop the run, we'll be okay. I mean, as long as TJ Watt is TJ Watt, and they got to get him somewhere. They got to get him to an AFC champion. He's got to have an opportunity to play for an AFC championship. Got to. I mean, he's going to go down as the greatest. He's going to go down as the greatest sack leader in NFL history. I mean, he's got to get a championship. He's got to get a ring on somehow with the Steelers.
Totally, man. Totally.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. When it was that friendly fire injury where he ran into his own guy, I thought I was going to lose my lunch. I was so upset.
But for me, TJ Watt needs to be out there first 3 downs, not taking third down out. Sometimes he takes a break on third down. He should always be in there in third down.
Yeah, I think they can rotate him more on some of the second downs. I think that this is why I kind of want them to go still get an edge rusher, whether it's now trading back in or it's getting one late like a Murphy, someone who's productive, because they just need to rotate. I just want them to continue to rotate guys and just constantly quarterback pressure.
With the Nick Herbig rotating in, that was great. So that's awesome. He's gonna,
But I think Nick Herbig. The thing I wanted to see last year, and I'm interested to see if they give it to him in year 2, and it will depend on who else they can fit in there, is Nick Herbig could be very good dropping back inside sub package. We haven't been able to see that because he's been considered the third outside linebacker edge rusher, right? So I don't want us to miss the potential that he could have to do something different for us in sub package.
Right.
He
Okay.
really
I
offers something there.
can agree. I can see that. Because our linebackers aren't known for covering, and it's been a long time. They're not a Jack Ham. I mean, Jack Ham was probably the prototype of, covering in my eyes, because I'm old, and I mean, Shazier could, he could chase down a gazelle, but we shall see.
Steel Out West says TJ comes in when he wants to, so we've got to talk to TJ about coming in on third down.
I'll give him a call. It's like, just stay in there, and then, because that third down is very vital. Because most of the time it's like 3rd and 12 and 3rd and 8, and then if they got to worry, and if you don't see TJ Watt on the field, you don't even have to. You're not worried as much. So you're the offense. You're like, oh, TJ Watt's sitting on the sidelines taking a breather on third and long. We're going to get this first down because he's not in there. You know what I mean? Just having his presence on the field makes a bold statement.
Yeah. Well, Monkey, you
agree. What's up?
Hey, Pepper.
What do you want me to say?
Well,
Say hello to Pepper.
Hey, Pepper.
Oh, I did.
Pepper.
G'day, Pepper. You want me to say anything else, or?
I don't know. I'm gonna quickly duck to the
Dude, I've done so many poos today. That's not funny. At least 2.
I don't know how. I've never done this before. Where all these podcasts, all these Steeler podcasts, are all intertwined. It's like a community of a community.
Yeah, we can connect them now via StreamYard, which is pretty awesome. So it goes on to. I'll show you guys. We can probably try. And the thing is, so Matty has the control with StreamYard. It's going to TDU. So me and Matty, to catch us. Oh, some guys in chat know this, but me and Matty have been doing podcasts since 2020 on a thing called Behind the Steel Curtain, right?
Yeah, I think you told me about that. Yeah,
we worked for them for about 2 years. Great blokes. That's why we know Jeffrey, Benedict, Shannon, and they know the other blokes too. Now they have a thing called Steel Curtain Network. So we left that on good terms, great terms. We're all mates. And then I started doing podcasting on Steel Nation Oz 3 years ago because I was like, I want to make a channel. I'm already doing podcasts. I might as well do my own solo thing. That's gone really well. Got a really good community.
I know.
And then me and Matty decided to build Steelers TDU. Now, pretty much like TDU is Matty's, and that's his adventure. But we're working together. Like, we're not enemies.
Right.
We're not. You know what I mean? We're just mates. So he does his videos. I do mine, and we're building them together. So there's no real bad blood there at all. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be like, I'm too busy now to help. Well, I help Matty out and stuff like this, but to put work into the channel,
you got to put stuff in your own. It's very hard.
Yeah. So, and
I'm
like
the same way.
Matty and you guys, it's not going anywhere. It's good fun. We're here 6 hours.
Oh man, it was awesome. I mean, I can't believe I went to work and I'm like, I was just doing podcast at 4:30 in the morning. I took a C4 energy drink and a Sheetz pizza, and I was good to go.
I've been watching this since 12 noon. I popped off for like 20 minutes to do something for the kids, and then, but yeah, this has been fantastic.
Too, like I've always said, if you're here for 5 minutes or 5 hours, that's what's up.
Yeah,
it's dead set on, and now I'm that far into it. I don't want to stop till it's over because I'm bloody stubborn.
Stubborn's good.
So, but no, that's like, we know we had up peaks and valleys, but then guests coming here and there. And I know that Matty's really dedicated now to building TDU and getting to 500, 1,000. But to me, it's just about building the Steelers community and having fun. That's it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I haven't got always the big takes on like who's the best player, whatever. I don't really care.
Right.
I'm like Tomlin. I love that what Tomlin said. Roll over him. All I want to do is see fucking Najee hit some bloke in the head.
I'm same way.
That's all I want to do is see that guys like that and play good football, and then we can react to it.
I just want the score to be Steelers 23. Anybody else 6. I'm okay.
Yeah, those kind of games are great, weren't they?
Yeah.
Back on the Keys days.
I mean, I'll even take 23-13, 23-20, but as long as it's we need
a 30-6 game, a 30-7 game, something like that.
Yeah, Mark and I are on the train of like,
one game, one
have a few blowout
hammer games.
I like them too.
You've got to just settle for like a score. I want a 40+ game. Like
they need one to really knock it out. Just
I
one
like
at
that
least to
against
start.
the Cleveland or in the division rival game
Bengals.
where we blow them out.
It'll
Bengals.
never,
Blow
it
Bengals
won't ever
out.
happen against Cleveland because they don't play that way, but maybe Bengals.
It's like the Texan game last year. They took us over. They
Yeah.
absolutely took us apart, 30-7 or whatever it was, 30-6. We need something
And
like that, statement
The
one, to
thing
just
is,
wake everyone
that
up.
people say like, "Oh, you don't need to do that; just win the game." But you can put things on film when you blow someone out like that then a defense has to think about for like 4 to 6 weeks to come. So it's actually like a gamesmanship, like tactical.
Well, yeah, but that would only be later in the season. I would say
Fine.
beginning of the season, you don't want your guys getting so many reps and getting so many.
Totally. Yeah.
Yeah. You don't want to
Or
let
if you
everybody,
do it, if you're
especially in
smart,
college
though.
ball, not as much in pro, because you are what you are, as
But even
Tomlin
if
would
it's
say.
like, even if it's like we're ahead by 10 the week before a bye, keep pumping it out there. Like, like just blow it out. Like I think. Plus,
We've had way too many close ones back and forth in 3 years, I think. It hasn't been, maybe that's because of the Canada system or the way they're doing it. Tomlin as well, probably. But something just seems, I'm not saying first week win 40-0. It's like control a game and at home, take care of an easy opponent and get the W.
The other thing too is like, there are games where we've looked ahead and a team's come back and suddenly we're playing overtime or it's going down the last drive and we do have to put the starters out. We're not able to rest people. So I'd rather watch them blow someone out of the water at the start of the second half than wait to win it in the fourth quarter. Like, that's no fun. Like, they talked about Steven Nelson. I don't even think we have to trade for Steven Nelson. I think he's still a free agent. I think
he's a free agent.
Yeah, I don't really want to bring him back.
I thought he left on bad terms. Didn't he say some stuff?
He did leave on bad terms.
This is why I don't want Boyd. Tyler Boyd has said some horrible things about the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Has he?
Yeah.
Oh, but he was playing against them. I mean,
but he said it outside of that as well. Like he's taken it
to the extreme,
overboard. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. Some people told me they're not going to sign him. He's too much money, and he's not
seventh round now too.
They just took the Bills just took a guy from Great Britain, 6'7".
Yeah, it says England. Is that that just like the country?
Yeah,
unreal.
Oh, the guy, Travis. Wait, I don't know.
Travis Clayton. Yeah,
his draft bio just says England. That's it.
Why would they do that?
There's nothing else.
His background is rugby and boxing. Unless they're going to lose so bad, and they punch
6'7".
They get, if you have someone in the international program, there's like extra incentives that the franchise gets, or I think you get a compensatory pick if they play a certain amount. There's
yeah, that's right.
There's a trade-off for that.
Okay.
Do you know the big one though? We were talking about it yesterday's stream. Is like Kansas signed one of the best Welsh rugby players who was a freak. He's going to be.
I saw that, and the guy's he has thighs that are about the size of normal people's bodies.
Yes, this guy is very quick, very good ball in hand. Doesn't get as much space on a rugby field as he'll get on an NFL field. If Pat Mahomes can get him the ball in space, that's going to be fun for them.
But this Clayton dude, has he got any experience like even playing like football, or they just throw him in just to get these compensatory picks?
Well, it's NFL Bubba has a developmental league.
I know, but it's
foreign guys.
But still, you still need to play the game. Like you still.
Well, I agree, Bubba. It's not like playing in the SEC.
But they're trying to get the NFL now is trying to do too much. Like I don't want to watch an NFL. Look, I love the NFL. I love Steelers. I cannot watch a game every day. It's too much. It's too much sometimes. It's just Thursday night's games have been terrible since the mid-90s. The Steelers do not have good records on Thursday night games, and I don't personally like watching Thursday night games. I know Amazon Prime signed that big money, and then everything's going to go to streaming. They're going to stream more, but I just don't. I don't like sometimes too much is a problem.
I was also going to say that. I mean, Mailata went after this pick. So he's been picked higher than what Mailata got picked, which is interesting. This guy went 221.
And now, what's Mailata getting, like $60 million contract?
Yeah.
He's up there. He's a good player, though.
He's a good player.
He's
Man, can the Steelers just trade in and grab something? They're probably really.
Will they do it?
happy.
Like,
they're working the
is it?
phones with the UDFAs.
What do you even do? Will they just trade next year stuff? They can't do it too late.
Yeah, next year.
Oh, I don't think they're going to do it.
Like,
I think they're just going to wait for the UDFAs at this point.
Is that coming? Does that come out tomorrow or today?
No, it'll start coming today, but then it will come out more tomorrow. There'll be a bunch that they've got ready, pretty much that are like, we're signing here unless we get.
As soon as the draft's done, they'll sign the dotted line and get them on.
You can sign 10. You can sign 10, right? Is that correct? There's a certain number you can sign.
I'm not sure.
No, I think you can sign as many as you like straight after. There's heaps.
It's whatever you can afford.
You just can't, and you just can't go beyond the 90-man roster limit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you might even see the Steelers make some cuts if there's a heap of UDFAs that they sign.
Man, I haven't got the energy to make any videos.
Until tomorrow. No one will be watching it anyway. People will be watching draft recap.
I need it now. We need the news out now. Otherwise, I gotta lie in the title tomorrow. Breaking special news.
Like you haven't lied in a title before?
I never thought I'd be on this.
Right.
I thought I was done last night. I was like, me and Shane, we tapped out. I'm like, we're done. As soon as the Steelers draft, Shane, we're wrapping it up.
Yeah.
And I got in an argument with Smoke on the Eagles Steelers, and then I got a little extreme. So
no, Mark was like, bring them on. I was like, yeah, easy. We'll just keep rotating people through. So it's good. It's been good to talk Steelers with different people. It's like being at a bar, like this is what we do it for.
100% at 2:00 in the morning.
I don't even watch the Steeler games at the bar anymore.
Yeah.
You can't be around other people watching the game.
I watch it downstairs. I don't like to be bothered. But I mean, I've been to Steeler. I mean, I live in Steeler, around here. There's not too many anti-Steelers in a bar. So, I just like watching it at home. I don't like to be bothered. I can drink as much as I want and don't have to worry about it. So
we can't really watch in the bar. We got 3 a.m. games.
Oh yeah,
6.
Yeah.
What's
we
that?
can watch the nighttime games in a bar.
Make a what?
Wow, that's crazy.
But not the 3 a.m. games. So if the first week would be like Steelers versus Browns 1 p.m. We can't do that.
Watch it at home.
Unless you go to Star City or something like that, a casino. Maybe it could be
they're definitely not trading back in because Mike Tomlin and Omar Khan
went home.
Did an end of draft press conference 49 minutes ago.
Oh, they're done.
Are you
Yep.
hungry?
Oh, that means they're not going to do anything at all.
Nope.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
They just went
out.
Checked out.
Yeah, they're like done, dusted. Shake our hands at that.
I thought so. They won't do that and still come back out if something happened. No.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
They're going to sign. They're right now. They're just waiting to see who gets signed.
Yeah,
so then they can go try to get them contracts.
Yeah, they're doing UDFAs at this point.
What do we got? Bengals up next.
I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. It looks like Houston's the last pick. Is that right?
Nah, there's more than that. It's Jets. 257.
I'm gonna have to plug my phone in, so that's what I'm doing now, fellas. Looking for a little extension cord. I know where it's at.
See, I don't see nothing after Houston on my clicker.
The big thing next is the schedule, isn't it, Matty? Schedule.
Yeah, so schedule is due this week. I think it's our Friday, their Thursday, and fixture options are due on May the 2nd as well.
So things keep moving, don't they? They never stop.
Mate, it's going to bounce.
NFL never stops.
It'll be training camp, and we'll be looking for the kickoff for the first game.
There's always something next every week.
We'll have free agent set then. Well, as soon as that's the other thing, and we kind of alluded to it, Bubba was kind of alluding to it in the chat before, but like we're now also going to go into that. I call it they call it the second wave of free agency, but there's kind of that also period after combine. So it's kind of like that's free agency 1.5, but it's like free agency 2.0, which is about to kick off as well. So
yeah, they'll probably get somebody out of that. See, I'm still getting an NFL Network. I'm still getting nobody after Houston.
If you boys want to get away for the winter, you could come hang out the Stottmiller Hacienda, and we'll drive over to training camp.
We're going to do some live stuff at training camp, Shane. So get ready.
Yeah.
I don't know how we're gonna. I was talking to Jim Tiger about how to do it. You know what I mean? Have the thing and get some mics and me and Shane were supposed to do a big thing down in Pittsburgh today, and I had to cancel out. But the weather up here in Western Pennsylvania was raining.
Bad.
It was raining.
Oh,
so
really?
yeah, those
Big
parties,
thunder boomers.
Yeah, those parties that they had in the parking lot was probably pretty wet. But so you could go into I call it Heinz Field for $15. You could go into the stadium.
Watch the draft in there.
Watch the draft, see the number one pick, meet the number one pick. Cam Hayward was there. You could go in, and I did this before. You could go into the press box, walk around, take some pictures, take to the podium, get on it. You can walk out on the field. So it's definitely worth $15. It's definitely worth $15.
That's a good $15.
Yeah, and then you get the they were putting the displays of the alcohol, the Steel Curtain rum was coming out today. I want to.
Oh yeah, the new mixed drinks they have.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to buy a bottle of that. I just like the name of it, Steel Curtain rum.
Do you boys in Australia have moonshine? Do you know what moonshine is?
Yeah.
I've had it, but not here. I had it in Canada. It's crazy, man.
Yeah.
See, it's nothing for us because you can get moonshine anytime here.
Yeah, but we do it. We have a lot of so it's like it's a respectful thing, but like ethnic moonshine. So like the Greeks,
Aboriginal,
the Croatians have it, and they're different names of it.
Right? Oh, okay, yeah, I got it.
So like the Croatians do one called rakia, which is literally like smells like petrol, looks like petrol, is 70%, is like blow your socks off kind of thing, right?
Oh my.
Greeks have a similar version as well. My wife's half Greek, but I think the Italians, if you have proper Italian like limoncellos and their berry based stuff, not like stuff you buy in like a store. If you get it as like I think 30 to 20%, you get their stuff. Like I've had it in Italy with one of my friends. Like
no Mad
like
Dog 2020 over there, huh?
Yeah, it's wild. So yeah,
you know what? None of that stuff.
Well, the Appalachian Mountains have these hillbillies, and every time I go to a game, I have a contact that gets me some of this called apple pie, and it's just smooth as anything. But I've been hearing rumblings that they have this peach moonshine. I'm going to try. It's supposed to be really smooth, but I've had the apple pie a number of times, and I've had the apple pie with cinnamon.
Shane. That'd be funny. I'd love to see you.
I used to play Dizzy Bat. I used to play Dizzy Bat.
That'd be funny.
Then when I had a going away party. Oh, Dizzy Bat. Okay, take a baseball bat. You put your head on it.
Yeah.
And you chug a beer, and then you spin around. Then you have to hit the can.
Yeah.
And if you miss, you got to chug another beer.
It sounds like a game we'd play here. Actually.
Do you guys do beer pong over there?
Yeah,
we do.
You call it beer pong?
What do you guys have?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wheel of Goon of Fortune on the. Yeah. We do that.
Flip cup.
We have one of those.
Flip cup.
I played that in Canada a few times.
Okay.
I'm
not real good at any of these games.
We used to play it with cards, and you get dealt punishments. King's Cup.
We call it in the States. We call it asshole. It's like you have a vice president.
I don't play this game anymore. I'm so glad.
No, I'm a bit 30 years
now.
Like I'll just keep drinking. I just don't like.
I think 10 years ago was last time I did Dizzy Bat. Maybe 10 years ago. I would only drink it at football college games. And I remember West Virginia played LSU, and it was 8:00 game. And LSU has some of the best people, and they tailgate like rock stars. But literally, I took pictures of kids at 10 in the morning that were passed out, and the game was at 8. Like
I can't do that stuff anymore either way. Yeah. I went to that one party with Arthur Motes, and I was doing bongs, shotgun bongs, and beer and stuff. And that was the game that Mason Rudolph got knocked out in Pittsburgh and had his helmet removed.
With his helmet, yeah.
Yes, I was in another world, and all I remember was a Pittsburgh police officer tapping me on the shoulder because I was out there in another world because I was hammered. And my my girlfriend, which is now my wife, I texted her. And I don't even know if I spelled anything right. And she came down and told the cop, she's like, officer, he's got the flu. They were going to cart me away, man. It was Devastation Incorporated. I mean, it was bad.
Pepper's keen on the apple pie moonshine.
Yeah, apple pie. Yeah, that's it. Apple pie. That's it.
Moonshine will make you. It'll turn you.
That's
stuff you didn't have.
That's what we do.
And then
I can arrange that.
You ever drink dandelion wine,
little,
Shane?
little papers?
No, I
and
never
stuff,
had dandelion wine.
Dandelion wine will mess you up. It's devastating.
I've had Applejack, and what they do with Applejack is they take apples. We had an apple tree behind the house, and my one roommate was this complete hippie, and he had this recipe literally from the Revolutionary War. And you take apples and you stick them in you stick them in a 5-gallon bucket, and you literally stick it outside. Every time it freezes and thaws, it renders alcohol through fermentation. And you just drain it off, and it was.
That's just cool.
It was
that's like
different. It was pretty different. Yeah.
Not that I drink that crap, but that's effectively just alcoholic kombucha, really, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Did you drink any of my jungle juice I made for my wedding reception?
Yeah, I had a sip.
That's all you had?
Yeah, well, I see why I don't drink now is I had a head injury, and I'll just
okay.
I was at a party. When I came back from Iraq, and this guy was peeing. This was like in a college house. You know, here I am, 10 years older than these kids, and they're throwing a party for me because one guy's getting his doctorate. So, long story short, this kid started peeing in the house, and I took him outside and said, "You got to go out here. You can't pee." He did it again, so I start smacking him around. So I can't be drinking and smacking people.
Well, you could be RoboCop. I mean, it's okay.
Nah, none of that shit.
Hey, Matty, are you watching the draft on KO?
No, I'm watching on Days.
I think it's stopped.
I'm watching it right now on NFL Network.
No, legit, I think they said, "Oh, we've had enough. It's over."
So you boys get what they call KO.
Yeah,
KO. Yeah.
They stopped.
Now
they
it's
stopped playing
the
anymore.
Now it's the Saints.
And then we also get the Dazen, which is the old NFL Game
terrible.
Pass, but it's terrible compared to what it used to.
It's gone back to the start. It just stopped at
so funny because
it's looping.
It's hit the time limit. Yeah.
Because Cincinnati's picking right now.
That's a joke,
on my
isn't it?
TV. They're at 224. Now they're at 225.
Yeah, I think it's round 6. It stopped. Now it's just going in progress. Round 4 to 7. It's over.
Mark Lancaster says, I think Roman Wilson is best overall player in this draft, must be from Steelers' perspective. Only 2% of his targets. I know, it's crazy. He had literally 7 drops in all of college football. It was nuts.
Yeah, he has hands like crazy.
Well,
yeah,
he's not very big. But...
That's a nice comparison, Mark. But I think he's a thicker guy than Puka, which is a good thing.
Nobody knew who he was last year. Nobody.
So what are we on? Pick 7 for round 7?
Round 7, 225 at the Chargers.
There's still another 30 picks to go. It's effectively a whole nother round, but they'll fly off now.
I can't believe that guy stopped. What a joker. It's unreal.
I mean, I'm starting to fade now.
I can tell.
We'll finish it off. We got to finish. No, you got to finish
6:12. So it's what, 8 o'clock up over there?
Yeah, 8:12.
6:12 over here. I didn't do a damn thing today besides nothing. Watch football.
Same.
I listened to you boys. I made cinnamon rolls. I made potato salad and chicken. What else did I do?
I would have mowed my grass if it wouldn't rained. I was going to hit the gym.
Oh, I did a load of laundry.
There you go.
I was doing some
I did a lot
stuff
today.
I'm trying to get a grant, Shane. A grant.
That's good.
I'm trying. I got to apply for it. Yeah.
You get it in before the 30th. I remember reading that.
I'll put up posters tomorrow.
Mark, you want to give me another pass? You want to give me another Hail Mary?
Ball's over there, bro. Like I would.
Oh, you're doing a Cam Newton.
Mate, it's I'm here and it's over there. So
you look like a sad panda, Mark.
Yeah.
Because of the grey hair?
Oh no, not because of the gray hair. I just
drink. Do you ever do an energy drink?
I took one today.
Just coffee.
Yeah, that's good.
I had Red Bulls once, and I thought my heart was going to explode.
Yeah,
I don't do Red Bulls.
One of my good mates.
I had 4 in one night.
You met him at my Kiwi groomsman. He we used to go out drinking. You guys talking about drinking stories? Triple tequila Red Bulls, right? And we drink. You do not feel the alcohol hit you, and then after about 3 or 4 of those, you're like, wow, like your heart's beating out of your chest. It's not a. We did one night of them. I'm like, nah.
Yeah, I think when out sober, I had 4 Red Bulls, and I woke up worse than alcohol.
Yeah, that caffeine, the down on that is incredible.
Yeah, I was 19. I thought, I just want to do Red Bull instead. And 4 or 5 of them was terrible the next day. I felt awful. Felt sick.
Yeah, I can't do the. They used to give it. You could get Red Bull at the dining facility. And when you were in Iraq or Afghanistan, you could just go as many as you want for free. You take like a case back and stick under your desk and So guys, they did that because they knew the guys would get addicted to it. And then Monster came on board and start. So you need to see all these trucks and with Monster stickers. That Monster Energy is doing the same thing. The guys are like, I gotta have my Monster, gotta have my Red Bull.
I usually drink
that was like 2004.
But I drank 2 yesterday because one to get me up for work, to get me going, and they just loved me at work yesterday at 10 after 7, and I was bouncing off the walls. And then I drank another one. So when I do my podcast, I knew I was fading, and I'm like,
how long do they last you, Bubba? The Red Bulls?
Well, I do the C4. The C4 usually is for workout for me, but so I talk all the time anyway. So I mean, I just never thought that. This is the first year ever. Like last year's podcast, I did the same stuff we did last night, and we did the draft on draft night. But I've never done like all this and then Thursday night just bouncing off, and then Mark sent me an invitation, and I mean it was just it was something else. Like it was good. It was great. I mean it was awesome. But it's like doing podcasting is it's like a job. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love doing it, but it's like you gotta try to do stuff right. You gotta,
Yeah, Logan Lee's getting the Kiesel going.
Yeah, Kiesel beard. There you go. I talked to Kiesel and met him. I took my dad. We had this like veterans pass. They took veterans in, and he got to like throw the ball with Pouncy. My dad kicked a couple field goals with what was it? Was it kids start with an S?
Squeezem.
Sweezem. Yeah.
Sweezem. Tom Brady.
Yeah. And
I remember that.
But Kiesel's beard, man, he must have like conditioner in it, but he smelled as good as he looked.
Well, he used to do that, shave the beard on DVE, the radio station, for all those donations.
And give it to kids with cancer.
What they do is they do a big donation thing in the Pittsburgh local radio station. Every year he grows his beard, and then he gets all this donation, and they have a big party, and he shaves it off. People show up. They've been doing it for a couple years.
Remember his Bucks interception was was freaking awesome. Remember that?
Well, Logan Lee had a lot of pass defenses in college.
Great.
Like he could be doing that stuff. Man, I'm thinking about growing my beard back over winter.
For Kiesel beard.
Yeah, they keep putting.
Brendan Rice
putting
just went.
down there.
There you go. Finally.
Rich Smoke says Philly had the best draft. That's because he's pro Philly. Shout out to Rich Smoke.
I'm
Elite
up
banner.
to 10 with the Vikings, 230.
That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at.
When crops get planted, you have to wait for them to grow before you yield the harvest. That's it. That's what's the thing with these player development. Maybe this Ryan Watts, who we all like poo-pooed.
Because we all, I stuck up for him.
You stuck up for him. He didn't get his jersey.
I'll get it. Just a cheaper what?
Because you get the cheaper one when it's got a little S next to it. But they could I think they can turn into a safety. They'll put him on the practice squad for a year, and then who knows next year. It's good times.
It's only the first day reaction. They're not even in the door, or they're not even on the field yet. They're not even doing anything.
He'll say something, and everyone will change their opinion. That'll be the thing.
But it's just that's what we are. That's what fans are like. It must be hard being a player. Couldn't be a player.
Yeah, they can wipe all their tears with that fucking money.
Well, you can't be a player now because everything's on social media. You got this. In the 70s and 80s, you could be a player and do a lot of stuff. And actually,
I think Mel Blunt said that. I think that Mel Blunt said that. He's like, man, if we had cameras in our day,
they'd be in trouble. Well, Jack Lambert. Now, Shane, you know this story. Jack Lambert used to go to this bar called the Sunset Grove out here in 85 in Armstrong County. He would go out there and he would get in fights all the time. He would get thrown out. He would beat people up. He'd even got beat up out there.
In the 90s, he was big into playing hockey. And I dated a girl whose brother played hockey with him. And if you ask him about football, you get your teeth knocked through the back of your head.
He would not. When I met him, I tried to buy him a drink. I'm like, Mr. Lambert, can I get you a drink? He's like can I get you a beer? No. Can I buy you a Coke? No. But I did get an autograph because he was doing autographs. So I got it downstairs, that famous one where he's got the helmet. You know what I mean? That famous Jack
Oh,
Lambert
yeah.
pose. But he was
He's like-
real skinny. And then we ran into Brian Hinkle, former Steelers middle linebacker. He was walking his dog, and he goes, "What are you guys doing down here?" We're like, "Well, we're down here to see Jack Lambert." And he goes, "What's he looking like?" Looking kind of skinny. Looked like he's got some kind of sickness, right? And I was like, "Yeah, he kind of sick." He was busting Lambert's chops. But we go, "Hey, Brian, do you want a beer?" He's like, "Oh, absolutely." So we drank beer with Brian Hinkle, but Lambert would not budge.
Yeah, but you
But
got
it
to think
was
about those
great.
guys in that era as well. Like, how many of those guys had CTE that like totally changes you, man?
Probably a
Like,
lot.
and in those days, and what people like the style of football, like just different world, man. Like,
Well, those guys,
Antonio Brown. Antonio Brown's a perfect example.
they're going to use his brain for science when he passes
It's
away.
gonna glow. It's glowing right now. See with that shit.
But even you look at like when they opened up Junior Seau's brain, they were like, wow, like that was meant to be pretty insane.
Hey,
like,
even when they did the wrestler Chris Benoit, he had a brain of an 85-year-old. I mean, it was.
You want to see like the technology they have now for helmets? Let me get one.
Oh, this is crazy. You guys will be like,
yeah, I'm interested in this. I bought a new
this is a high school. This is a high school helmet.
Yeah, it's interesting because of like helmets in like rugby and concussions, but then also like I just bought a new helmet for my mountain bike, and like I was upgrading. It was really interesting. The guy was taking me through.
Oh, concussions ain't nothing to mess with. I've had two.
I've had two,
and more than I care to admit, I'm sure.
Yeah, I passed a concussion test and went on a
Sure,
full
the
night out
helmet's
drinking
different.
and ended up in the ER.
I
So-
took 13 concussion tests in a year. Look at that helmet.
Yeah, this is a 15-year-old helmet that has,
Yeah, right.
it inflates. It's a lot better than what me and Bubba had.
Yep.
Oh, it inflates.
So this is a maybe 15-year-old helmet. Okay, this is a $650, $700 helmet,
Whoa.
and it has the Speed Flex top here.
Yep.
This isn't the Speed Flex. This is what is this one? Oh, this is F7. This is shit.
Show the
the
inside.
Speed Flex
Show the
Yeah,
inside.
the inside.
The Speed Flex. The Speed Flex is the other brand. This is the other. This is more for defensive players.
Man, that's
But
some
look at
rushed
that
padding
inside.
in there.
But it's like crazy, and you feel it. I mean, it's really high quality.
Yeah, look, it looks like it's pure.
But that's high school. I
That's
mean,
why high school
now
taxes
we bought
go up
that.
with them helmets.
We bought that because I think they were doing Speed Flexes, and this is better helmet for defenders. But he'll probably have maybe 2 helmets next year. But yeah, that's what they're getting in high school. So in 15 years they went from this to that. So
It's pretty interesting because like you look at science around helmets, and like I'm interested to see the way that they've brought on the technology over the last 5-10 years for NFL helmets, because actually a helmet in every other sport, like particularly the rugby, because you only wear the soft helmets, right? The concussions have been proven to be worse, because the problem is that it sends vibration around your head when your neck is built to the way
and
it's
it
built
rings.
to absorb
Yeah.
impact and spread the impact. So like I'm interested, like, but helmets are part. You are never going to get rid of helmets as a part of like American football gridiron, nor would you.
Yeah,
it's a critical part of the game.
But
so that's
did you
why I've
guys
been
see-
interested to see the way that they're working.
Did you guys see they're putting the pads on the helmets now?
Yeah, and they voted in the last
Yeah.
2 days though. They voted
Right here.
You can play in the NFL this year with those helmets over them.
Yeah, you might see it, but who's going to be the first person to do it?
Tight ends over them.
Well, it's like face masks in hockey.
Yeah.
You remember what that was like?
Yeah.
Oh, you're a sissy. These
That's
guys
what
are
I'm saying.
gonna
I don't think anyone would do it. I highly doubt anyone would do it.
they're getting these. They're called halos. The high school had bought 40. They're going to get 40 more for the program. But here's the thing. My kid's high school program went from having a lot of kids to not having as many this year. They're just not.
Well, you got to
Yeah.
remember, Shane, high school football in our area, the schools are smaller, the teams are smaller, and schools got to combine to actually have a high school program. And
they had 80. They had 80 kids like 4 years ago, and now they have like 35. So
yeah, that's not good. That's not good.
How many people play both ways?
Well, my son did a couple years, but usually not very many. Smaller schools like where we're from, Marion Center.
When I played, we played both ways, so it was everybody. So you had maybe 4 in my senior year of high school, and this is going back 3 years ago because I'm only 20 years old. But we had 24 total football players on the team, and that was it.
Yeah,
right.
And that was 1988.
There's potato salad in there too.
Because I reckon, like, if I was raising kids and they were playing like American football, I want them to get fairly progressed before I stop letting them play both ways. Like,
well, no. Here's the thing: when he was little, he played both ways, and he got a bad concussion one year.
Because they don't have qualified coaches to tell people if they get hit to pull them out. Some of them that
happened. It was after it happened they knew. Like play was over.
Some coaches don't though too.
So, yeah, that's true. They train the hell out of the coaches now, but yeah, it's different. It's definitely And he stopped playing for 2 years. Just played soccer, and it's just they're a lot safer now. They don't do the 2-a-day practices anymore.
Yeah, that's a bit.
They changed it up a little bit. They don't call it 2-a-days. They just break it up into. They do it later in the evening, so it's not as hot. Yeah. When do you have them?
They have 3-day. I've heard them have 3-day practices before.
Yeah, they get there at 7. They leave at 4, but then they have some night practices too mixed in there. So they're not even called 2-a-days because they don't use that word.
They don't need to practice all year round in high school in this area, which they do. That's how they do it, guys. Over here, they do football all year round. They either do
same here. If you're top high school in rugby here, like from 14, 15, you're pretty much playing all year round.
Yeah, and it's and if you try around here, the economy, and Shane can attest. Like some of the young kids have to go get a job.
Yeah,
if they're working, if they're playing athletics now, athletics are all year round. Now, when we played, look, you had 2 weeks of football practice, and then the season started. You practiced on your own. You would go to the gym, work out, go do whatever. That was on your time. That was you've invested in it. Now you have to do all this, like baseball, basketball, and football. It's just
coaches, and you'll be amazed at the coaches and the faculty and staff and the parent boosters. They buy a lot of shoes out of pocket, and they help a lot of these kids out. And the one good thing is it's a tight-knit community, and there's if they have kids on the team that they're just there because they're part of the team. They show up to practice. They don't have any ability other than some of the kids might have some other issues, but they're part of the team. If they get picked on, players stand up for them, and they'll get heat, But so that's really nice to see, and they're all real good kids. I don't know of any dickheads that are on my kids' team.
Well,
so that's good.
Well, Shane, when you play football and stuff, you're doing sports. You're not hanging out on the street. You're actually committed for sports, so you're not doing stuff that you shouldn't be doing. So that's good too. And
yeah.
What is this? This 7th round.
Marky D, did you see that? Did you see that post they just put on YouTube? Roman Wilson is ready to work. He's fucking working.
Tomlin said that again?
No, Roman Wilson said he's ready to work. He's
I reckon they all are. From what I've seen so far, they seem very
character
pumped up. Yeah, committed to go.
I have a Steelers culture question for the group, so we'll get back on Steelers stuff. So I know Bubba and me have mentioned this last year during our pick show. We thought the Steelers culture was basically dying, and Ryan Clark has said it.
We talked about this a lot.
Okay. Do you think getting guys like Zach Frazier and Roman Wilson from Michigan, get guys that are blue collar lunch pail type of cats in? Is that the kickstart that they need to bring back? That type of lunch pail mentality that the Steelers used to have?
It was even to me. It was when Minka was fighting everyone. That's the kickstart. He was fighting Claypool.
I agree.
Claypool was a bitch.
That was the start. That was the
It
start of
was DJ whinging and whining. Well, I like DJ, but still sometimes he's whinging and whining. I think George Pickens to a certain degree, if he gets out of the line, Minka's going to clean him up. I think
Kenny getting out of there.
Yeah, that's. I was always a Kenny dude, but then now you find he didn't want to be there. So there's guys like that definitely were whinging and whining. So yeah, culture thing. I think for the last 2 or 3 years, this has not been there. Dead set. They just got to get back to that mentality of, tackling, but then at the same time you can't. And then they go and get Queen. So I think they got rid of the Claypools and Juju. He was a good player, but now you've heard nothing about him since.
Most of the time when you leave the Steelers, you never hear anything about him. The Kendrick Green signing was an anomaly that you never would have thought. And then Dobson signing with the Rams for big money. Those two, that usually doesn't ever happen because lately, if you leave the Steelers, you go off into the land of the rising sun and you never return. But now, in the last couple of years, if you leave the Steelers, some of the players actually make good money and get to be Pro Bowl talent players. So hopefully we get back to the mentality of playing football and not worrying about social stuff and having locker room leaders, which we never had since Big Ben left.
Tom Brady, and I don't agree with him. I just don't like Tom Brady. He was a great quarterback. He talked about that the other day and said the new players are just more worried about their social brand on social media than their football brand. And they are. Most of them got podcasts. A lot of them, Cam's got a podcast, but he's done his thing and doing his thing. But a lot of the young blokes like Claypool, he's more worried about going to a France event, putting on the clothes. And not against that. I'm just saying he's more worried about doing that stuff, building his brand than football. And it shows on the football field. If you're not playing, he's caught himself a top 3 receiver and it was terrible. You know what I mean? So but they're making money outside of and maybe it comes back to the college too, because they make money in college too, right? Get those deals and stuff like that. I don't know. But I'm not in their shoes, but I think definitely it's not like the old days when in the 70s or 80s and whatnot, like you're hitting people and getting coin. It's like you got to build a brand outside what you have because there's only 3 years in the league and you're done.
Well, back in the days, they didn't make much money.
They had other jobs, boys. Do you know that? They like a lot of these guys had second jobs.
Yeah. My point on the culture is I said to Mark it was hitting a tipping point as well with Minka, right? Like big time. I think a lot of people put a lot of stock in Cameron Hayward. I'm not here to smash Cameron Hayward, but Cameron Hayward's not the leader that people necessarily think he is on the defense. And I think that like this whole carrying this torch from Ben and all this, I kind of put it to one side.
Yeah.
But leadership and culture, the leadership and culture starts with the coach. And so a lot of people will criticize Tomlin, but I actually think Tomlin's kept it from changing like it would have with other teams. What I like about this draft is that the biggest knock, because we do have Minka on the defense, TJ Watt's a quiet leader, but still fits that bill and leads by example. The problem is the offense hasn't had a leader like that. The offense got a leader like that in Zach Frazier. People talk about Najee. Najee is a skill position. Najee ain't going to be there for a decade, right? And he's certainly not. He's already been there. What we're about to talk about is 5th-year option. So he may not be there even another 2, 3, 4 years' time. Zach Frazier is a chance to learn this Steelers way, brings all these natural traits, abilities, character that fits this natural Steeler way. We'll be around some of those Steeler alumni. I'm sure he's the first guy to, how do I get in touch with, the former Steeler greats on the O-line. And so that's what I like because they can now make him a bedrock of this. I think Broderick Jones isn't this type. I think he's a bit more of a modern type. Fatanu seems like thinks like he could be one of these types. But to me, it's Zach Frazier, like this natural leader. And I think that's what I see a little bit of it in Pat Freiermuth, but whether Pat Freiermuth's here, I hope he is. That's a question mark. So you talk about the culture. I like, and bringing it back. I agree. I think this was an issue. Mark and I have talked about this, every other week. I feel like over the last 2 or 3 years when we've done shows, but I feel like we're on the right trajectory again. And you think about this draft in a Benton, for example. I think Benton's a freaking leader. I don't think we've seen that yet. They've made him focus on his rookie year. I think Patrick Queen's a leader as well. Like already the way he's talking. The
way they came in was really, they came in, everyone that they brought the past 6 weeks. And last year, if you would have saw me on Bubba's show, I was very pessimistic. I was a little bit shitty about the Steelers. But you know what? They've brought in guys that have been adults. and carried themselves with poise.
But the Steelers,
the player that everyone's sleeping on, which is why I was like, I'm not on the bring in Justin Simmons train. I've got in debate with people about it, but he's not a strong safety. He's a free safety. We have Minka Fitzpatrick to play free safety. But Deshaun Elliott, culture, fit, Steeler football, knows the AFC North, big hits, fast, can play in the slot in certain sub packages. Deshaun Elliott is going to be one of the most astute pickups we've had in the last 2 or 3 years with free agency. Like, he will complete that defense. We just got a faster, better hitter at strong safety than what we had in Terrell Edmonds. Yes, Terrell Edmonds was more athletic, could do a bit more height-wise against some of the tight ends. But Deshaun Elliott's going to rock people's socks when he comes down and into the box. And I'm very excited.
Our defense is so upgraded right now.
Oh,
all you got to do is play it on the field and just shut everybody up.
100%. And I think preseason too. I think we all got lost in the preseason.
We did. I did. I got lost in the sauce.
And every team that does well in preseason, yeah, we all did. And I remember Mark, I was a bit down with it, and then everyone's like, "No, I get hyped," and then eventually I got hyped in the.
I was so hyped. I thought we were gonna beat.
I was 10. Popping champagne bottles.
But every team that wins this preseason never does well during the season.
Yeah, we were humbled pretty quick in that first week.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Humbled. I don't know if humbled's the word. I just think someone just reached in and pulled people's hearts out and squeezed it in that 49er game. It was terrible. It just showed what we thought we had, but we didn't even have it. It was like a
nothing.
It was like a mirage. They picked it like a plum.
Yeah. Because, during the preseason, we were driving down. First team was scoring touchdowns. And then they were getting off, and they were sitting on the bench. They were done. And I'm like, oh, man, we don't even have to show that much. We're scoring touchdowns on our first drive. Yeah, we're okay. We go into that game against the 49ers, and they don't even get their car out of the shop. So
they still have a couple. I think on offense they look good. Defense, they're looking really good, but they're still inside linebacker. There's not a lot of depth in that. And the cornerback.
We just need
depth.
A
little depth. Yeah.
We just need depth on the defense. We got enough depth on the offensive line, but now we got to know how our offense is going to play, because it's a new offensive coordinator, a better offensive coordinator than the guy we had in the last 2 years at the Dollar General prices. So we'll have to.
Well, he wasn't an NFL caliber offensive coordinator. So
that was just
big trash. Big trash. That's what that was. But the other thing too is, Mark and I was going to say, you say similar things to me on this. Sometimes we just got to enjoy Steeler football, in that the team can always be better. The team's never going to be perfect. There's always going to be a position that we're like, hey, I don't really like that, or it doesn't seem. We might not trust the Steelers right now, but like the Ryan Watts pick. But then come preseason, Ryan Watts does some massive hit on in a strong nickel package.
Wait, I just got an email stating that he is he's ready to go play for the Steelers. This Watts guy, he's ready.
I reckon they're making him a safety. I said that straight away. I reckon we might be missing a trick on him. They see something, man.
Well, it's too early to judge. I don't want to. I don't want to be like that, because sometimes I get like that when I meet somebody for the first time, and I'm like, oh, they're a great person, and then you find out they're a serial killer. I don't want to do that. So I'm not going to judge any Steelers until I see him at training camp, which I'll actually be paying attention, and go from there and see how they go.
Last year they signed 7 free agents straight after the draft, so I'll be over under on that.
I'm just waiting. Now they're at 241. I think Tampa Bay was the last pick, but I am not sure. I don't know.
No, I've got Jets last pick. They're going passing now, I think.
I got the Dolphins right now at 241.
Hey?
I said they've been going pretty slow for a while.
Oh, they're not as fast as I thought.
No, this is funny. The first round was way faster than it needed to be, and then this round's been day 2 was slow too.
The first round, they knew what they were picking in that first pick with the Bears, and they just hold it out for the whole time, 15 minutes, and then the second pick. So right there was 30 minutes, and everybody knew what they were picking.
I love Ryan. I love how honest. I've been honest about it. We're all gonna love it. Russ is going to torch someone. Fields is going to come on in the second half of that game and torch someone. Kyle Allen's going to have some crazy touchdown pass and be like, oh, look at him. He's the third quarterback. Yeah. You can't help it. That's what being a fan is, right? Like
the ups and downs.
That's it, man.
That's why we're all here for 6 hours.
So how many we have? How many are left to pick?
I think there's.
I thought it was 10.
30. No, there's 14.
They're up to 22, but it goes to.
They're up to 242. Oh, Tyler's watching this one. Yeah, 241, and there's 257 picks.
Matty, why does the last round have 37 picks?
Because compensatory picks, remember, from the third round onwards.
Oh, my goodness.
The third round had 37.
Wow. This show's been on for 6 hours and 13 minutes.
Yep.
Wow.
Best show on YouTube, besides you guys down here.
And,
God bless you.
I've been listening all but like 30 minutes of it, too.
I don't know if we could go. I don't think me and Shane could go 6 hours. I don't think. Now we'll have to top it. Next year we'll have to top it. Now that'll be the record. Whoever can get the longest.
We do have to thank you guys.
Show.
We got to thank Shannon,
thank everyone,
and Jeffrey Benedict, because like last year we did it pretty much. We just did it. Yeah, it was just us two on our own the whole time.
We had the last.
No, thank you.
No, second to last. We had one of the third last picks or something like that.
Yeah,
something weird.
Or 252 or something.
Yeah, I appreciate coming on and doing stuff like this.
We talked through basically 2 whole rounds without a pick.
Yeah, none. I think 112 picks, right, or something, wasn't it?
We've done better this year. We've been more attentive, for sure.
Yeah.
242.
See, we're getting better. We're having that rookie rise. Hey, just me? Yeah, we got it. We're rotating it. We're keeping it fresh.
Yeah.
It's all good fun. You only get one draft a year.
But yeah, everyone in the live chat, if you haven't already, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button for the different channels.
Swing into it until we finish.
Oh, my James Williams.
Your arm fall off.
The Tennessee Titans. Titans have had a pretty decent draft, actually, in fairness to them.
Well, they don't have Derrick Henry. We'll be seeing him twice this year. Mm-hmm. I'm not real worried about him at all.
No, neither am I, actually. Cameron Hayward came out and said something about that too. He wasn't too worried in his podcast.
I'm not worried, and I'm not worried about your team that you hate so much either. I'm not worried about anybody in our division. We beat them up last year with the quarterbacks that we had, and they're not even with the team. So we upgraded that position. And
Bengals did have a good. I'm not afraid of them either, but they did have a good draft. They filled a lot of holes. They got a lot better.
Well.
And it is interesting. They took 2 tight ends. So, like, Baltimore have 2 good tight ends. Browns, I don't know if they took a second tight end. Obviously got Njoku. I would have liked to have seen us sign a tight end late, but we might sign a free agent.
We have 4 in camp right now.
Yeah, but Connor Hayward's
and then they signed that one from Atlanta that was under Arthur Smith.
Yeah, Pruitt. Pruitt. Even then, Pruitt, he's not a receiving tight end. He's like
blocking tight end. Well, I'm okay with that too. I like a Mark Brenner type tight end.
If Freemuth, the problem is the offense was included, and Pickett liked him, included a lot of Pat Freemuth last year, and then when he missed a lot of games, we became less multi-dimensional, and I think that's a problem. So that's my only fear.
So is New York the last pick?
Yes.
Okay, because I got 2 inches on my TV thing on the banner. There's no other team behind New York Jets.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 to go. We're almost did it, fellas. We're almost there.
Yeah, I got nothing else to do tonight. I'll hang. I probably do. I don't know. It's only 6:43 over here.
Good for the watch hours.
Yeah, exactly. That's right.
I'll probably have a house full of teenage boys tonight.
You got kids over.
Yeah, they're probably gonna. I'm gonna have to go pick a couple of them
Is
up
it
at
school
7.
holidays? Oh no, wait, it's your weekend, isn't it?
It's for
No?
It's Saturday night.
Well, you got the holidays coming up soon.
I
though.
can't believe it's bloody Sunday.
Oh, I know, man. The whole weekend.
What's going on?
So, boys, you gonna take a nap after this? You gonna nappy time?
I'm going to coach pickleball in 3 hours.
Oh, no kidding.
Oh
not
my
even
God.
not even a 20-minute nap.
I think I
I'll
might
try
stay
and have an
up.
afternoon nap, maybe, but I'll probably, knowing me, I'll probably just go through and then 9:30 tonight, I'll be like, I'm done.
Shane, after I got off of Mark's show, I was doing a little bit of stuff, and I woke up at the seat right here and went up and got a shower and went to work. I don't even know
So you
what
just
it was.
kind of
It
like
was brief.
you just kind of put your head down and slept
It was
there.
a brief, like maybe 5 minute or something like you're boom, and I rose up and I'm like, oh my God, I got to go to work.
That after stream show was meant to be half an hour. I went for 3.5 hours.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, it's on my.
Oh
video.
my God, it was. I had a great time. I thought it was great. I didn't know
I had a
Gene
good
was
time
living.
when I
He
was
lives
on
down
the
the road here. Gene lives down in Katanning.
Yeah.
3 hours and 20 minutes was the breaking news reaction, first round live stream reaction. And in the first video, the first bit I was meant to say half an hour we'll be here and then we'll get out and they're just there forever.
There's a donut shop in Katanning that I have to hit up that's supposed to be.
Well, that's where he
really
lives,
good.
Katanning. I mean, he would come back and he'd change it. He had a Pirate jersey on. He must have changed 17 times.
Gene was at the Heinz Field today.
Oh, I bet I'm sure he was.
Yeah.
And that story
That'd
that
be
he
awesome.
told about the
Yeah,
that's a true
dude.
story.
Yeah, 100%. How cool is it?
Yeah, that's a
Pretty
legend.
unique.
That's a like a fable. You know, that stuff happened, and
Yeah.
I knew it was true.
Very,
didn't
very
know.
unique.
Yeah,
What story is that?
his dad is
His dad's in
sprinkled.
Heinz Field. Yeah.
sprinkled.
Oh,
over
Michael
there.
Pratt just got drafted by the Green Bay Packers. Damn.
Yeah, so no, Gene knows a lot of. Well, he's met a lot of Steelers and knows kind of a bit like you, Bubba. Like, you know people here and there. I don't know when you're in the scene, you know. And that story's pretty cool.
He
He's a good
probably
bloke.
knows a lot more. He knows a lot more than me. They probably like him more than they like me. I just is like I'm an attention seeking whore, I guess. I don't know.
Oh. That's my.
Hey, if
That's
you're
why
gonna
I
be a
open
whore,
up.
that's a good one to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're gonna be, don't worry about it. Saying if you're not doing that, not making any money, are you? What's the point? Oh boy. Next
Hey,
question.
do you want me to run your Lonely Fans out again? I've got it already.
Nah. Oh no. Jesus. Okay. Yeah. Yes, that'll help us out. Oh, they took Michael Pratt.
Did you hear about that hot take about Penix? Like that was like a terrible pick for.
Yeah, left it.
He's old and
Kirk's there.
yeah.
I thought
have
it
him
was
for
cool.
2
I thought
years.
it
Man,
was
I'm
odd.
calling Kirk the can, man.
So the
You know,
Packers
like-
took a quarterback.
Yep.
Tulane.
That's good
Michael
for them. That's
Pratt.
smart for them. But they want to be a playoff team. They need to be able to have a
You're gonna
quarterback.
sit that bloke for 4 years.
You got to have 3 to 4 quarterbacks on
Yeah.
every team anyway
Totally.
because of injuries.
100%.
I mean, that 49ers championship game, we didn't have anybody and had McCaffrey taking the ball from center. You can't have that.
That's it, man.
That probably cost them that championship a year prior.
I'm gonna pop off here. I gotta go.
Joy, nice having
do
you.
some
It's good
daddy
having you
stuff.
on,
See you, Shane,
Nice to
mate.
get you on.
See you, Shane.
Thanks, guys. Bubba, boys, lots
See
of
you,
love.
See you Wednesday.
For you.
I'm hanging loose. I'll be the American standing.
Yeah, you got to do the whole thing.
I couldn't
Yeah,
do
You know
this.
what's
Give up.
interesting though? It's interesting. Like you got the Spider-Man framed.
Oh yeah, I got
Big G-
Steelers stuff all over the wall.
And
But,
Troy
but you
too.
got the Spider-Man, and Big G had a Spider-Man.
Well, I'm a
jumper
huge,
on as well.
I'm a huge Marvel guy. My downstairs bar, I got black. I got black and gold. I got a bar. It's painted black and gold, and
Yeah, nice.
it's I use sometimes I do the podcast from downstairs, but I don't like hauling everything downstairs.
Oh yeah,
But
I know that
yeah, we had a mega show where we had 2 shows combined, and we had Randy Fuller, who Steeler, who was in the championship game of '95, and he was on, and then my power went out.
one. Oh
And I was the
no.
host. I was hosting it, and
Oh,
they
I hate
kept
that.
going, but I was off the screen. I almost had a coronary, but I've had a couple. I've had 2 Steelers on with the other guys' podcast, but I never could. I've tried to get a Steeler myself. It's hard. I'll keep trying.
Oh, I just hope we just got to hope Brian Dooley, and then we can all get on with Brian Dooley. That'd be fun.
Oh, yeah, if he gets drafted, I'll send him a text saying what's up.
Well, I hope he doesn't get drafted. Well, obviously, I hope he gets drafted.
Oh, true.
But if he's a UDFA, then we might get him. Oh man, I don't want to. Do you know what? I know everyone hates it. No, it's trash. But I got custom sliders. I've got most of Steelers picks anyway. Like I already had them. I just want to play some Madden. I want to play with the new draft picks, man.
And you're not gonna buy the new game?
I'm gonna buy the college game. I'm not buying another Madden. I got pissed off with the way they did one thing this year. They told me it would be fixed and it wasn't. So they don't get.
I haven't played in years. I got beat by a 10-year-old kid, so I quit playing.
Oh, that's like the start of the what's that movie? I like that movie. Couples Retreat with Vince Vaughn.
Where the kid beats him.
Yeah, and he gets really cranky.
Yeah, I get real mad. I tried at a tournament one time, and they played big money on there, but I got beat. The guy was talking to me, telling me how to do it. He was in Dallas. He had the Cowboys, I had the Steelers, and he beat me 60-3. He never talked to me again. So
60-3.
It was terrible.
Remember when we played? I think it's 2-2. Remember that? Yeah, but remember when we played and I had Arizona? It was so funny. I had Kyler Murray, and Mark just absolutely blitzes everyone, and I'm Kyler Murray. I just run like all the way back behind.
Yeah,
and then track all his defense to this massive lob over the top.
I played a guy one time. I could never. He recovered every onside kick every time.
Oh, I hate to see. That's the
it
problem
was
with Madden, though.
terrible.
Is that and that's why I play custom sliders and I don't play online. The base game is terrible, but if you actually fill the sliders up and you're not playing humans that are just trying to game the system, they're trying to play an arcade game. They're not trying to play football. It's a different thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a totally different game.
Yeah, I don't think I got the ball once.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, terrible. It's terrible.
What's your best moment of the draft, Matty? So far,
in draft streaming or news or what?
Both.
You did something very funny the other. I mean, your Lonely Fans thing was pretty funny.
I honestly can't remember anymore.
No, because you've been doing this for 35 hours.
Yeah, you have to ask me tomorrow when I can put it all together. But
yeah, what's your tape?
When Shannon said piss, it was pretty funny.
That was pretty funny. That was up there. Because it feels like now, like we had the draft for what Utano. That feels like that was last year.
I know.
It doesn't even feel like it happened 2 days ago.
Well, I was trying to quickly calculate it before. So this stream's let's just call it 6 hours, but it'll be more than that, right? So 6 hours. We did the 4-hour one yesterday, so that's 10 hours. I did an hour post-game reaction one before that. I did a pre-draft show, 49 minutes. They're just the lives. Then the other videos, there's another 3 or 4 hours. So yeah, I don't know. I think you had more because you did longer lives, but I think I'm now at 15, 16 hours streaming in 3 days.
I think I'm 17.
You guys
got good.
Vegas, we could do that. I think Pro Football Network put it up.
You know what? I that almost made me throw up. If I see a fucking mock draft, I want to throw up. I'm serious. If I see one,
I reckon they usually put it up the next day, but sometimes they put it up by the end of the 6 rounds happening.
Actually, you know what? I might call it at 9 because I need to probably go to eat something
at 8 minutes. Yeah, they haven't done it yet.
1, 2. I want to. No, I'm kind of.
You got 8 picks, man. You got 8 picks.
I'm at 248, and they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah,
I need to eat something.
I'm just counting how many hours I did on my stuff too. I did 7 on my stuff, 3 with Mark the other day. That's 10, and I'm over 11 or 12. I got about 11 or 12 in.
Yeah,
can't be healthy.
No, not
but it's fun.
Yeah,
you know
I next year's going to be. I got a top. It looks like 6 hours and 27 minutes. I don't like this Kansas City offense at all, though. It looks too fast for me.
Oh, it's going to be good.
And I think they're coming to Pittsburgh. But Patrick Mahomes, he gets sacked about 4 times by TJ and fumbles the ball and a strip sack. I'm okay with that too for a touchdown. I'll take it.
Well, I'm hoping that it's early on in the season before they get like they get their rhythm in.
Yeah, earlier in the season, like September, like not a home opener.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's week 3.
Second home game.
That's the game I'm going to week 3. Yeah.
Well, that would be the second game then, because the week before would be the home opener, or maybe it's the first game of the season is the home opener, and they come back the third game. There's going to be some good games. Well, you'll know here probably this week or next week.
Yeah.
I don't have to plan my schedule around because I'm off every Steeler game now, so I'm good. I don't have to call in sick, or I don't have to pretend I'm sick, or because everybody at work knows they know that Steelers Sundays, they know, I'm going to be angry because I got to watch it there, and I'm good.
Six minutes till I go. I might have to go at 9.
Well, I'm going to go when you go. I mean, well, no, okay, I won't leave you behind, Matty. I'll stick around. Yeah. I'm not doing nothing. My wife left. She went out. So, I mean, she didn't leave me. I mean, she's coming back.
Oh.
No, she's good. She lets me do this. She lets me do the podcast. She doesn't, like the other day. She's like, "You were still doing?" I was like, "Oh yeah, I jumped on Mark's show, honey." She's like, "What?" I go, "Oh yeah, until about 4 o'clock in the morning." She's like, "You're crazy."
You know what? Have you ever seen that meme that's like men will literally watch a game and then spend 5 hours talking about it on the podcast after? Like, that's what we do.
Well, I'm on another show.
All right, let's do it.
I'm on another show tomorrow, I think. Yeah, I'm on another.
Legit. No, I can't. I don't want to see it, mate.
I'm on tomorrow.
Just give me a position.
I'm on Ralph Williams' show tomorrow at 7. I forgot that. You guys started reminding me. I got one more in me tomorrow. Shit.
Yeah, I'll do this for me, so I can't close my eyes. Can't look at it, mate.
We're picking pick 23.
We're almost done.
Oh, we've been offered a try.
These last picks are going fast. And everybody on my Facebook site, hey, I appreciate you guys tuning in, man. This is I'm international. I'm with the boys from Australia.
Mark, you accept the trade? Well, no,
trade it all away. Trade everything
Steelers and A. We got some people giving Steelers A's in the draft. My buddy Boothy's giving them an A. So
all right, we've got quarterback Drew Aylar, who's a pretty good quarterback. JT Tamalolo out of edge rusher out of
Is that who we got? Is that who we got on the? They signed free agents, or are we just waiting to?
No, I'm talking about 2025.
This is the mock draft for next year.
Oh,
ridiculous.
Well, next year we will draft it. Next year they'll definitely have a quarterback next year. Either the
I tell you what, if we're picking at 23 and Drew Aylar's available, they're picking him every.
They're gonna definitely draft a quarterback next year.
Well, we'll pick Drew Aylar. That's a freak pick, but he won't be available then.
Thanks, Matt. Matt says you guys are awesome.
Oh, thanks, Matt.
Yeah, if you guys and my stuff and overseas, over here in America, you guys follow me, follow these guys, and subscribe to their channels. And they'll tell you what channels they are so you guys can subscribe to them, because these guys are huge Steeler fans in Australia. I'm telling you guys.
I'll tell you mine first. Steelers Nation hates the Bengals. That's mine. All right.
I can't finish that mock draft. Vegas, we might do one for fun in a week, but I can't. I can't even finish it, Mark. I can't. I can't do it. I'm done. I'm spent.
Do you see them though after the in Twitter, like 20 minutes later? Do you ever see those? Legit.
Chris Carter always does one too, and that loses me. I'm like,
I did one, and that was it. I did pick Frazier in the second round though, so
no, Bubba, like for next year. I know Vegas is joking, but there are legit people that like get it next year.
That's like I don't even know what it's like. I can't even do an analogy on that, because you don't even know how they're going to play until they get a college season under them.
It's ridiculous.
Well, some people might not got a life if they got to do it right after the draft, to go and do a mock draft for next year, right after the draft ends. Like, they can't even soak up what we drafted already. They got to do something else. That's pretty bad.
I feel like that's kind of football anyway. We're always looking to the next person, next something happens, never really focusing on what we have.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and then what we do
More
have,
time
we wish we had something better.
Mhm.
We don't let them develop. Like everybody's busting the 6th round pick we just got.
Yeah.
They're ready to push them, kick them off the
Vegas.
curb.
I did wonder if you were joking. I just wanted to see how mentally capable I was, and I proved mentally incapable.
Well, doing this stuff is a mental game. Doing a podcast for this long, and actually having to be coherent and actually being informative and doing this, it takes some talent.
This is informative.
As I look
Yes.
at Mark,
as I look at your hat, yeah, that's informative.
I guess.
Oh, my mom's watching. Hey, Mom, these guys are
G'day,
from Australia.
Bubba's mum.
Yeah,
What's going on?
she used to hate that when people.
Mrs. Bubba.
Yeah, she'd hate that when people call if Bubba's on the call on the phone and she'd hang up. She's like, I never gave Born to know Bubba. Get out of here.
I like that. That's a good one.
Oh, my mom's she's a little Italian. She's like 4'10".
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, because every time that the Steelers play and they lose, my dad's like, "Oh, hey, your team lost." Like I own part of this. Like I'm an owner of the Steelers. I'm like, "Geez, Dad, it's not my team, but no, we didn't, And if we did win, oh, you're still, yeah, the Steelers won, Dad. That's right.
1, 2, 3, 4. We got 5 to go.
Yeah, we're
What's do we have the link for? Can we put Mark? Do you have the link for the Facebook so we can? Put
Yeah.
In
The Facebook? No, I got these channel.
Just everybody, hit me at Steelers Dynasty Podcast.
I've got your channel. I haven't got a link for it.
That's one. Mark told me to split my channels, so I listened to him.
Yeah, keep doing videos though. You gotta keep the content up.
Oh, I will.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do some tomorrow.
Okay.
I'll do some tonight or something. Like I said, since
my
my wife left me today, I can go do some videos and then she can.
You're free time now, mate.
Yeah, I got free time now. Yeah.
He's a good little edge rusher, the guy that the Titans just drafted, Harrell, out of.
I'm kidding, Mom. Tammy will be back. She didn't leave me. I just want to let you know. My mom will be calling. She'll be calling on the phone. She's like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "No, Mom, it's okay."
She can dial in. We'll like callback radio.
That'd be an idea.
I never had. I had one radio call in. It was Shane one time called in, and I answered the phone.
That'd be a good idea.
Yeah, you guys do call-ins?
I get them on the podcast, but not. You can do it somehow. Maybe it's more of an American thing.
Yeah, there's an app. There's a thing you can.
Yeah. Well, see, I got my phone.
Jayquest.
I use my phone for the, for all the Facebook comments. So I should use my tablet.
You know what?
Big quest to John Quest. Credit to you.
Bubba says it's hard to do this. It's probably hard watching us too for the whole time.
I bet it is.
This year's been better. I wonder if anyone has done both streams the whole time, both times.
Well, if you got people watching you the whole time, God bless them. I mean, and you guys have a good following anyway. Yeah, but that's like half a day. I know, and I got people are jumping in and out on mine. But what I do is, like I said, I just, I hit like yours the other night. I tagged, your show on my Facebook, and you're like, "Oh, Bubba, just call off work." I go, "I can't because I tagged your show on my site." And then, I don't care. It was fun. You know what? It was a great time. I had your show, the reaction show was a reaction show on a reaction show. Actually,
yeah, the live reaction show was actually got more views too because the way I did it, it was
good.
Live reaction to a Steelers reaction show 2 hours later. Because that's
everyone else was liking the Ryan Watts trade. I feel like our chat was the only one that didn't.
That's fine. We'll see what happens, mate. Give him the ball. You never know.
Well, we got.
Do you have any UDFAs yet?
3 picks.
That's been signed or not?
Yeah,
I haven't seen any. They can't sign, right? Unless
I don't think they can do anything till it's draft's done.
Yeah, that's right.
As soon as the Jets pick, then they're probably
There's
on
always
the phone
a rumor, though,
calling
that,
people.
Someone's like,
maybe they got a 5 minute, delay, and then it's like a mad race to the phones.
Yeah. Jay Quest, I was listening while pressure washing. Cool.
Wow, that's crazy.
In the new channel, I made a mistake. I was meant to say make a new live stream, but I said new channel. Now that's going to stick with me forever.
You're going to make a new channel?
Peppy, you a sub on TDU as well?
Yeah, I think she's I think she's on both.
Pepper's been everywhere all
awesome.
week. God bless you.
Pepper's my security guard. She's my mother.
She jumps
Oh,
on mine.
actually,
She's everywhere.
I gotta say, there's a player that Shannon talks about that I thought had come out last year from WVU, Doug Nestor, who's 6'7". He's a pretty decent tackle. He could be a good target, unrestricted free agent. UDFA, and he played with Zach Frazier.
Ooh, well, that's a tight end.
Oh, just me. That's interesting. Like I wondered this the other day, and then YouTube sent me a weird insights about your channel, and I was like, wow, 20% of viewers watch on their TV. I watch a bit of YouTube on my TV, but I always forget that. That's smart. Have YouTube and
you can watch it on your TV and then comment on your phone because you can type.
Yeah, that's smart.
Yeah. Because I think I got 2 channels. I think I subscribed to Mark's show twice. So
Thanks, mate. Appreciate that.
Nice hat. No, I mean,
it's kind of like a Steelers sombrero.
You ever see the old helmets? They have the black or the leather helmets.
Yeah.
When you guys get your Steeler merchandise, you have to buy it overseas. They don't have anything over there that like.
So they've got some stuff.
I use Phonetics.
Not much.
Sometimes.
But their shipping fee is really expensive now.
Oh, I bet.
The Steelers one's more expensive, but the Steelers stuff comes really quickly, like within 4 or 5 days sometimes. So
it's me and
but
the
it's
Steelers.
$50.
It's
$50.
Am I right, fellas?
What's that?
So me and the Steelers have something in common.
What?
I
gotcha.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I'm here for the next 5 minutes.
Are you really not going to make it to the end? 4 picks.
I always make it to the end. When I'm ready, I'm ready.
That would have been funny.
It's only 7 o'clock over here.
Yeah, it's
7:05. 6 hours and 39 minutes of a
I'm gonna go have I'm gonna have some breakfast. I'm gonna go to work.
Some breakfast.
Pickleball. I'm not gonna sleep because I think that'll be probably the worst thing to do.
It's probably the worst.
That is the worst thing to do because then you feel like crap. I didn't do that yesterday, and then I finally crashed at 2 o'clock Eastern time from yesterday, and then I finally went to bed this morning, Saturday morning.
So we're at now? So we've got 5 to go. So 4 to go. So 3 now. 35 picks: Packers, Broncos, and Jets. I just want to say, as we start to wrap up, and I've got a bit more energy here and now. Thank you. Thank you to everyone coming into the chat on TDU. Thank you, Bubba. Thank you to the people
who invited me, guys.
To all the guests that came on, like everyone, Shannon, Jeff. That's cool seeing Jeff again. Fantastic. Big G, all the fellas, Shane, and all the people in the viewers. Like dead set, it's been over 17 hours of content. Fuck, it's been fun. It's been awesome. I'm just happy, man.
I know. It's
unreal.
You guys are great, man.
It's unreal. Like it's just fun.
Thanks.
I mean, who would have thought? I never would have thought, years ago that I'd be talking to 2 Aussie guys talking Steelers football. Never in my mind,
but not 2.
No, not 2. Well, even 1, 2. Now it's 2. I never would have thought like, wow. I just never would have thought.
Someone tells you that in a random bar, you're like, get the F out of here, you loser. That ain't gonna happen.
Nah, you're fucking crazy. No, never ever.
It's
great. I told you, fun, I listen to your stuff going to work, man. It's like you got 5 minutes, you got 8 minutes, you got 14. I can watch.
Yeah, mine just go everywhere.
No, dude, it's great. You're the one. You're the guru. No, I told you, you're the most positive. You're the most positive Steeler podcaster that I know.
Yep.
And
I wouldn't do it any other way though. You can do it other ways, but it's like
no, you don't want to go any other way. And then you believe what you believe in is what you believe in, and if we lose, you don't dwell on it. That is the perk about you. That's your
it sucks. Like
your superpowers.
That's your superpower. Sucks, and you just go, fuck. What do you do? Then you got to go to work.
I know. When we lost to the Patriots, I was bummed. I still hold that every time we lose to the Patriots. I hold it dear to my heart, and I can't get over it. It's like a girl that didn't give me a dance like 30 years ago, and I'm scorned.
Yeah, no, I think like I'm not happy with the team all the time, but
no,
I think
like when you swear and you throw something in the live stream.
Dude, there's when with the Buffalo Bills to the house 98, I was pissed off. You know what I mean? But like, I think when you stay there, for me, when you stay there and always like, oh, this team's terrible, it's like that just gets in your mind all the time. And I can't do that.
No.
You know, that's why I'm not really analytical. I'm just like want to see him, to support him and cheer him on. But if we got some ass hats like Claypool and those kind of blokes in the air to get off our team, but I'm not going to sit there and say we won't win a championship next year. It's like, what kind of fun's that?
Right. Well, I mean, you guys are fans of the greatest franchise in sports history.
Yeah,
I mean, there's no doubt about it.
Like I could, when I get home today, I could watch all 6 Super Bowls and Game Pass or whatnot. The Bengals can't. You losers.
No,
they got none.
Hey, Cleveland
Are
can't.
they gonna go home after a girl breaks up with them, or they're this sounds bad. Their grandmother dies, something like that, and get cheered up? No, they can't. They're 0-3. They cannot do anything like that. They're not allowed to.
We're almost
You're not
done.
you're not going to go and watch the Rams Super Bowl loss. You losers. You lost. We can do that. We can go watch Debo and
I like Quest's comment. It's the first time I saw Shannon and he's funny AF.
Oh, really? That's awesome. That's
so good.
Yeah, that's heaps good.
Because a lot of people have seen Shannon, so that's
I
good.
didn't know that. I thought Jake West knew Shannon. I thought Shannon's a good bloke.
Yeah. That's what I like. I like that we brought on so what do we have? Technically, Mark, we had Shane.
One more pick.
We had Big G. We had Big G, GB, Shannon. We had 5 guests on through this podcast.
And you had everybody, most of the guys that you had as a guest have their own shows.
Yeah. Everyone does. Everyone's got their own shows.
Yeah.
He used to have his own shows, but he can't for family reasons now. So but he could have easily 4 shows.
But that's a huge networking community right there. Like everybody.
Totally.
That's cool.
And it's what I mean. There's some channels out there that don't want to promote other people. Like
I promote people all the time, man. I think
I think you got it. I believe in rising tides, raise all boats, and I believe that we're all in this with the same thing. So.
Oh yeah. And your takes could be different than mine. So if I watch your guys' stuff, it's different, or it could be the same, or you know what I mean? You always, pick up something from watching other Steeler podcasts, because some people might like somebody a little different than you do,
Totally. And diversity of thought, it's really important. Like, look how well it's working, Waddle and Khan,
Well, in Khan we trust. I got to get a picture of William Shatner and, The Wrath of Khan. That's a Star Trek 2 movie. You guys ever see that one?
No, I'm not huge into Star Trek.
I know of it.
Yeah, Star Trek. He yells Khan. Yeah, it's awesome. I do that every time he makes a good pick.
We're at the last pick. Jets are on the clock, by the way.
It looks like that guy looks like Burt Reynolds.
I can't see it.
Oh, stop. It just keeps playing.
Dude, that would have been torture. You kept playing that over and over. I'm gonna hear that tonight when I go to bed. Yeah, when I go to sleep.
That's a good sound effect, though. I tried one on my show the other day, and I had nowhere near the sound effect that you had.
What's that?
Bob, you know what I had to do? I defined on YouTube, because I don't want to get done for copyright. So I got down on YouTube, right? I recorded the screen on my phone doing it, right? So that became a video, which then StreamYard wouldn't recognize it without taking us off screen. So then I had to send it to a file converter, convert it into an MP3, download it, re-upload it, and then fix it. It was like a 12-step process.
Yeah, it was like a 12-step try to get sober program.
It was yeah, exactly. If the Jets pick Brian Dooley here, that would be so cool, because Eastern Michigan's green and white as well. They could do with an extra tackle. That would be really cool.
Are they walking up to the pick yet?
Yeah. The CEO of Irrelevant Week. That's hilarious.
You'd hate to be the second last pick, wouldn't you? You get nothing.
But you're picked. You're still picked, though. Just to be. You're still. Yeah, you're picked. It's 1%. I think making it in the NFL is 1 or 2% or something.
Yeah, but UDFA, you could get a better bonus. And you get your pick of where you want to go.
I mean, it's just like trying 1% to make it into WWE, making it into the NFL. I mean, it's few and far between. I just talked to my one buddy today where he said something about a kid in my area who was going to be drafted in the Major League Baseball years ago, and he got offered $3 million, and his dad said no. We're going to stay for a better deal, and he never got drafted.
No.
They blackballed him. Major League Baseball blackballed him, and he never.
Yeah, that's
unreal. Bad. $3 million. I'd have signed. Kid, you're signing right now. Boom.
Yeah, 100.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that.
Is it over yet?
Third Ferguson. Yeah.
Classic moment. Me yawning and sneeze.
Oh man.
Hey, no, fellas. Thank you.
And ladies. Oh, you mean fellas to us?
Just everyone, just all the fellas and ladies, and all the what's that song? All the fellas by Black Eyed Peas.
Well, I appreciate you guys inviting me on. Thank you.
Thanks for coming. It's been good.
We shall catch up shortly.
For those that have stuck in, like John Quest, Blue Nose has been here a long time. Pepper and Just Mean have been here a long time. Afton has been here a long time. Just gone through. Kaysen was here for ages.
Someone's left their phone on by accident and left us on there.
Yuli has been out for a while. Rod's been
driving. He had us in the car today doing Uber.
Oh, so he was shopping us to all the people. Was he Ubering or Uber Eats?
He's the Uber driver, and he said you're on the radio while driving around.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
I love that.
No,
I love that.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah, people got to work. Mark's got to go to work. You got to get something to eat. I got something to eat.
Fellas, it's been fucking fantastic, and we'll do it again next year. And I'm gonna have a quick break of the internet. And then come back tonight and make a video.
Oh my God.
We do. Never stops.
But we do hope everyone enjoyed the draft. The Steelers, no matter what you think of a couple of the picks, the Steelers got a lot better this past 3 days. It is going to be a good rest of the offseason. I'm excited. Guys, out of 10, what do we rate the draft? Not A's and B's and all that. Out of
8.
10. 8.
Yep. Well, it's fine.
I'm going to say a 9.6.
Ooh.
Oh, you're going to have points. Okay.
Yeah,
I like that. I'll get that. 9.6. I like that. I'm going to go a 9 flat. Oh, no, 9 flat. Yeah, I think that feels good. I'm glad that everyone's here to work. I'm glad that Tomlin's excited. I'm interested to see the draft press conference. Yeah, 8.5 feels pretty good. I just think those first 4 picks were just so lights out.
Getting Zach Frazier's huge.
I think we're going to wrap it up. 6:50 on the clock. We didn't quite make it to 7 hours. Thanks, Eric. You stuck in from almost all of it, if not all of it. So that's awesome to see. Mikey D, any final thoughts? Eric,
well, honestly,
9.16.
No, honestly, just one huge thank you. I think it's it's very cool that people will listen to you for 7 hours.
I know,
like that's insane.
Especially after last year, people like Eric were listening to us last year.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, and it's like I didn't really want to get up, but then once you're up, it's fun. You have a good time, and it's just awesome. It is tough, I think, just in the morning, right? So it wouldn't be as hard, I think, at nighttime drinking sherbets.
It's not easy doing this at all. It's not.
But no, I
really be doing it.
The chat who made this far and people at the very start. I think everyone is having a good time. Like I said, with Bubba and his podcast, Steelers aren't going anywhere. YouTube's not going anywhere. Keep building it, keep having fun. I'm doing really well with the community here. Matty's doing really well, getting to almost 500, and we've done all the content, and it's something different. We're fans. They're fans. You're fans. We're not analysts. We're just blokes in a room talking football. And that's the best part. That really is the best part.
100%.
Talking it every day. Every day.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much.
Every day, but we're not who day.
Who they gonna beat the Bengals? We did.
Well, thanks everyone for joining us for the Go. American Mark.
Go Steelers. Here we go.
Good day.